Greetings and blessings, brothers and sisters. Welcome back to Chats with Jack. I am Jack Talcott, and congratulations. Welcome to Friday afternoon, evening, Friday night, whatever you want to call it. Friday night Chats with Jack. I wanted to discuss renew with truth, the concept of that. I have already dropped the link and pinned that to the chat. Guests are always welcome. Welcome, Sophia. God bless you. How are you today?
Good evening. I've been enjoying this beautiful day today. It's been gorgeous. It's hot, but it's pretty out.
Oh, I hear the birds.
Yes, I'm sitting outside. Yeah, I love it.
Well, and to actually think about that concept, this whole day was created for us.
Yes.
I keep reminding myself of that and realizing, holy cows, that's true. All of the past that ever was brought us to who we are and where we are today.
This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
It's that simple. It really is.
Yep.
So that's actually kind of the topic I want to talk about is renewing with faith, finding reasons to celebrate each day, finding the will and the opportunity to capture and share the glory of God.
I learned something today that I would like to share. I don't know how many people are in yet. I'd like to repeat this a couple of times because it's something that's really helped me. There's a Bible verse, there's a scripture verse somewhere that says that God's strength shows up in our weakness. And I've had to look at myself and realize that without my faith, without my relationship to that which I perceive as the divine, I am very weak. But when I join forces with that spiritual relationship that I have, I am very strong. Even if I look like a fool to the rest of the world, I've learned that today, and I rejoice in that I remember that. I came back to that remembrance, and I'm thankful.
It creates a feeling of freedom, doesn't it?
It does. I love that Notch is joining us. Hello, Notch. I wish I could say your name. Would you say your name for us?
Hi, Sophia. It's Nachiketa.
Oh, I like that. I'll stick with Notch.
Yeah, it's fine.
Thanks.
What's up, Jack?
Nachiketa, I have been a fan of yours. You're a man of reasoning, and you bring a beautiful energy and perspective to you. And I haven't seen a lot of interactions with you, but it sounds like you've got quite the fascinating study. You found yourself on your own path of pursuit of wisdom.
I appreciate that, Jack. And yeah, we're all on our own journeys here, right? So, everybody's got a story, right? But yeah, it's been very interesting to just kind of like meet people on the metaverse and see what their life is, has been about and how they got here. And I think there is a greater purpose to things. So I don't know. I just like meeting new people and seeing what they're about.
Hey, welcome. I think this might be the first time you've been here. We haven't spent a lot
It
of
is.
time together, so thank you.
Well, thanks for having me.
Along with what you're saying, I think you can appreciate this perspective is the blessings of the opportunities we have from the convenience and comfort of wherever we are, right? Due to the creations and innovations of other people, we have the technology to meet people around the world, to learn firsthand from their testimony, their experiences, what they are seeing. It's amazing.
It is. It is amazing. I mean, we are living in a time that is unprecedented, at least from our, current history as we know it. And, who knows how many times things been repeated in the past? We don't really know. But, as far as we know, this is the first time in our official history that we're here. And, the technology is great. It's a very neutral thing. You can use it for good, you can use it for bad. It depends on how you want to utilize it, right?
Amen. There's a good and a bad. The reason I kind of bring it up, and I mean, along with the birds, I'm hearing from Sophia's background, right? It's real easy for us to overlook these simple things that are right in front of our eyes that really are reasons to be grateful. We've got technologies, though. We are at a time. I was watching something recently. There's a lot of people involved in the development of AI. The people involved in the development of AI are actually saying, hey, guys, we should probably slow down on this. But since the society has normalized competition, there's no oversight. And we are kind of at a precipice in the evolution of mankind right now. I don't think it's the first time.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with the atomic bomb, right? I mean, like, you can say like, oh, well, I don't know if we should, continue on with it or not. It's pe- whoever gonna be able to do it. It's like Murphy's Law. If something can go wrong, it will go wrong. If somebody can make it, they will make it, whether you like it or not. So, with the AI, I don't know like how much I buy into the idea that it is quote unquote sentient. But if they can develop an algorithm and a program that will, have a lot of power, and it's already displaying a lot of abilities right now, right? People are going to do it, and everybody's going to take advantage of it as much as they can. So I don't think there's any way to stop it, unfortunately.
There is, though, because what you just said, everyone will take advantage of it based on the mindset of the past, based on the primitive and selfish conditions that have been taught to us. If selfishness continues and we allow divisions among mankind, we're going to have corporations and governments continuing to fight for power. And that means mankind and our environment become the casualties. I think where we're at right now is, I don't know how much power we have and how much power is God, but we're at a time right now where I feel like my part, the part I'm trying to play and inviting others, hey, let's see if what we can do with this. I want to be a big part of bringing the light into the darkness, exposing the lies, exposing the corruptions, exposing the insanity of this selfishness and the egoic behavior. It has retarded the evolution of our species. The
How would you like
selfishness.
to go about doing that, sir?
I I've envisioned myself. I'm trying to find a way to speak to. I thought the UN would be a good place. You know, when I think a path to the UN is through the American government, and I think a path to the American government is through the public. And so I'm here in America trying to reach the public with the idea that we can have conversations with our elected, selected legislators and the government officials who are supposed to represent American values. And I think if America, where I'm at, I've got an American perspective. If America can get control of its government, it would break the illusions of power from the bankers. And then the citizens would no longer be slaves and sold off to wars in order to feed the demons that have been created through mankind's imaginations. The governments and corporations, all of the rules and laws have been imagined by people. So the fact that we allow this to continue, that there's human beings like you and me breathing the same air right now, profiting, making money over the fact that people are dying in Ukraine and Palestine and Yemen.
It's true now, and that was true before, and that's been true throughout history in a way, and I don't know if we're not too far gone. Now, I mean, like, I like what you're saying, Mr. Talcott. I mean, like, I want the best for humanity, but at the same time, I want to be also realistic about what we can do. So,
Well, hey, welcome, OTW. The past only controls us. Nothing controls us unless we allow it. And so, yes, the past patterns, if those are continued, I don't know if there is hope, but this is the audience I'm speaking to is not ignorant. You're familiar with the Agenda 2020, 2021, 2030, all these agendas that have been rolled out and talked about and been publicly made available for us to understand. There are humans working together for the purposes of their own selfish power and control. So if this is real, if this is real, I don't think we should be playing these egoic games, competition for nothing.
mm-hmm.
I have hopes. See, I myself went through a powerful, fundamental transformation within me. And it was like that. It was instantaneous. And as soon as that happened, the way I consumed the world, the way I saw the world, it changed. I know if it can happen to me, it can happen to others. I don't know how to prompt it, but I know it's possible. I've witnessed others go through powerful transformations, emotional release and growth, spiritual advancement, whatever you want to call it. I know it's possible. And if anyone's interested, I know what I did. I know what I did for myself. But so far, the world has kind of rejected what I've been offering. I've been used as entertainment and excuses, and I've been blamed by many people. But the topic is we always have the option to renew. Every one of us, every single day, we can renew ourselves, reground ourselves into the present. We can refocus our time and attention onto what is around us, what is realistic for us, what is within our reach.
That's a good question.
Mic check.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I
You're
guess I
audible.
have to tip my hat off to you, Jack, for always having that positive energy when you show, even after everything you go through. Yeah, I tip my hat off to you for that.
Thank you. What it comes down to is logic. I mean, I can be upset. Certainly. I've got plenty of reasons to be upset, but I don't like feeling upset. I care about how I feel. And I encourage others, care about how you feel. And I care about how you guys feel. And I care about anyone who might listen, how you might feel. That's why I do these videos. I really don't come on here just to complain or gossip. I really don't. Today, the inspiration I had, if I can continue, renewing with truth, what I was thinking of is the power of truth. Truth, new information, allowing us ourselves to receive the evidence, the information, the reasoning that we're looking for. Truth is the answer to our confusion. Okay, so the power of truth is, there's so many ways to explain it, but there's power in truth related to how we trust. We've got to learn how to trust what is true. We've got to be able to trust ourselves in exploring unknown information, unknown places. We've got to become comfortable and trust in ourselves. The only way we can trust ourselves is when we fill ourselves with truth. We rid ourselves of false truth, of excuses and blame. We rid ourselves of that which is not pure and truthful. And then, dude, all you got to do is just do that. Just like it says, you pay attention to the thoughts that come into your head, you interrogate them a little bit, make sure that love and God is in the equation. And the thought I came with today is God offers wisdom to the humble. Now, not the timid and not the arrogant. The arrogant will overlook, they'll dismiss, they'll disagree with the truth. And the timid will be too afraid to bring themselves around it. They're afraid of the truth. Hey, welcome, you tell me.
How you doing, Jack? Yes, panel.
There's my brother from another mother. What's up, you tell me? I love you, man. I love you, man.
Hey, I don't want
You're
this.
muted.
I don't want this to be the place.
I wouldn't do that, Jack.
Arguments.
I'm very respectful. Continued. You know me. I don't go around yelling and screaming. And do I? Have you ever, like, I don't really recall me doing that here. Maybe on my channel, but I don't think I've ever disrespected you on your channel. Have I?
Not on this channel, but when we first met.
Yeah. Honestly, Jack, this is where I'm getting at. Everywhere else except in your house, I do whatever I do. But when I'm in your house, I do what you do. It's it's the way it works everywhere you go. Whoever's the master of the house is the one who's the master of the house. So I respect that, man.
I appreciate that.
What the hell's going on with you? Tell me.
That's probably what happened to his audio as well.
Yeah.
This isn't the place for the battles to continue, but we can certainly bring resolve to the disagreements and the conflicts. When You Tell Me showed up the other day, it was the same day of an interaction with you, OTW, and I didn't really understand what it was. Now I do. It's kind of a similar observation I have of you and Moose and many others, is bowing the knee to Paul.
Oh, can I interrupt you? Okay, I have another dynamic or another way of seeing that. My imagination goes off into the comic book world, you know? So I see us as a little bit different than that. You know what I mean? I see Paul as, let's say we go into the Greek gods. I see Paul, let's say, as Zeus, you know, and let's say as broadcasters, you know. I mean, I see, let's say, Zetetic warrior as Poseidon, let's say, you know, and I see myself as the Lord of the underworld, you know, Hades. You get it? So, no, this is it. This is what you people don't understand. Is you guys think it's about bowing the knee? No. It's about knowing who you are, what your place is in this YouTube realm, right? And
do I even
understanding
have to ask
and using that to its maximum of its
creature I am?
using that. I don't know what you are yet. I'll figure you out soon enough. But I was, or if you want to look at it a different
the same reason that Jack has given me the keys here today to teach flow state, and you tell me and others a lesson about power and value. Isn't that right, Jack?
Well, this is an opportunity for us to explore co-creating again. That is true. Now I understand it is an opportunity for power to be expressed. We reveal what's within ourselves, what it is we feel we need. I'm comfortable. Praise God, man. Paul, I really do love you. You are a challenge and a good man, though.
I love you, Jack, and I'm happy to have the keys and create an order here that wasn't here last night. There was a bunch of broken hoes whining and complaining and embarrassing themselves.
I didn't experience that. I really didn't.
That was my and many others' experience, and maybe it wasn't completely you. It was a lot of it was flow state. You tell me, Snafu Snaps, and others.
Well,
right? And
you don't think that OTW is clearly the most broken hoe in the room?
Why would you say that, sir? Because he respects me and defers to me and works with me and isn't belligerent like you and the other candidates? Can't get out of your own way?
What do you have against Canadians?
They're clapping heads.
Wouldn't you like to work with me and stop hating me for some reason that you haven't even established yet and actually get some views on the video you did about me?
I don't hate you, Paul, and I don't. I did 2 videos about you, and they the last 10 videos I've done, they're not.
Sorry, I can't hear you because I just turned your mic down. Just a kind of really, Jack. I was going to make up an excuse, but there really is no excuse. It's just an overt display of power.
You know what?
Right there is what I did.
You've just convinced me, Flow State, that you know what? I'm going to go and jump out the window. I'm going to go tonight after this broadcast. I'm going to go pay for the upgrade for a StreamYard. And I'm handing the keys over to Paul. So Paul and Freedom will have the keys to OTW News. And I'm going to make all you fucking broken hoes freak out even more.
Right. Because they're so desperate for power, right? And they have to understand.
It's so fun. I'm having so much fun.
No, you were freaking out at OTWs about the wrench, and you're going to freak out about this. Because now.
Freak out, Paul. I didn't freak out. I simply asked why he did that, and he told me why he did it, which was because you asked him to do it. That's a sorry excuse.
Yeah,
so
it's a sorry
You're
excuse.
insulting him again. You're insulting him again.
Yeah, but
we and him are friendly.
That's fine.
Go ahead, OTW.
I'm not a hypocrite. Being absolutely honest, you know, I'm telling you.
It's the same way you'll insult Jack Talcott. You'll insult him when he works with me and gives me the keys. You'll say, "I can't believe you did that. You're acting like a bitch, Jack. Why don't you take him back?" You'll put him in fear and self-doubt and keep us all spinning in circles. So some folks are fit to govern, others are fit to be governed. We know who's who now. So this is a positive. We're moving. We're making progress.
Jack, is this what tonight's about? Paul's narrative? Because if it is,
I'm going to go ahead and turn your mic down real quick. Go ahead, Jack. Could you answer that?
You tell me. Yes, Paul is co-hosting today. Now, this is not my intention to create battles and try and belittle people. Today,
Me,
Paul,
oh, sorry. I'm just gonna say, is it me, or you're starting to catch how, are you're like, hopefully, I think you're like me and you get it, Jack. I really hope that's how you're perceiving your stream tonight. And well, okay, I know. So that means tonight is not something that we can count on in the future again. Like we
tonight is
expect more controversy, let's say between you and Paul, and because I figured, eventually you guys would, end up working together definitely, and all of this nonsense would just cease, and you guys would just like, bam, fuse. That's it. That's my opinion.
I think you're close. There's no future guarantees. Tonight is an experience, and based on the experience tonight, I'll reevaluate my choices. I know the power I have of my life. But I do not dismiss the potential and the talent. Fuck, if Paul and I could find a way to work together, bringing that talent and energy forward, man. Well, no offense, OTW, but
it's about not breaking bad. It's about not breaking bad, man. You see, when I flipped out on Paul, I flipped out once on him, right? And then after that, the story died out, and I ended up coming over to Paul's panel and bringing up the white flag, saying, I don't want no more war. I'd rather work together. And it still took a while, but it's, after 6 months later, look, man, we're like on panels together often. He shows up to my stream. We're working more together, all because I decided to go beyond my ego and go beyond what, whatever other people think. And I wanted to see how far this could take us. And it's actually been a very fruitful and productive journey up until now. So I do believe that if you do the same, that you would also have an awesome productive journey like I've had for the past 6 months. So this is what I'm sharing with you, is my own experience in this matter.
Jack?
Yes.
Just an observation. Your video from last night had just as many likes as OT's W's did at the end of his stream.
He's already doing it. It's not happening. He's not giving the keys. He's not taking them from me. So stop trying to lobby, you snake, for having Jack not work with me. Why are you telling him how many likes it got? He just told you I'm way more talented than you and all your buddies, and he wants to work with me. Shut up and stay in your place.
You're such a sack of shit.
I'm going to have to mute you. Choose love, brother.
Yeah.
Please. Go ahead, Jack.
I want to come back to what OTW said, and I'm not sure how to say it clearly, but I don't know what value you're bringing. I know clearly the value I'm offering and what I'm trying to share. And I think Paul and I could help. I see the value he's offering, and I think I could help him share more value. I think he could help me share more value. I don't know what value you're offering. It's kind of entertaining sometimes, but.
All right.
May I ask a question?
But I can tell you, and I can give an answer to that, Jack. I offer the opportunity for people to come and speak their mind, whatever nation they come from, whatever background, religion, or whatever mindset that they're in. No,
you're cutting off OTW, so you tell me, please stop it, sir.
Some things, all right? I've learned to recognize certain things through my experience of broadcasting. So I know what's good for the viewers and not. This is what a broadcaster has to check while he's doing his broadcast. He has to learn to read the room, read the chat, read what's going on, checking how many people are watching, and going through that whole process at the same time that you're trying to entertain people and have a conversation. So you're multitasking and fucking freaking your fucking head out, because eventually it goes silent. You don't know what to say because you're still too busy reading the chat, taking care of all the rest of the fucking shit that you have to take care of. It's like, you think this is like an easy job. It's like, no, it's not easy, man. And plus you have to deal with the fucking baby-like attitudes, fucking baby people going around, grown men acting like fucking fucking babies.
Whoa,
It's
whoa. Why are these
incredible.
broken hoes at the bottom of the squares? Hold on. I got to make a new layout. They got to go down, way down at the bottom, beneath everyone. Oh, he ran. He ran because he can't handle it. See? If they can't cupcake and call out, cut people off, and be in their hater feelers, they run. Fight and run central
May I
down here. Go ahead.
may I ask a question?
I refuse
real
to run
quick.
from you, Paul. Refuse.
Oh, I'll just govern you for your own good. I'll just keep you quiet if I need to.
You'll attempt.
Sir, please. Don't make me govern you. Don't be contemptuous.
we
We're
were
here for
all-
love,
but
and this is Fearless Friday, sir. Please.
Are you being
Tell me,
genuine?
can I ask you a question, sir?
You're asking me?
Are you
No,
being genuine?
you tell me.
Paul?
Can I ask you a question?
Please shoot away, bro.
All right. So, like, before when you were mentioning that Mr. Talcott has just as many likes as OTW, like, where were you going with that? I'm just curious. Like, what was the
I
point of
was
it?
just observing the demographics of like the viewers that hop between these channels. It seems like, and I don't know, maybe not everybody hits the like button, but I try. If I support somebody, I try to hit the like button. So I looked
Yeah.
at that demographic, and I'm seeing that, Jack seems to have a firm base of people that agree with his stream, with a lesser amount of viewers. And I'm just trying to look at the demographic of what's a part-time subscriber that will only stay so long versus a subscriber that is liking the message, staying with it, and building the channel that way. I mean,
That's
I
the
don't know.
difference between my channel and Jack. Is Jack has a certain agenda, a message that he has to convey or he wants to convey. I don't. My message is, people, you guys want to have a conversation about a certain topic? This is the place. This is where you go to do that.
That's what I
because-
loved about your channel, OTW.
And it's
That's
still
what
like
I
that,
love
you tell
about
me.
your channel.
But you got your feelings involved and you just couldn't go with the show, man. Who said you wouldn't have gotten your wrench back right after? You understand? You
It
just
wasn't
don't get
about
it.
the
You
wrench.
just
It was
don't
about
get
the
it.
reason for losing
You're
the wrench.
involving your personal emotions and you think this is personal, man. That has nothing to do with you. Absolutely
I
nothing.
believe that. I believe that coming from you.
Well,
I
I'm
believe that
telling you,
coming from
that's a fact. This is okay. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to explain this to people, but eventually it's like fucking trying to, Anyway, I yield. I had enough. I can't just spend my time here explaining how things work. You get it or you don't. That's it.
We all have room for improvement and growth.
I agree.
I'm done getting in my own way. That's it. I really try not to get in my own way anymore. This is the biggest mistake a lot of people make, is they get in their own fucking way.
OTW. Yep. Nachiketa, you've been patient. Did you want to add some?
No, I thank you. It'll be just a few seconds. I really do. I'm very much excited to see both of you guys, together, Jack and Paul working together, personally speaking. And I think it's like moving in the right direction, because it means that, people can with you guys have very different personalities, your approach is very different, and you guys have had issues in the past, and I'm not saying there won't be some issues in the future, but the willingness to want to work together, at least for today, I think that says something, and it sets an example, a precedence for everybody else. That's just me.
Amen. And OTW, I respect what you're saying. You tell me. I kind of agree with OTW. Don't take it too personal, but I also did agree with you calling him out.
It's no different.
I did not
no different than when you're.
anybody out.
Hold on a second. You tell me, Jack. It's no different than when you go into a comedy show and the comedian on stage pulls somebody out of the audience and makes fun of that person to get the whole audience to laugh. All right, it's no different. So just get with the program, guys. That's all. If you want to be on a broadcast and you want to participate, you got to understand that you're part of the show. So the broadcaster is going to probably use you in any way, shape, or form to entertain the audience. All right?
All right.
And if you're acting like a fucknut, you're probably up the chances you're going to become part of the show. You get my meaning?
Well, here, to both of you, though, this is my criticism. Okay, we need to be more honest about what is value. You know, is making fun of someone just out of the blue, is that value? Is that purposeful? It's not really that entertaining, especially when you're the subject of ridicule. It can get, well, Paul knows it gets old, man. We're all on this fucking bizarre, amazing life trip. And we're all figuring ourselves out. We're figuring out each other and the experience we're sharing. I see so much potential here. I'm critical, but I also see the place. Okay, there's a place for entertainment. And actually, this is where I was thinking Paul could really help me. I care about getting out value and knowledge, but people learn best when they're having fun.
Right. And Jack, you know, that's humble of you to admit that you're not entertaining, because it's hard for me to admit that. I definitely want to be entertaining at times. And I just have one question. If there's somebody out in the crowd that's making thumbnails, can we get a broke bad mountain? Because this is seems like that's what this stream is all about. Breaking Bad, bunch of bitches like whining and crying about how Paul hurt their feelings and how we can't get over the past and get out of our imaginations and start creating some really cool shit together that I really feel that we're on the cusp of actually doing. But no, let's go back a page and let's talk about what happened yesterday and how you felt bad yesterday and how we can't feel good tomorrow. Am I getting this all correct, Jack, or am I just
Wait
being
till
an
Flow
asshole?
State texts Jack, right? Because he ran off and he's pissed now. I can't believe you went back and fucked daddy after we had girls' night out the other day, right? So he's going to text you and he's going to email you and he's going to get under your skin and try to, you know what they do. There's going to be a list of them who do it.
No.
Well,
We can call him Houdini.
I don't try any behind the back shit. I'm upfront about everything, you know, everything that happens. I'm not one of these people. I'm not trying to get somebody on somebody else's side and shit like that. I like to just observe it how I see it. You know, maybe I have been a little biased. I'm working on trying to kick that out of my observations. I'm looking at being less biased and more attentive to what the message is. So, I mean,
someone just pointed out that the message is I can fit two dongs in my mouth. My mouth is pretty large. I've never tried it. Probably won't ever try it. But yeah, I do got a large mouth. Thank you for pointing that out, folks of the crowd. We appreciate you. And whatever you were saying, brother, it really, you know, we should move on from it. Let's get out of our imaginations and let's start creating some shit that if you're not here to create some amazing stuff, then we got to move on. We got to leave all the people that aren't here to do the next level. We got to leave them behind, you know?
Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack, did you look at Flo's host state, in chat and what he's already doing? Now he's insulting you. See, the guy who was sitting like this with defensive body language, pretending to be your friend for weeks to use the platform to hate on me. Now, as soon as you give me the keys, he runs off panel. His ego and pride gets involved. And now he's down there saying we're gay together. See what they do?
I can't believe you'd invite him over on ladies' night.
So now me and Jack are gay together. Whatever. I'm getting the knee rubs. You're not. Jack has a way with his hands. I'll tell you this right now.
Jack knows how to make a man feel good.
Doesn't work that
Say
way,
what you want.
Hey, there is an unseen force. There's an attraction for certain. There's a connection. Maybe we are like fucking soulmates or twin flames.
Whoa.
Broke off. Well, there's a cosmic force, and we can come up with all the labels, all the definitions.
And it doesn't have to be sexual.
Bad mountain.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have
we're
to
getting
be
a little
sexual.
close and sexual.
2 step forward. 2 steps back.
No.
That song's not relevant right now, brother, but thank you.
Opposites attract.
Sex is
Shut up.
just the beastly way. There's more ways to connect just than the physical.
Well, honestly, Jack, I think he's mind fucked a lot of people. So
Yeah, there's the internet, you know, there's cell phones. There's all
sorry,
kinds of
this is
ways
a
to
family
connect.
broadcast. I meant made love to a lot of people's minds.
You know, for whatever reason, Moose, you were actually, I was laughing with you. That was actually pretty spot on. Especially, let's get out of the past, quit bringing the past into today, and let's create that future where we're all having fun.
Well, I'm always going to be up for that, because even like I was saying yesterday in the panel, I might have bitched a little bit, but I'm always, forgiveness is always going to be in my
Okay,
heart.
stop it. You tell me I'm going to give you your wrench back. That's enough.
I understand whether
Right.
it's for
No,
Paul.
I said,
Now,
or
come on, dude. That's
OPW.
the dumbest shit I've ever heard on a broadcast. Nobody gives a shit about these wrenches. Let me bring you guys back to reality for a moment, okay?
Right.
You getting mad
Okay,
and
do
you
that,
being
Moose.
a hoe is all you. Like when I got mad and I got triggered and I was acting like a hoe, that was all me. It may have been somebody saying something to me, but you know what you're doing when you're looking out into the world? You're looking back at yourself. And you got to be able to handle your own emotions and stand on your truth.
Yeah.
And you can't waver from that. You can't be shaky in your foundation. And that's what this is all about. This is all about getting everybody primed for when somebody who actually does want to cause loss, injury, or harm to you comes around, that you're fucking prepared. That it's true love, brother. It's true fucking love.
I
To
do
actually
You can't have true love without freedom. You can't have true freedom without love. So for all the very loving folks, great. I'm with you. What's the other side of that? You got to be free, and your mind, heart, and your ass will follow. Okay. And if you can't stand for what's true and what's right, when the time comes to sacrifice, you ain't truly free and you ain't truly loving. That's why I take on the role of administrator at times. I'm still a very loving, caring man. Jack knows that. Folks know that. I just cried at Slave Bell. I went to Slave Bell and cried in the lobby. You know why? Because there was a man there who had developmental disabilities and he had very wide eyes. And I know he was judged constantly. But guess what? He was running all over, bringing chalupas, sweeping the floor, seeing if I needed anything. And I started crying in the lobby like a bitch because I wanted to start giving this guy money out of my pocket. Just to make him feel like he's going to be successful one day and to fuck everybody else who are going to talk shit to him and try to judge on him and hate on him. Right. So I'm not interested in having to come here and fucking be liked, or if you can't see my heart and who and what I am and what my intentions are and the results, then you're probably not meant to know at that time. You'll figure it out at some point.
You saw yourself in that worker. That's what it was. It's pretty obvious. And
I see myself in everybody, Talcott.
Well, I wish I could say I've experienced that as true, but I can't. You and I, we've had disagreements in the past, but the future is yet to be written. It's yet to be explored. I'm excited for the future. Because you know what, Paul, I can absolutely understand not only what you saw, but why and how you were moved. I don't remember. I got moved myself earlier today. I don't remember why, but the state of the world, it can get to us. It can get to us all. But it's up to us how we want to be. And we can all renew ourselves, renew our focus, our purpose, our vows to ourselves, each other. Smith?
Hey, what's up?
Dude.
How you doing?
You recognize together. Sorry.
Hey, Smith, I want you to just be aware you are evidence, okay? of my experience here in Spokane.
Okay.
So when you find time, let's get together and have a conversation, maybe even a meal together. Let's see what we can figure out.
I was just going to say Paul can see himself in everybody because he's fucking them all. Not in a bad way. In a joking way.
Yeah, I think I already said that joke, though. It's
Hey,
not
Jack,
fun.
I just want to be clear. I have the moniker today of Jack's Hitman. Yeah, whatever. I have the moniker of Jack's Hitman here today. So just please, if you don't want to dirty your hands and you want someone to be thrown right the fuck out of here, just let me know. Give me the nod. Point them out, and I'll do the dirty work. Okay? Because I know you really don't like. Please,
I see that
the
smile
moose
on
person
Jack's
still
face.
yapping. Yeah, Jack. Again, just give me the fucking word if you want anybody out of here. It's done.
I so respect and appreciate that offer, but you should probably realize, maybe I should have warned you, some preparation for the, what's it called? Talcott?
Right. Oh, I just took 10
Talcott,
cookies today.
3.0.
Talcott, before I came on. I got 100 mils in me right now. I'm training. I told you.
I'm feeling very mellow and very loving, accepting, forgiving. I probably won't be asking for much.
Oh, I'm not feeling any of that. I'm like one of these fucking jihadis once I take these edibles. I'm ready to behead some infidels. Let's go. I'm hashed up. I got my mask on. I'm like, what's up, Talcott? I'm ready to see the devil. Let's go.
Oh, where's Luma Tommy when we... Never mind.
What do you mean? You were gonna say when we need him?
Yeah, you speak of the devil and you'll eventually find him.
Well, the demonic character might be perfect.
Well, I'm sitting on the throne of hell.
I do see that. I kind of dig that background, and I get more of what you were saying after your explanation, I think.
Hi, Jackie.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Hi, Jack. It's been a few.
Yep. I'm addictive. Or maybe it's Paul. You're just addicted to Paul. I don't know. It's hard to break away. Once all of you characters, never mind. I'll stop. How are you, Jackie? It's a pleasure. I'm grateful you're here.
Thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you. I had a bit of a mini breakthrough last night on Mitch's live stream at 5 a.m. in the morning. Actually, this morning before I left work. And he was playing a video of some Sov Sits type people who were having, it was like, like a setup like this, and they were all talking about it. And I said, I don't resonate with any of these people. Like what they were speaking, I felt like was truth. But I'm not like at all feeling these people at all. And then realized maybe it's because they're not a bunch of broken people. And I'm just so used to hanging out with broken people and, in our group, not saying that that's anything bad, just, everyone who needs a little bit of work, that it seemed very strange for me to even listen.
I told you, Jack, broke bad mountain.
What's that?
Yeah, this is why I talk about identification. You gotta watch when you feel like it's one thing to see self as self. We're all one self as a consciousness. When you see the being and their habits and what they're creating and what they're representing, essentially what they stand for, you have to be very careful about what it means with identifying with certain personality types, because it means a lot about who and what you are. So again, I could see myself in everybody. I could see self as self. But beyond that, then I see, like they say, the knowledge of the good and the evil. In a way, like Jack says, I have a criminal mind. I'll accept that. They put me on record as that. It's about how I direct that. All that does is give me the ability to see what criminals are going to do, because that's the difference. That's what they don't get. All the good citizens out there get sheeped on and slaved on every day because they can't imagine, why would anybody do that? I go, lady, it's because they're criminals. They don't need a reason to do fucked up evil shit. I know, because I was one of them at one point, and I don't do it no more. And I know it was never really who and what I was meant to be. right? The point is they haven't figured that out for themselves yet. So you almost need to develop a criminal mind, not to do crime, but to see people doing crime on you and everyone else and stop it.
Well,
what do they say in the Bible? Be as wise as serpents, but as innocent as doves. Right?
And a snake's got teeth and venom.
Well, but here's what I want to caution is knowledge is powerful, and we can learn things that really fire us up and fuel our anger. The key to peace is moving past that to seeing the good in all, seeing the God in the story, and recognizing the story is just temporary. So good or bad, our opinions don't matter. Matters is how we feel, what we think, say, and do. Even that doesn't matter.
We have to shoot for consistency, continuity, and competency, right? We have to shoot for that, and we have to discern that in others, whether that's there or not. And if not, then provide that, or at least acknowledge it within the group. Hey, we're not having a constant result here. Hey, there's no continuous pattern of habits for success to get those results. There's no competency, right? We're not responsible and account able. So how are we going to correct that? It starts with self. So again, this is why we have a whole class of good citizens who don't know how they're getting slaved because they're not competent, can't manage their own affairs, not even their own thoughts, emotions, and actions. So we have to be the example of that and be the change, not a sob sit. You have to be an honorable man or woman. That's why started proper instruction motivates people, because we can't do legal, lawful, and the rest of it till we're the men and women we need to be. And if we're dysfunctional, that ain't it. Go ahead, Talcott.
I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
You were going to agree with that. If I mean, that's what I was thinking. But this is some fire right here, dude. I didn't expect this to happen. This is what an organic come together, come to Jesus moment is like. Yeah, I still want somebody to make the Brokeback Mountain thumbnail because I think that would be amazing.
It would be. Well, today's a day of sevens, so they say, right? 7th of July, 7th of the 7th month, and 2023 adds up to 7. It's the 777. Today's the jackpot. We made it. We made it to today. It's fucking amazing.
Wait, Jack, how does 2023 add up
to 2023?
Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, 3. See, Jack, that's why you're here and I'm not.
You're here too, dude.
That's why you're here and I'm not. Obviously, you're not there, Goose.
I have a sign at our house that says we're all here because we're not all there.
Dude, that is
insane good slogan.
That kind of resonates with some of these platforms, man. But, wherever we are, the past perfectly brought us to here. So now what? I'm telling you guys, we worry too much. We make too many irrelevant things important to us. We're supposed to learn and share knowledge, and we're supposed to be the examples and I don't know. I think we're supposed
I thought we were supposed to be moving on, right? And then all the broken hoes actually left instead of trying to come to change and try to come to some kind of what do you call it? Some terms
reconciliation, Moose. You're a horrible spoken man. Even on 100 milligrams edibles, I'm still more well spoken than you. So yeah, they ran because they're going to work in the shadows now. They're going to work in the dark, right? They're going to text Talcott. They're going to message him. They're going to leave comments on the stream. They're going to thumbs down him, right? And make little hater comments in chat.
To be honest, I got really distracted by the show.
Moose, please, you idiot.
I got distracted by this show, right? That's that
God,
my
you're so
daughter
close to getting
decided to
thrown out of
watch.
here. Talcott hasn't even given me the word, and I'm
What
like,
are you getting
now
angry
that we've
about?
achieved peace and
I'm
love,
not
I'm
even
so
being an agent
desperate
of
for a
chaos.
sacrifice for this kingdom. Jack, we
Why
need a
do I gotta be
sacrifice.
the first
Things are
fucking
going great.
sacrifice?
It's all
I'm
love
doing
now,
good.
and we need a sacrifice.
Can you
Blood
set an
must be
example?
spilled.
I'll find you a
Prosperity.
sacrifice. It's not
Please
gonna be
bring
me
forth a
tonight.
monogamy boy who is talentless and serves no real value to the kingdom, so I may spill his blood upon the
Snapper
land to
snaps,
ensure
I know you're
prosperity
out there
during harvest
watching.
season. That's
Please come
it,
up
you
to the
filthy,
panel.
disgusting slave. You're so out of here. Let me get down here. I got to
Take
unfull
his
screen.
soul.
You piece of shit.
I've taken
Go
his
ahead,
soul
Jack.
to the underworld.
Holy cows.
Man, that was brutal. Wow.
Sorry,
Moose,
Jack. I didn't want you to have to
no,
see that, but I did that in your name and in the name of
no.
love.
Paul, respect. You found and faced and processed some energy. So Moose, thank you. Thank you for being the subject and receiving that. So let that be a lesson for others, all right?
Yeah.
Thank you for your sacrifice, Moose.
Yes.
Be cool to have some kind of sacrificial soundtrack to go along with that.
And doesn't it feel like a lot more balanced right now since that happened?
I don't know. Moose, I didn't see Moose being that out of line today, really. I was actually, maybe
was
it is
way
the
out of
edible.
line.
It's because you feel
'Cause I
all
was
lovey-dovey,
way
Jack,
out of
today.
line.
You said it before. It's like you feel all forgiving and you're in a good mood. I don't know if you smoked up before you started the live stream or something, but you seem to be, chilling. So
Nah, he's
that's
training for
maybe
our
why.
Talstock event, and there's 20 spots left, by the way. He's yammering in back there. He still can't shut up. So if you want, I'll like good cop, bad cop, I'll beat him, mount him, throw him in back, and then if you want to bring him back out for more, that's on you.
Dunk him. Dunk him.
I like when my hoes got some fight in them.
I thought he was gone.
I just want to say thank you, everybody, for letting me be the first sacrifice of this union. It was a beautiful offering to the gods, but I was rejected, like in most relationships, and so I've been sent back here to grace you with my presence.
Wow, that's big of him, though. He took it as an honor. I'm impressed.
There you go.
I love Moose.
Well,
he's gonna
Thank you,
be,
Moose.
I'll treat him just fine.
You know
here,
the next place you're getting sent, right, Moose? And there they take everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
He's laughing because he's already been there.
Including Asians. Including Asians, Moose. Wherever you're going to be going, Asians are going to be there too.
Especially Asians. They're great order followers.
Exactly.
Hey,
And those other
actually,
people too,
it's
I'll be
true.
there.
not to be the guy who throws the wrench in the fun, but maybe that is my role.
You're fucking really good at it, I gotta say. So hey, you know what they say: if you're good at something, never do it for free either. So pay up, people.
Well, you pointed out the fact of, to some aspect, the Asians are good order followers. You know, while there's propaganda and mind control being, spread out profitably in America and the Western world, we've got brothers and sisters in other nations. As I understand it, they're under worse tyranny and control than we are. I think we got to start looking out for everybody.
No, this is
Done,
like Plato's
sir.
cave.
I mean, I'm sorry to say,
no, they don't
I've
know
lived
that.
in South Korea.
Pardon?
You disagree,
I
huh,
know
Notch?
what East Asia. What's that?
You disagree, huh?
I mean, I'm just saying, from my humble opinion, like China is pretty much locked down, and like Korea, like I mean, it's true. Like when I look at the East Asians, I spent 20 years. I was born there. At 10, I was adopted to America. I went back there to South Korea from 25 to 35. And what I have observed is that, people follow orders. They're very collective minded. And in my humble opinion, I think we have to focus on where we are. Like America and some of the Western countries, they're the last places of freedom in this world. And, they want to, I say the people who are, doing all
Sitting
the
at the
manipulation
table.
and stuff. Yeah, the table, whatever. Yeah, like, so what they want is they like the Chinese system of, like, social credit system. They like that. They want to, that's why they want to introduce that to everybody else in the world. So we don't want to follow them. And they're gonna, whatever that's gonna happen over there is gonna happen over there. I'm not sure how much influence we will have. That's just my opinion. I'll yield.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how much is true and how much is not true, but the land of China with the concentration camps, the Uyghurs, the persecution is just, I really think it's incumbent upon those of us in the quote unquote free world. We've got to use our freedom and our equality to get our damn government under control, and then use those positions of influence to stand up for others.
I
think we can.
I don't think
Jack,
we're in
I
a free society. I don't think we're free at all. And I think that people have stood up, for years and years, and they've done riots and social, disorder and stuff. And it's never gotten anywhere. The slide is progressively going down the shitter.
You're not getting it still. You've not listened for a year. For a year, you've not listened, you filthy infidel like slave. How dare you disrespect me?
Jack, for just one moment. Can I finish what I'm saying?
You've had way too much time.
Right,
Waste
Paul?
our fucking time, energy, and
It's
attention.
almost done. The whole point is right at the end.
You want to talk about rioting to have God-given rights? What the fuck are you on about?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it all starts with yourself. It all starts with
that's
us.
what you're
and
saying.
There's certain...
So what the fuck are you doing exactly for rights and freedoms, you punk pussy, except folding towels for rights and freedoms? I never seen anybody at a protest saying, I fold towels for rights and freedoms.
We all play our parts.
God damn you.
Different times.
Even that, somebody has to fold the towels, Paul.
Look, I fold the mean
American
towel.
flags.
I'll show you how to fold it without any wrinkles in it. Jackie, if you want some tips on it, I probably fold a better towel than you.
He probably makes beds and does
sounds like
more than just fold towels,
He's got a press.
But basically, no one gives you freedom, so it's a mindset that leads to action, right, Moose?
That's where I was going to get to, but I got steamrolled because most people think I'm an idiot. And for the most part, I was being an idiot. But now I'm here. Now I'm showing. I'm shining.
Stop fucking talking about shit that you don't do and don't know about. Tired of it. Tired of coming online and hearing people talk about shit they don't know about and or don't do. Anybody can come online and talk about rights and freedoms. Now what? You're going to go back to folding towels and being a slave.
Yeah, but I do a great job at it. So, and then I leave it up to God.
Uyghur Moose time.
I say, you know what? I said, thank you.
What's with all the feedback?
That's not me. That's somebody outside.
Slaves coughing, feeding back. Let's get it together, folks. You're on the fucking Talcott broadcast here.
Please and thank you. Hey, actually, that's kind of an interesting question, though, Paul. What could we offer, to better exercise your rights and freedom? What are the best ways that people can do? Everyone can find their own ways, and we can all do more. We can all do more to help educate our neighbors and help support each other through whatever fucking chaos is going on.
Mr. Talcott, we had a great opportunity at last 2-3 years to stand for a right to breathe. Folks didn't do that. So you'll get another opportunity at some point if the freedom to move and travel isn't enough for you to stand on. Because I would think, first is freedom of speaking and putting signage up and posting, freedom of the press, and then would be freedom of movement. So if you can't move freely in your own motherfucking property, you're probably a slave or a child, maybe.
Well,
Child of the state.
Paul, here's an interesting question, and this might be where we've kind of separated. In which battles do you fight? Because what you just said, you're absolutely right. The first freedom is freedom of speech. I'm a slave in the covenants of an HOA that I agreed to when I bought this house 2 decades ago. And they didn't approve of my signage that said, I don't remember what it says, all lives matter, whatever, something about love. They kept coming back on my signs. So I succumbed. I allowed myself to be defeated, and I chose to limit my own expression in that way. But the reason I did is because where's my energy better spent?
It's not about that. I'm telling you, I perceive it. I can't tell you anything else. I'm not telling you what to believe, but the universe is bringing forth opportunities for us all constantly in our life, with Jennifer as well. Bullshit little things. They come over here, take pictures of weeds. I showed the property. There's nothing out there. There's 3 little things, and it says over 12 inches, and they're not even over 12 inches. 3 things out of the whole property, and they're out there taking pictures, threatening her with court. Right? Same thing with Airbnb, trying to charge her for shit she didn't do. So Surety got that beat after them telling you, we're going to take money from you, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Then by the end, it's we can't take nothing, and it's just allegations. Right, like I said from the beginning. So that's the point. Everybody, whether they know it or not, is being given exactly what they need, and they're failing the test. So when the HOA comes to you, you got 2 options. Give it back over to Shaitan and go somewhere else, and don't contract like that this time, or renegotiate the contract and say, I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but I'm goddamn Jack Talcott, and I'm living without fear in this motherfucker. So you're going to have a problem, I suspect, because I'm putting 2 fucking signs outside now because I got freedom of speech because we're still on America. And if you got a problem with that, I'm going to sue your bitch ass. Okay, thanks. Bye.
There will come a time where I'm going to go back to posting everything that I want, and I'm not going to worry about it. But in the meantime,
they told you you don't have a right to your self-expression. They took Jack Talcott's self-expression, and he allowed that. That's not acceptable for God's people.
Well, I found my own way. I find after about 3 different signs and moving it in different places from the yard, I now have just a little simple sign, red sign that says love in my window. So I still have a sign, but it's pushing their rules. But they finally stopped fighting, and I still have my self-expression.
Yeah, it's not the right color, though. You're going to have to take that down, Jack. We send you a violation in the mail.
I know.
Yeah, those HOAs are ruthless, man. I agree with what you're saying, though, Paul. Life will deliver you plenty of opportunities to. What's up with the feedback? Is that me?
That's me. I apologize. That's me because I'm outside. I have to leave, so I just wanted to tell everyone good night. And y'all are a beautiful panel, and I think wonderful, beautiful things are happening.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you, Sophia.
All of you. And the one thing, just one more thing real fast.
You want me to throw her out, Jack?
Not
Please,
yet.
I just want to say real quick.
I got to that echo effect, though. When I want to interrupt someone, I can just make it echo, and then I'll get the floor. I'm going to use that.
When I first came on, I mentioned a Bible verse that I'd like to share again. There's a Bible verse that says that God's strength shows up in our weakness. And that's something I'm having to remember. Good night. Love you guys. Thank you.
God, everyone's yelling over Sophia. They're not even letting her talk.
God bless.
Disgusting.
Thank you, sister. God's strength shows through our weakness. I think that's true. Honestly, it makes sense. Sorry, Dick, you were starting to say something, and you were interrupted.
I was just agreeing with
He's trying to get in there.
The thing with the HOA, though, that one's a little bit interesting to me because, of course, we do consent contractually. I'm not in an HOA, and I couldn't stand. I thought it was unconscionable what those people did. They literally would come by with I lived next to the person who was the moderator of it. So they would come by and check the shade of my trim paint and send me violations. But yeah, you actually agree when you buy that property that you're going to be under these terms and conditions that are subject to change at any whim. And I can only think the best thing is to just get out of that situation as quickly as possible.
Right. So we're back to the same conditions. It's not conditions I necessarily like or want it to be, but I've observed them and I understand it. Right. I'm not even saying like when I come on here, I go, I have an option to push the line and talk about shit they tell me they don't want me talking about. And then I go, I don't even see the point. Why would I get on here and destroy what the fuck I'm building and creating to talk to slaves who don't do shit in the world? It's foolish, by and large. That's who I'm like, you just take it how you want it, right? You know, I'll insult people who like contribute and support. If that's you and you know it, well, fix it. But it's like when I come on here, they're like, Paulie boy, why won't you do on here what we won't do on here and in the world? I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I've already, in a sense, self-sabotaged my body, and I'm open to that, some would say, to having to go to a box over and over again or have something happen. And I do that for what's true and what's right. When I come on here, there's like two things that they don't want you talking about, and I don't even see the point because you either know by now or you don't. And they're going to give you another go around at some point, and you're going to probably do the same shit again. And, you know, that's the difference. So, and then you'll have another opportunity if not. Oh, I know what happened. I know who and what I am now, what I need to do for myself, and I'm not going to accept less. Right. And then there's a whole bunch of opportunities in your life in between with women and children, with financial affairs, all of it. Right. Applying this time, energy, attention, and perspective. Go ahead, Jack.
I'm not sure if I'm following your train of thought, but all of those things exist only if we're aware, if we pay attention to them, if we notice those things. It's real easy to get caught up in our heads about distant news or last thing we watched, last arguments we had. It's really easy to get caught up in these patterns of thought, and then we miss out. We miss out on the opportunities to change, to stand for our rights, to do more.
And that's legal secrets, bro. Amen. I'm not like trying to, like, you're telling me end legal secrets. I go, okay, charity starts in the home. HOA's got to go because it's a bunch of legal scum trying to steal the truth out of a situation, which is a form of lying and secrecy. They're acting like we don't know that we have a right to say what the fuck we want with the property that we contribute toward. If we don't have that right, why are we accepting that condition? That's demonic for us. Spiritually, we're on record for that, right? Man's law now.
That is it, though. It's demonic from the outset because that's legitimately what the people are doing. They're giving up their right. They're saying, I'm going to obfuscate my responsibility and give it to a third party outside of myself, just like with government, just like with all these other circumstances where this arises. And they say, I don't trust myself to manage my own affairs or my neighbor. So therefore, I'm going to have some authority above me create and moderate the peace and the
an umbrella
basic presentation of how we conduct ourselves.
And it's not godly. And that's the point is if Aaron could say he talks to the Rothschilds and Rockefellers, I could say I became aware at some point through like almost a revelation that all of these folks who occupy these positions, whether they know it or not, are basically pawns in a game, spiritual game. And they're here to test us and our word and to bear witness and testimony. And every time I don't know how it works, every time in our life that we don't do what we know is true and what's right, and we accept man's law, it does something to our internal space to the point where we just lose all our power in connection to that thing, right? So we have to undo it. We have to unbind, right? It's bondage. We have to unbind ourselves to all of these people, places, and things and practice detachment and rewrite ourselves and our ship, right? It's a citizenship, a relationship. Who's captaining? If it's not God and God's law and pure self, true self, then it's something ungodly, right? We're putting our faith in earthly men and women for whom there is no salvation.
Well, those determinations can only be made in the moment of now. And you're right. Damn it, I forgot what you said there at the end. I was paying attention, but
that doobie, Jack, before the broadcast, it's just killing you, bro.
Nah, he ate them edibles. I did too.
Oh,
we must have been mind melded, bro, because he said he ate them and I ate them right before I came on. How much did you take, Talcott? I took 100 mils.
Yeah.
You took that. He's training hard too. Look, he's training heavy.
Well,
now he's so. Now I get it. Now I know why you're.
Y'all
so
better do
peaceful and
this again.
loving. Yeah, you
we're
gotta
giving
do
him a
that every
pre-Tal
podcast.
stock. They didn't even. This is like Tal stock before Tal stock, and this is just a warm up.
We gotta send him some
Daytona
more.
500.
Praise God. I mean, that's
We're in a
really,
matrix, Talcott. We're in a matrix,
Right.
like Neo. We're all trying to figure out we're the one in our story, and we don't know it yet. And everywhere's Mr. Smith. The woman in the red dress? No, we look again, Talcott. It's Mr. Smith, part of the program, part of the system, the same personality disorders, the same disconnection from life and rights on life and rights terms.
It's all one. It is a matrix, and it's all revealed to us moment by moment. And dude, yeah, there's a lot of Agent Smiths that are the temptation. Use the mythology. Use the myth characters. It's the devil, man. The devil plays all these roles. It gets into the heads and energies of these people, and next thing you know, it's like, dude, this world is crazy, man. Did you know that people voluntarily they pay money so that rules can be enforced on them, and so that other people can die in wars?
It's an HOA. It's the same thing.
It's an HOA.
It's all that's the thing. It's one of those Russian dolls where there's one inside of one inside of one inside of one all the way up the chain.
Yes.
Right.
It
So
is.
it's like, go ahead.
It's ready for us to climb that fucking chain and tear it down. So the HOA, I didn't really consider it. The way I saw it, the way I reasoned the HOA is it is a way of order. That way, if your neighbor is a problem, you don't have to deal with it directly. You've got an authority and a rule to point to say, hey, you can't do that.
You said before, you say I'm the accuser and opposer. If anything, I'm the revealer of truth.
Wow.
It's revelation with me. These folks are the accuser and opposer. Oh, Talcott, you're doing this, this, and this wrong. Oh, what did I do wrong? Well, we're opposing your God-given right to free speech and self-expression. That's Shaitan, the accuser and opposer, right?
I know. I still haven't been to the meeting yet. I intend to. When I'm ready to, when I feel more grounded and, maybe that's my purpose, I'll go speak at the meeting and address this ridiculousness. But for right now, I don't care. Fucking let them feel important. Let them play their games. I think there's bigger clowns to address.
Like Ronald McDonald, man. That motherfucker. Got to take him down.
You realize he served over $1 billion?
People, I used to eat that stuff regularly. Holy cows, man. I remember a life where I'd eat fast food 3 times a day. It was fucking insane.
They found like human DNA in the McDonald's burgers and stuff. Sorry to say.
Well, that's why Paul was saying
Which indirectly means there's human DNA in Talcott.
They served over 2
Hey, actually, no joke, but I've been looking into chasing a lot of rabbit holes and looking into a lot of things. This child trafficking, this, dark occult stuff, this real evil.
You better stay the fuck out of that shit, Talcott.
Yeah, it's fucking
You're getting
dark and
yourself
depressing,
caught up with
dude.
the people.
No shit.
Hey,
Guys, black hole.
Yeah, you're better off in your happy,
Dark.
hippie mode there.
well,
Don't come to the dark side.
the other thing is I've been listening. There's like a lot of channels that do different stories of people. Dude, there is some crazy, bizarre experiences that people are having, with supernatural, with, maybe extraterrestrial, UFOs, with just unexplainable phenomena actually exists.
It's funny you mentioned
So-
that. I was abducted just yesterday.
Liar.
Talcott too.
Wow.
Liar.
Sounds exciting.
How
It
many
was
times
great.
did they probe you?
They were probing and picking and screwing and drilling, and it was a great time.
Are you sure that wasn't just the policy enforcers picking you up for being a vagrant?
Come to think of it, nah, it was the aliens.
They used the nightstick. Hey, dumbass.
There we go.
I'm gonna go eat dinner, guys. You guys have a good night, man.
All right, man.
Liquid dinner.
No, stick around. You tell me. Don't leave us. We need you.
No.
You gonna give him his wrench back or
Well,
not? OTW.
Your goal's always been to talk to the politicians and the guys at the top of the pyramid, Jack. And I think there is a noble purpose there, especially if not just to articulate the private status that everyone doesn't have to always be operating in this corporate type of structure they've created for entities, and to educate them that there is more to what maybe they are thinking this system encompasses. But then also what you find is like, yo, let me just finish my one little point here.
You're fucking so off.
Allow Dick.
Oh, well, you're the expert then. Go ahead. Tell me where I'm off and correct me on all, even though you didn't hear my
Petitions
point.
and appeals. Petitions and appeals will never work. You don't fucking go up and kneel to your fucking daddy and ask to be daddy. It doesn't make any sense.
No one said
what I was
that.
proposing, dumbass.
Right.
Yeah, when you fucking go, when you show up to the fucking party, the city council party, they're throwing a fucking event, they're throwing a court out, and you show up in your motherfucking tutu, and you're like, hey, guess what? Sometimes I like to be a man. No, it doesn't work.
Hey, Thomas, your imagination, while interesting, it's
bullshit. The fucking
bizarre. His imagination is bizarre and twisted.
So we shouldn't
Get out of
communicate
your
with people. We
imagination.
shouldn't articulate our points. We shouldn't engage in any way. You're
a twisted motherfucker.
Cover our head, wait for impact.
You literally just fucking spoke on retardation, and then when I didn't give an alternative, you're like,
What's
here's
your
another
solution?
retard
What's your
option.
solution, genius? What's
What
your
is it?
solution? Be
Fucking
problem in a
stand as a
solution
man,
oriented.
and anybody else that gets in your way, hold them accountable.
Exactly
bitch.
my point. Exactly. So if you were to go communicate proactively to, say you wanted to have a meeting with your sheriff, what they're
I
going to do
don't
is
need to go to my neighbor to tell them how to be a man. When they fucking
Like you?
sit in
my
your
life
fucking
and
hole,
try to
cover your head, and
man
brace
like
for
you,
impact.
Thomas?
Have fun with that. You
Thomas.
probably couldn't communicate effectively anyway because of exactly what you present here. People wouldn't be able to understand what you're saying because they can't get a word in edgewise when you're constantly interrupting.
I didn't interrupt that bad. I just interrupted shitty content.
Well, you jumped to the conclusion of shitty.
I'll give you that. You're right. I'll give you that. But, you know, it's dick talking, so it can only
So
go
all
shit.
eye of the beholder. But even if it's an unsolicited interaction, you get pulled over, you're on a job, the alarm gets triggered, people
No.
show up.
All right. Now
a
you're
multitude
talking.
of circumstances. You're just down doing laundry at the laundromat, and they think you're suspicious for whatever multitude of reasons. Before you know it, you're being ID'd. So you have to be able to have that communication, whether it's proactively.
Nah,
or
bitch, you can't ID me. I don't even keep that shit in my pocket anymore.
All
can't
right,
ID
you're already
me.
getting
Oh,
your
you
head
want to ID
cracked
me?
on the
Lock
curb with
my
the
ass
fucking
up.
billy club stuck up your ass.
Yeah,
You're fucking
sure.
foolish,
You
dude.
know
If you
what?
talk that way
You
to
know what?
people, I'm
And you know
sure
what
you
I'll
get the
do
result
is I'll
you
catch a
deserve.
gun charge
And
too,
that's
'cause they're
probably
gonna
why
find
you
that
act
shit
that
in my
way
fucking
here.
pocket.
You're a fucking clown.
And you're a fucking
Fascinating.
retard, and you don't stand for shit, you
scrubbing that
fat
feet.
fuck.
I don't understand the attack at Dick and the disagreement. I really don't. I mean, it sounds
He's a
like you
fake
got triggered.
motherfucker, that's why.
It sounds like you got triggered by the suggestion of, hey, let's go talk to the
Yeah,
people.
the
who are
suggestion that we
causing
petition our fucking servants, the suggestion that we kneel before our servants, yeah.
No one said
Sorry, I
that.
got triggered by that.
your false narrative is what got your emotions going. Dick didn't say anything
You're
like
another
that.
bipolar retard. Sorry, Talcott.
Oh no. Oh no, this was going so well. Talcott, I could tell even with the edibles in you didn't appreciate that. Now, Thomas, take that back. A bipolar retard? Like, where are we at tonight?
Talcott,
I knew
Talcott,
there was
you
something
bring more
in
smiles
Thomas.
to my face than many other souls, so I'll give you that.
Yeah, you're Talcott's feet scrubber. So I don't know why you're insulting him.
Dude, my feet could use a scrub.
You heard the man. Get down there, slave.
They're all scaly. Well, no, yeah, Thomas,
You have scaly reptilian feet. Talcott.
I don't understand why Thomas would complain.
Moose,
He hasn't touched feet in years.
please
and now
die
he
and
gets to
stop
touch Jack's
existing.
feet. He should be appreciated.
Please die and stop existing altogether. If you
I've
would,
tried.
please.
They wouldn't.
You're not trying hard
I've
enough.
actually tried.
The guy's failing at even dying and stopping existing. He's failed at everything, including suicide. So at least he's consistent. Talcott, go ahead, Dick, please.
I was just going to say, I would suggest that if you actually present that way when you're approached by an officer asking to ID, you're doing more harm than you are good. I mean, you just showed how
you're
foolish.
such a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. So when I call you on your bullshit, you're going to call me a bitch. That's great. So, you know.
No. You're just a bitch. It has nothing to do with
right
anything other than
I
you.
do. Let's hear your examples of where you stand for rights and freedoms and how you articulate it, and you got a good result.
I've already
You actually got
presented
someone.
them. I need not present them again.
What if you were asked?
If I was asked, I guess you could fucking reference the things I have on record.
So you can't communicate here and say how you would actually handle that. It's what you just said, right? Is you would say, "Fuck you! I don't have to do shit. I'm a big
Dick.
tough guy.
No, it's
I don't
not
answer to
that.
nobody. You can go fuck yourself."
It's not that.
You still never produced the results of the AIDS test.
It is true.
I suspect that it's Moose's.
Dick was literally
Can you produce
a
a negative
moderator.
AIDS test? That's what I'm asking you.
No, I'm HIV positive.
All right. Oh, well, sorry for that. We don't.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, we wish you a speedy recovery. Sorry, go ahead.
Or death.
No, Dick, I do love you, but it's real easy and it gets down to fundamentals. And I had a whole conversation while you were moderating OTW. I guess you have the keys. I don't know if you're the moderator. Don't know how StreamYards works. But anyway, we had this whole discussion about how ever since Paul's lovely ass decided to give his information, I've found the fucking light in the life, and I realize how shit works a little bit better than I did before. And it really works well. The second, for example, you get pulled over for a speeding ticket, you call and write the prosecutor. In my situation, it was the trooper, which in and of itself is a violation of fucking law. But you start communicating as a man, and you tend to not ever need to go to court if you actually stand on what the fuck you should and just fucking communicate, I guess. But
Oh, exactly what I was proposing before you interrupted me. So you call and write.
No, you propose
the policy
to go
enforcer.
kneel
So you
in front of
petition
your
them
slave.
exactly. What
you
a fucking
propose
clown,
to
dude.
go ask
So you do exactly what we were
servants
talking about.
that you
Look,
paid
I'm
to
all for
clean
not
your house. You
antagonizing
propose to
bad
ask
situations
them
and bad
if you
outcomes.
That's
for
not
yourself.
petitioning, Dick. That's not petitioning. That's a private. That's a private process of reconciliation. You're showing good faith and honorability with the individual because they're making a claim, right? So you're offering to settle in the private before they bring the affair to the public, right? So you're not essentially petitioning them. You're just telling them who and what you are. You'd like to settle with them. Where's the loss, injury, and harm? And how do we settle this? And if they don't give you the opportunity to settle, they're in dishonor and bad faith, right? We forgive our trespassers as we've wish to be forgiven, right? I'm doing a whole George Bush, fool me once, shame on you deal.
Man. All due respect, though, Paul, it is a straw man because we were talking about being ID'd in a situation where you haven't committed a crime and you're not being suspicious, that's not suspicious of you committing a crime. So you're not going to call or write the officer in that situation.
Right. I mean, again, all you really have to do is fill out the paperwork properly and create a distinction between the person and you as a being. Right. So if you put the all caps first and last name on the first and last name line instead of your given name, like everyone does, upper and lowercase, and you sign it properly, and everything else in the middle is what they're asking for rather than what you thought they're asking for, then you can just give them that fucking person all day long and not really care what they do with it. I mean, the other side of that is they say there's a trust account attached to it, and they're basically taking credits out of there and using it to get paid 2 and 3 times. Right.
And I didn't even do all
the only
that.
difference, though, right, is a petition is actually a formal written request. So you're not doing
petition is a beg.
Yeah. That's the thing. You're asking for permission to do. But petition is asking for permission to do something. You're not asking for permission to do anything with a private communication with a man or woman acting as a state agent. You're basically giving a notice of a statement of intent. You're offering to resolve the matter and not use up funds and push out a process for something where there is no loss, injury, and harm. So you're offering to reconcile with your fellow man, which is godly. You're not petitioning them for anything.
You're doing exactly what he said initially, which I don't see anything wrong with, but it seemed like he took issue, which is you're appealing to authority.
No, that's my issue is appealing.
The same way I'm treating
over me.
I'm treating it the same way that I would treat it if you had a dispute with me. You said that I caused loss, injury, or harm, or I owed money and I had to come to court. I'd say, hey, bro, can we settle this? What is it you're claiming? What is it you want? Can we just get this done and over with? If you don't respond to that and you want to be contemptuous and continue a battle out in the public, you're dishonorable in bad faith. It's not about an appeal to authority. It's appeal to good sense and good nature and reasonability, right? And honorability and reconciliation.
I think we need to bring those reasoning and good faith into the places where people are being treated or pretending to be authority. We should be initiating these conversations with them.
People do left and right, Jack.
I totally disagree.
I just want to let you
formal
know
written request
that
is a petition. If you're doing a private written request, you're still appealing to an authority. Otherwise, if that wasn't a perceived authority or they couldn't create loss, harm, or injury to you, you would have no reason to write them or deal with them on any
That's not true. This is the thing. You don't understand good faith and honorability. If your name is on a record somewhere as having done wrong, you would want to make every effort to correct that. You also didn't listen to Wes Watson today because me and him must have mind melded because the last 5 fucking broadcasts have been about everything we've been talking about on here down to the letter. It's about competency and honorability. Why would you want your name on something somewhere saying you're doing wrong when you could correct that record and offer reconciliation and also create an insulation from perceived liability? If you don't answer to it, it's perceived you did wrong. If you corrected the record and offered reconciliation, they're in dishonor and bad faith. It's simple common sense.
So what? It doesn't change.
I wouldn't want that. I would communicate with them. That was the whole point from the beginning. And I would communicate proactively as I have done. And I think that's a valuable process. So whether you're doing it because they're claiming you've done wrong and you're clearing your name or you're educating people on the actual reality that we're living in, I think it's all valuable. Thomas wanted to take issue with me and like try to
too much and you're going to get yourself
and make me out to be a bad guy because
dumbass.
I'm presenting that if you go speak to these people, how that process might look and you know what I've encountered, it's just laughable to me. So you got some people out here who
you're like a fucking wet rag.
These
you are nothing, bro.
A bad name. You got people like Thomas who, when they get ID'd, say, "Fuck you, man! I'm too good for that. I don't have to deal with your shit. I'm a big tough guy."
No,
yeah, I don't
that shit man to man.
Dick, you know that I don't. Again, I'm trying to find a middle ground between both of you, where I understand what he's saying, but his presentment lends me to believe that when his ass is on the line, he acts like the gimp creature, wanting to be belligerent, combative, acting out, challenging them in their masculinity and position. They'll just beat shit out of you and put you in a cell. They don't give a fuck. You know, like, so you have to really, if you're really going to die or go to a box, you have to be humble before the creation and the creational force. and kind of in a way before your captors. You kind of got to say, well, I'm doing this because it's true and it's right. I'm not challenging your job and your position. You do whatever you think is true and what's right, and however it fleshes out, I'm cool with that. Bye. There's not a man or woman out there that can't fucking respect that.
You got to understand you're dealing with a gang. They're like the Bloods or the Crips.
I'm not interested in all that.
Whatever.
You're fear porning. I'm
No,
telling
not.
you, a
How
man
you
to
gotta
man,
deal
woman
with
to man, man to woman interaction.
Man. They're gonna fuck you up. They want
I'm not interested in any of that. You're talking about what they're going to do. I'm talking about what I'm going to do. That's the difference. I do what I need to do. You do what you can do.
Right.
Hey, Thomas, that was the key.
You act like I haven't been surrounded by gang members and applied the same understanding. I have, and it works.
No, I didn't think that it's different. I'm saying it's the same.
Oh.
Hey, let's come back to the power of truth, how to renew ourselves. One of my longtime haters, Margot Davey, has chosen to return. So what a blessing.
Your nemesis.
You know, I've had many. It's fucking fascinating.
Jack, I told you, man. You love her. She loves you on some level. He goes, no.
I got
Listen, I'm going to bang Margot Davey, I think, just to fucking settle her down a little bit, right? But either way, I think that you two got to like find some space of gap between your communication. You know, there has to be a shoring of the gap of the communication between you and probably many folks, because this has been a common experience with you. So maybe we should work on that. Bring her up here and see if we can find common ground. What was that noise for? You're not hopeful for that event? You're not.
Dude, I've been trying to reason with that lady for fucking 5 years. I've offered to pay her money to have conversation with me. Meet me at a coffee. Fucking.
She probably thinks you're trying to fuck her, Talcott.
No,
she's like, this
I
fucking
told her,
swine offered me $100 for the night.
No, I told her she needed to find a witness. I didn't care if she wanted to bring a fucking cop with her. I didn't care.
Talcott's like learned so much now that when you meet him, he's like one of these high-ranking celebrities. He brings someone with like a tape with him everywhere he goes, a camcorder. So if he's fucking you, he's gonna record it so he can't get set up later. Don't mind that guy in the corner. It's for liability reasons.
No.
Talcott's like a gangster rapper.
Dude,
get up here, Margot Davey. It's a new day, okay? We're finding resolutions. It's Fearless Friday.
It is. And renewed with faith, renewed with truth, renewed faith in truth.
Paul almost took it to Freaky Friday, though, with that Margot Davey thing. But I was thinking about that. I was thinking maybe all the people you deal with are frustrated, and maybe that's what he's got to do. He's got to go on a crusade.
Oh, it's like NAAA. After you, and again, I don't know where Talcott's at because we've had some issues in the past, but once there's a reformation period, right, a reconciliation period, a resolution period, then you have to go back and make amends and say, here's where I fell short of responsibility and accountability. Here's where I could have made better choices. And, you know, don't even worry about where they could have made better choices because you're not there for them. You're there to take your accountability, your responsibility, take ownership of whatever you got, if anything, and then offer reconciliation and then move on. Right. And we get caught up in, well, they did this and they did that. You're not there for that. That's their walk. That's their journey. They're going to deal with that. You're there for your shit, to tie up your loose ends. Right. And then offer a reconciliation. And then if we can't achieve one, we just move forward. You know, and if they want to keep hating or doing whatever, well, then it is what it is. You can't stop that.
That's what I've realized.
Did you throw the link, Talcott?
Yeah.
All right. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I've given up on people. I just have faith in God and faith in truth. And I know the truth that I've experienced. I know these fuckers have been crazy. And I know their behavior has been illogical and illogical, unhealthy, and unhelpful. And I look forward to when the truth is finally seen. I told Margot several years ago, her and many of the others who were involved with my termination.
Wait a second. She wanted to have you killed?
Like an abortion.
She wasn't involved with the employment dispute, but she found people who, it's been a bizarre, I don't know, lots of details and lots of fucking parts, but she found joy in what she heard of the suffering that I was dealing with. And it's fucking evil. There's a lot of evil people out there, and the people I've been dealing with, they've been evil towards me, but they're good people. It's just we live in a realm of confusion. This is God's game, man. That's the only thing I know.
You sound like Peniel.
No, Margot had no affiliation with my employment. There was a group on Messenger, a bunch of my old union brothers and sisters who I thought might be able to help me communicate with the boss. Margot found her way into a group of people that wanted to mock me instead of help me. She found quite a bit of joy leading that group for a long time against me. So Margot, please, if you're there, please join. I look forward to resolve because I'm confident in the truth. I'm renewed each day, you know? I'm not in denial about anything in my life. Not that I'm aware of, but brothers and sisters, we're part of something big. It's called human history.
I think that, as I said before, and I say it because I believe that it needs to be said. If I didn't say it, I would be missing an opportunity for you and myself. I think there's a lack of recognition of the part that you've played in the outcome that you experience.
What would convince
it may not even be purposeful. I'm not saying at all really that you're purposely saying, I'm going to lie to everyone. I'm going to I don't want to believe that. I just think that there's something there that you're missing, failing to recognize as a source of experience generation, if that makes sense.
Paul, absolutely. But what if I'm not? What if I have actually accepted accountability and responsibility? I'm happy to discuss and disclose all.
What you say, what if you're not? If you're not, then it shouldn't matter because through faith, everything is going to be shown. The truth will be shown.
Only when people choose to see it. The truth is eternal. It's always there. You know, the truth is waiting for people to seek. People have not wanted to know in my life. This is the story that in my life, people have, for whatever reasons, not wanted to know the truth of me. They wanted to trust in what they heard or what they believed. You know, I told you, people imagined shit, then they talked about me, and then they stopped speaking with me. And I can't control what people think.
Yeah, but I have my own experience. The only difference between me and them is we have the same experience. I just try to respond and renew daily. Most people are reactive. So they're going to try to fight you and run, right? It doesn't matter what we say to each other, agree or disagree. I show up every day with care for you and the truth and to do more or something different, right? Most people don't live like that. And if they do, they're only going to do it for so long before they say, you know what, I'm cutting my losses. I don't want to invest in this person anymore. And that's the experience you have generated with me in the past. I know that's what others experience. I just don't respond the same way because I don't look at anyone as irredeemable, right? Like anyone could see finally something, like I've said before, off by an inch, off by a mile. You know, you could be one click off in that scope. And then by the time the shot gets there, you're off by a mile. So one click one day can have it all click in, as they say, and get it into perspective. And now you're on target. Now the discernment is complete. Now the whole being is there. So I'm working from what I see. It doesn't mean we can't spend time together, enjoy each other. I'm not like having to all the time see you as like my project, right? I'm like, you're your own person. You have your own journey. You have your perspective. I see where it could maybe be shifted a little bit and have a better result for you and everyone in your life. And that's what I work to try to influence if possible. But I don't force and I can't control, right?
I understand. But what I've been saying for quite a while is, well, don't assume, don't jump to conclusions with me. Please don't underestimate me or jump to the conclusion that I'm wrong or don't know what I've experienced.
Jack, that's not what people are doing. We have our own experience and we can't give up ours and what it reports to us for what you tell us yours is. Right? Remember, like I said before, you can't expect someone else to dishonor their firsthand experience, right? And accept yours over theirs. So what we have is a conflict of the report of each other's firsthand experience.
My firsthand experience is some asshat thinks it's funny. So, what do you think?
Jack, I mean, Jack.
That's gotta be Margo, dude.
Should I consider allowing that?
Isn't that Nemesis guy? Isn't that who that is?
El Perro already showed up carrying Dominic Talcott as his identifier.
Oh my God, Wizard! Wizard, what the fuck are you up to, man?
And now I'm dealing with this, Paul. This is my experience. Margot Davey, welcome to Jack's Experience.
Bunch of shenanigans, Jack.
Well, I just want to know what you did to piss him off.
Wizard's like 80 years old and he's running around with Jack's son's name to try to fuck with Jack. Like, you know, I mean, you got to draw a line too, Wizard. Like they say that I'm, you know, relentless and unrepentant. I don't do any of that. Right. If anything, I bring up the child because I know there's something there to be learned for everybody. Right. But I don't try to get at Jack's fucking, you know, pain by putting that necessarily in his face. So
well, and Dominic isn't afraid of Jack Talcott. He just sees him as a deadbeat dad and a liar.
How do you know that? Who told you that?
I don't have to reveal my sources.
So
you know the
so
truth,
then you're gonna claim that as a fact. You're staking your reputation that is what my son believes.
Stake my reputation? No, I'm perfectly fine with my reputation.
You're staking my reputation that I'm the type of man whose son, as you described, sees me as a deadbeat dad. I asked you, where is the source of your information, lady?
Can I mediate, Jack?
Okay, let me back up here.
Go take another 50 mils, Jack, and then let me mediate here.
The definition of
it's going to be a long night.
Definition of a deadbeat parent, and I think it's general knowledge is a parent that.
Are you always this boring?
Oh my God! Shut up, Mooser. I'm going to throw you out of here. This is a long run.
Ask if you're always this hot.
Please shut up, or I'm going to throw you out of here.
Okay. So Jack did not pay his child support. I'll just say that.
Okay, so now, regardless of the financial situation,
okay,
what is your perspective on why? Because again, that's very sort of mama spirit kind of thing, right? Yeah. Where a son don't want to see his father because he didn't pay the child support bill. That's something coming from the mama. I don't believe that a young man doesn't want to see his father because he didn't pay a bill. What's the deeper sort of diagnosis here, if you will, of why there's a gap in communication?
Well, Jack was at least verbally abusive to his ex-wife in front of the child, and as
what's
Jack
characterized as verbally abusive? What's the characterization? Because there's a lot of folks out there who will say the same thing about me.
Okay, well, in the state of Washington, if you call a woman an effing bitch to her face in front of a child, you can be arrested for verbal abuse.
Yeah, I
So you
don't
can't be
necessarily.
honest?
Okay, you're gone. Goodbye.
Me? I'm gone?
No, not you.
Oh, okay.
All the little boys who can't get it together to have a fucking discussion as if, we had a courtroom kind of demeanor in a way, just to kind of iron out the facts. So I don't necessarily accept a state of, in a state of,
Okay. Oh, that's
what
right.
yeah, you know where I.
Okay.
No, it's not about a pop. Just let me. We'll have a back and forth.
All right.
So this is code. This is the beliefs of other men that they've written down that is supposed to invoke a feeling and supposed to create order inside of a domicile. Now, from the beginning of time, a man has what's known as, under the law, as domestic authority. It even goes so far as to outline that you could put your hands on somebody to keep order. You would have to establish what the terms of that were. It would be pretty extensive, right? You couldn't put your hands on a woman for disagreeing with you. But if she's throwing dishes and breaking shit and you tell her to get the fuck out and she says no, you could put your hands on her to reestablish what's known as domestic order. So I don't, under the law and under my own sort of common sense, that we do things that are pretty, we'll say it like this, not to the highest good and potential of what we could be, pretty much day in and day out. If you think I'm going to support Jack being put on record as somebody who's an abuser or criminal because he may have called a woman a fucking bitch at one point, I don't accept that. That's free speech. He has a right to do that. If she doesn't like it, she could leave. Simple.
I agree with you. I agree with you. So
you never experienced any of these allegations either, so it's either hearsay or imagined.
Correct. But Jack, the point is that if you're on trial here right now, it's like we have so many other things that I've witnessed that I could talk with you about that are like on the ground solutions rather than focus on Jack calling maybe a woman a fucking bitch at one point, which maybe all of us have done at some point. We're not really proud of it, but we could also get into what a woman has called us, and that doesn't make it okay either necessarily.
Let me jump to the present of what I actually have witnessed Jack say or write, that he wanted Jack to buy his house from him, so Jack wouldn't lose the equity, and then Jack was going to rent it from him. I believe that's how it went, which I don't know. I guess that's okay. But Jack also, I am not delusional. That is in writing. And then Jack also wanted to speak with his son so he could let his son know how his son had gone awry and let him know Jack's teachings rather than other world teachings, which
that's a fascinating way to say that I'd like my son to learn the truth. You
realize, Jack, you couldn't do this at court, right? Like if I go, hey, we're going to go to Margot and I'm going to cross-examine her, and you just start yelling out every 5 seconds, fucking liar. Yeah. I'm like, Jack, I don't think that's going to be appropriate here at this courtroom today.
Well, and I will also add, which will hopefully end some of the banter. Jack and I are never going to agree on truth. I think his truths are bullshit. That's my opinion. He might think my truths are
bullshit. She worships
and I'm okay
government and authority. She's fucking brainwashed.
What am I brainwashed? Wait a second. I will tell you that I think Paul is brilliant. I have a little man crush on him, and I think he is spot on most everything that he has said. So if I'm brainwashed, Jack, I'm brainwashed on what Paul usually says, because I know Paul is legitimate and has done his homework. So if I'm brainwashed, Jack, it's on Paul.
She seems like a very intelligent and perceptive woman, Jack, I gotta say. That's what I'm getting with this. I don't know why, but all of a sudden she seems very confident, intelligent, and perceptive.
Wow.
Well, I do my homework, and I've been involved in clinical research for years, and the fact is, Paul has done his homework and he can back it up with legitimate records and information. Jack,
she's definitely on your balls, but I don't think.
Oh no, Jack, don't, please don't go in the gutter with this.
Oh, it's funny how, I'm on Paul's balls because I happen to agree with him.
Well, not yet, ma'am, but we can arrange that. Am I right? Am I right? She says she has a man crush on me. If I get on top of you, it's going to be a different kind of man crush.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of big.
If I'm brainwashed, does Jack have an example of how I'm brainwashed?
Yes.
Well, okay. Like when he says that, I think what he means is when you do the whole in the state of, which is now a complete fictional reality.
Yeah,
you really look at it.
That's the past. We're done with that.
Yeah. So I mean, that's when he says you worship government. Like again, the majority of citizens are taught to believe that there's an in the state of where all of a sudden men can write shit down every 2 weeks and turn everyone into a criminal for things all of us may have done at one point or experienced or been part of or not.
I called him a liar, not a criminal.
Right. I mean, again, under God's law, though, being a liar is a criminal, right? I couldn't go around here on the metaverse lying, or folks would perceive me as unethical at best, at worst, immoral.
Well, I'm a teacher, and I've got I teach junior high. I've got students that lie to me all the time, but they're not criminals. They're just kids.
Yeah, but the difference is that once you get to the age of reason, right, as a grown man and woman, we come to know and understand that it is wrong to lie.
Well,
and to not allow people to make.
Jack hasn't come to the age of reason yet.
She makes excuses for the lies. Dude, I've dealt with her long enough. I can do okay. You're a typical. I don't know if you practice, but I know you've claimed the Catholic tradition where you believe in this authority figure. You've told me that you believe the Pope is honorable and knowledgeable and wise. So you are part of this society that believes authority is the end. That's the determination. And so you make excuses for yourself and for others.
When is the example coming?
The Pope is an honorable man. That was one of them.
Tell us your feelings on the Pope, please. I don't want to misrepresent you.
I told Jack that I was raised Catholic as a child. I don't practice any organized religion at this point. So,
well, what's your opinion of that leader of that organization you were raised with?
My opinion is he's a child of God and he's just as human as you and I.
Oh, well, that's not what you told me before, but that's okay. I understand.
Jack, you're stoned out of your mind. You don't remember what you did 5 minutes ago.
I'm supposedly stoned out of my mind too, and I totally remember some of what happened a few moments ago.
Okay, so, all right. So, Jack, what's your next? How am I brainwashed?
Who are you voting for?
Well, I will tell you as an educator, I don't share my political affiliations because if I did, I wouldn't be an educator. I would be a promoter. So
are you afraid? Are you afraid of speaking honestly about what you stand for?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Are you sure? You seem quite. You've certainly told me, at least, that you've reached out to these authorities in town to make sure they had all sorts of fucking reports about me. So
what? You
certainly seem to have some fears and insecurities regarding the fact that I live?
No, I didn't call any authority. My family owns a security company in Spokane, Washington. And when you were trying to figure out where I lived, I had them come out and put a camera up.
Didn't try to
wait a second. What did you think Talcott was going to come do? Expose himself or something?
Well,
drive a U-Haul into your.
He's fucking insane. So yeah, what did you think I was going to do?
So he puts up on Facebook a picture of me with my Corvette and says, "I need more information about this woman. Who can give me more information?"
Not true.
Talcott was soliciting for like hits and background info on Facebook. He's trying to Talcott. This is how you got caught up on international terrorism that one time.
I called my family. They own Joe Pro in Spokane, Washington, and said, "Take a look at this picture." And you know, they don't know Jack from another.
Here, I want to explain what happened is with her online harassment. I took her profile and posted it up, said, "Hey, would someone who cares about this lady please help me communicate with her? She's nuts." I didn't say she's nuts, but I asked for anyone in the community. I was trying to reach her sponsor because, Margot, you have been delusional. I have suffered the damages to my reputation because of your lack of character and your mischaracterization of the truth.
Hey, give me an example. What I need examples here.
Hey, Jack, couple things first. I am not Dominic Talcott. I lost my own son. I wouldn't play those games.
Thank you.
Second off, child support, no one should be paying child support. That's one of the biggest fucking scams on this planet. Margot, if you think people owe child support, you are indoctrinated. If you're voting, you are indoctrinated. If you're doing that stuff, you are a slave. Now, I want to ask you, Jack, you said something about sponsor. Where did you meet this Margot lady?
In the rooms of AA.
Exactly. Thank you.
And Margot, remember the picnics of the community where my son was with us? Well, you seem to have forgotten about the relationship him and I were, we were clear about the care and love we showed each other.
But wait a second. I never went to any picnics.
I remember seeing, when maybe my mind is mistaken, maybe I just remember other familiar faces at the Manitou 4th of July several years ago. Maybe I stopped going to the meetings around 2018-ish, so it would have been before that.
No, and I don't celebrate the 4th of July.
Let me just ask one question, Margot.
What?
Let me just ask one question.
Yeah.
Do you want to see Jack Talcott and his son reunited at some point if he is deemed competent, whether it's by yourself or whatever third party organization or persona that you would feel is competent as well? Like, are you looking forward to that? Are you almost kind of reveling in the fact that he doesn't have custody or doesn't see the child? Well, he's a young man. I mean, he's not a child.
Yeah, Dominic is an adult now. I buried a child. I don't want any adult to lose their child because of their own actions.
About my situation, lady.
Jack, just let her answer. Jack, just let her answer. Just let her answer.
I do not like your state of mind on a very regular basis. And as an educator, I don't think what you've said you want to share with your son. What?
And an alcoholic.
Yeah, I haven't drank for 9 years. I'm very proud of that.
Right. So again, we can't do this thing where we take up for one side or the other, because now it puts me in a tough position.
I would love for Jack and for Dominic to reunite, and I believe Gina would like that as well. If Jack does it with an open mind and doesn't have any alternative motives except for to spend some quality time and get to know his son again.
Holy fuck. I've never had ulterior motives. So Margot,
okay,
I'm grateful to hear these words today because Margot took glee. I tried showing her, hey, Margot, didn't you go through this of losing a child? Didn't you experience that fucking pain?
Jack,
yeah, but the thing is,
I
get that, and I get that.
Evil.
Jack,
and I get that.
You lost your child because of your actions, not
that's the thing. The other side of it is
allegedly accusations, lady.
The thing is that again, and it's uncomfortable for me to speak it, but in order for me to achieve resolution with what I've seen and experienced, I would have to see a regular change in some ways in the way that Jack perceives you know, how this all comes about, because I see certain patterns with me and with others where he seems to misperceive what's going on, and it leads to these gaps in communications. And I think it leads to him kind of pushing people out of his life.
May I speak to that point? I have become friends with several of Jack's former friends that work for the Postal Service, and we talk on Messenger. How's it going?
Please.
And you know, one of them moved to Mexico, and another one is a big Washington State Cougar fan, where my daughter goes to college. And we'll have these nice conversations. And Jack asked if he could be back in on the conversations, and we said sure. And he came back on, and he I believe was incapable of having conversations about where we live or what we're doing or what we're going to watch on TV that night. He wanted to talk about how confused we all were and how we were all crazy.
I wanted to resolve the several year continuing fucking. These guys wanted to do small talk and fucking talk about entertainment. And this is while I'm still trying to reunite with my son, achieve justice, fucking try and move forward in my life.
Jack.
These asshats.
That we don't
This
care
is an
about.
evil woman.
Jack,
Margo,
remember, but Jack, this is
lesson for me.
But Jack, the universe is showing us right now two sides of the same coin, and then we have to hit the middle ground, because I could relate to you in that aspect. I can't get in these groups with people in small talk, but I also, like I've told you before, you can't give what's not open to be received, because then people perceive you to.
I was giving myself. I have been rejected because asshats want to build a reality. They want me to fit into their
No.
You asked to be there.
Jack, I'm telling you, I'm living your life, and I'm telling you these, Jack. I'm telling you, I'm living your life, and these are people who at one point wouldn't want me in their group chats and wouldn't respect me. They're now deferring to me in certain ways and saying I'm a genius. I've walked your walk, and I'm telling you that I identify in a way with your perspective, but the way that you uphold it and communicate it and do not withhold it at times causes people to not receive you well, and there's a gap in communication and perspective.
And I'm going to add to that
oh my God,
my friend Paul backs his shit up with legitimate
Oh,
information.
yes, put your head farther up his ass, please.
Jack, she can't put her head up my ass. I'm almost impervious to praise and blame. I know who and what I am and what I'm not. I know
Paul is capable of backing up what he says with information. Jack, you're not.
Hey, listen to you. You are not able to back up your claims, your accusations with facts.
What claim?
Holy shit.
Well,
claim that you
I see claims of somebody else's private life by a second hand who must have heard it third hand. And I think that's kind of private. And I believe you doxed his wife's name here tonight.
What?
Well,
it was a first name. I mean, I don't think she goes by the same name, does she? Or I mean, what, you know?
Gina?
It doesn't matter. Yeah,
Why can't I say Gina's name?
Here, hold on. It doesn't matter.
I'm talking about anonymity. There are certain things that you just don't discuss here.
This is
like I said, never come up here as Dominic.
I didn't agree to be anonymous. My name is Margo. I'm an alcoholic, and I know Jack's ex-wife Gina. There we go.
Well, hey, here I want to come back to what Paul was saying. Fine. Maybe there was a method or a pattern to my communication that pushed people away. How many fucking years do I have to wait before I get a second chance to talk to them?
And then I appreciate that. And what I told you was, and I suspect that she's going to agree, not because her head's up my ass, because we're trying to be as reasonable and logical as possible. It's not about waiting. You'll wait forever if you don't change yourself and the way that you move in life.
I claim to have changed. I claim to have gone through a complete transformation, and I've been begging and pleading, please give me another chance. But people like Margot, they want to come around and make sure
Okay,
others
let me ask
think
this
like
then.
her.
Let me ask this. Do you have a way, Margot? Because I told Jack that I want to facilitate a conversation with him and these people. And I also told him that it would reflect poorly on me with what I've seen to bring them around with any kind of endorsement, because they would think that I was a wacko, because I think that he's off on certain things and we don't agree. And I suspect they won't agree either. With that said, can we facilitate a limited conversation, even if it's privately, like in the backstage of StreamYard, with a mediator? Are they open to that? Are they wishing for that? Are they, where do we go with this?
Well, I have been told by
for closure is what I'm asking you. If nothing else, for closure, for Jack, for her, for the kid, can we do it at least for closure? Because obviously there's a lot of loose ends and unresolved sort of trauma and disagreements and thoughts and feelings.
Hey,
I can't speak for them,
sorry,
but
we've been
I'm
blessed with an
gonna predict that
opportunity
they
here.
say no because
You're not
as
Jack relevant. She's got less relevance. This guy JR, well, I shouldn't say that because Margot is here. This guy
Jack,
JR,
I don't understand. Who's the JR person?
He's the one. He used to be my vice president. I stepped down, gave him the keys to the union hall.
So bring him up. We're bringing everybody up because you said nobody's helping to understand and bring clarity, and that's all I do. So we'll get everybody on this motherfucker, or we'll do it in private if we have to settle this once and for all, and or to provide an opportunity to grow and move forward. It's going to be up to everyone involved.
This is amazing. Hey, I don't know what this JR, please. You know what? I deserve a fucking conversation, man. And I'll be nice. You've got witnesses, you've got advocates on your behalf.
You don't get to decide what you deserve and don't deserve, because he's going to make that choice or not, right?
Well, and Jack, weren't you removed from the premises?
I encourage him to come up, and so that everyone can put their understanding on record, and then, there can be more understanding achieved, hopefully, faithfully, and or there can be some closure, because I see this as a constant source of burden for Jack in a way. There's a constant unresolved energy here with him. I don't want to believe that his fellow man enjoys seeing him in a sort of cyclical, looping, tortured state at times by what he perceives as folks who refuse to understand him. So even if you perceive him as insane, worst case scenario, you would still have a care and compassion in your mind and heart to want to maybe give him some understanding or some care or, maybe access to a new opportunity. That's on you, right? I can't tell anyone else how to think and feel. But obviously, I've been dealing with Jack for a year now. I have mixed reviews, so to speak, but I'm still here, showing up for myself, him, and others, and the truth. I encourage others to do the same.
I think that he, with those people, he lost that opportunity because he promised that he would try to make amends with them, and it went south every single time.
But that's the purpose of the mediation. The purpose of the mediation is to establish a middle ground that we can work toward and from.
I believe those people don't care anymore.
Well, I mean, that's everyone's free to choose who and what to care for and not. But I would contend he wouldn't be here if he didn't still care. Cares about something. What?
Yeah. What does he care about? Jack, why do you want those people back in your life?
No, I'm saying J.R. Weil cares as well. I'm saying everyone in the situation must care. Margot Davey cares. J.R. Weil cares. Jack Talcott, because we're all here right now. We're all sharing the same space. We're all communicating.
JR does not have any personal feelings towards Jack anymore. Jack worked for him, but when he was removed from the premises, JR was done.
Yeah, I don't necessarily accept that because he's here today and he's typing down there. So that doesn't wash with me.
Tell you what, in the story of Yeshua, JR was one of the Pharisees in my story. He fucking misrepresented me, mischaracterized me, turned me over under false premises and presented nothing that was factual that I was trying to present. I was denied the opportunity to present myself. JR was, by his choices, he wants to blame me and avoid having conversations. You know what? I don't have to talk to JR. His reputation is the truth will be revealed. And I don't, this is fascinating. I'm fucking loving this. And Paul, thank you. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for being a witness to at least these images of people, because these are true life characters of my life. And man, I'm fucking excited for the future, because I know what is true about me. And what is true about me is true about all of us. And what is true about all of us is God created us for a purpose. And the purpose is to make this world a better place. I know that. You're a liar, JR. You are a liar, and you because you are ignoring so many relevant facts. That is why I'm calling you a liar.
No, this is simple, Jack. This is in a different area now. I'm given the power by Jack on his broadcast to administrate, and I want a conversation with J.R. Weil. I want a conversation with Margot Davey. I want to establish the facts of the matter of what these individuals are claiming, and I want to see the correspondence with their claims to what my claims have been. And I want to establish, are we all having the same experience? Where is Jack missing the mark? And then us try to communicate to him, if he is missing the mark, where he could do better. So, again, that's up to you. If you see value in me being an arbitrator or administrator or mediator, then you will speak to me about what your experience is, and then you'll surrender the rest. Because I'm the one dealing with Jack day to day. I'm the one caring for him or about him. I'm the one experiencing with him here, good, bad, or indifferent. And I want to see resolution to this. And I would think everyone else would too, unless they're vengeful and retributive. If you won the arbitration, well, then you're vindicated. Why would you have any issue with coming up and having a conversation with me on your firsthand experience so I could ascertain the facts of the matter and then apply the proper remedy as I see fit? If I'm able, presuming I'm even able.
Here's the amazing synchronicity. The idea of co-creating came up earlier. We went that way, and with Paul, with you and Wizard and Dick, I trust your guys' reasoning. I really do. And so, Margot, JR,
you trust
please,
it until you don't
if
like
you
what
guys
they
are
say.
willing to, please, Paul, I'll step back, and I'm here to answer whatever I can offer.
Yeah, I mean, like she was just going to say, Jack, the reality of it is we have an experience where you defer to me and respect me and my knowledge, understanding, wisdom, application, all the rest of it, until I kind of start speaking about what I observe of you. And then it gets into a different mode and energy. We've experienced that. So all I'm saying is there might be something there with my critique that is corresponding with her critique and his critique, in which case, if you took that and worked on it, we all are like back in the saddle again, right? You're back with J.R. Weil trading stock tips. You're banging Margot, maybe me and you, same time, because she said she has a crush on me. Then we can high five. I'm doing a little bit of a bit non-bit. But actually a very bit non-bit. I don't ever want to be in the room naked with you, Talcott. Let me be clear. But I don't know about Margot. I haven't seen her yet. These women do sorcery online. They put up pictures and then they look like me when they get on camera. It's horrifying. Yeah. So with that said, this is about self-knowledge, self-understanding, self-growth, and development. If there's a critique that is valid, and you respect the opinion of the person giving it, so it may not be for them, but may be for me, and we all are agreeing, right? I don't know her. I have no fucking allegiance to her or this J.R. Weil guy. I'm impartial, right? If anything, I'm more partial to you because I know you and I have experience with you. And regardless of good, bad, or indifferent, we've created a sort of a bond over time, With that said, I'm still going to shoot straight and call it as I see it, as I always have with you. And I think that's why you do respect me, because I don't have bad intentions, right? So So yeah, if he wants to come up, put the link if he's willing to come up. If not, we can move forward. And like I asked you, Margot, where are you going with this? You apparently have access to these people, and you apparently could offer to facilitate a mediated situation, right? A meeting with mediation. Do you, by your belief, because you don't know, maybe you didn't ask, maybe you have. If you don't know completely, do you believe that that's wanted, or are they open to that, or are they like waiting to see some change before they come forward with that? What is your knowledge of that, if anything?
Well, my knowledge is in the past when Jack has asked to be a part of conversations, 100% of the time, all he spoke about was what he wanted from the conversations. And the group was not interested in changing their conversations about their grandkids or their vacations or whatever. Jack didn't like that. He claimed it was a waste of his time. Moving forward, would they want to have conversations with him? I don't know, but I will tell you, I see absolutely no change in Jack in the years that I've known him.
From her expert, well-involved part of my life, she speaks as an expert, man. You're fucking delusional, Margaret.
Jack.
Oh, I guess I said
that's
something
not going to be not going to be the best way to handle that when in the state of Washington. I'm pretty sure you just did verbal abuse like 5 times.
I don't live in Washington anymore.
According to Margot. Hey, the record I have of what she said to me and said about me, when the time comes, I got plenty of evidence to show as well. So
no, he doesn't.
Here's the thing, JR and many others. Margot, when you fucking become honest, you're going to remember that you used to respect me and admire me. JR learned from me, obviously didn't pay attention to what I was teaching about leadership or honor or integrity, but JR, I know, used to learn from me. Many people used to respect me. So I was already a good man. And then I chose to get better. And I've got people like Margot and others saying that I'm worthless. Margot, the question was, how much relationship do you have with my ex-wife?
Hey, you know what? I got a question here. No, Jack, I got a really good question, Margot.
Yes.
And again, this is all kind of anecdotal at this point, third hand, but what the hell? We're already this deep in. What happened to Jack exactly? Was there some extreme change in his behavior? Did he wake up one day and become, because I can agree on some levels that we're seeing different realities on certain levels. But my question is, how does Gina go from meeting Talcott, dating Talcott, knowing Talcott to going, oh my God, it's Talcott? Because like I met Talcott and then I made these discernments pretty quickly that something's off here from my perspective, whether he agrees or not. But why is it takes this long into every relationship with Talcott for these folks to make discernments that I make pretty quickly? What's the gap there?
So when I met Jack, he seemed humbled and decided that he couldn't drink alcohol anymore. So he seemed to be heading in a direction of self-improvement. And then all of a sudden he went to school to become a life coach and got a certificate. And
so heard.
And then he was the next thing I saw was him going to Washington, D.C. On the post office's dime. They didn't appreciate that because it seemed
false. You have you have no direct experience, no knowledge of this, and you are.
Yeah, she doesn't have the direct experience, but didn't they? Isn't that on the record though? Misappropriation of the.
No, that is not accurate. That was not the charge. That was not fucking anything truthful. See,
but I thought you said that
even when I try and correct the record, people want to fucking argue with me.
No, but I don't. I have the clip of you saying
They charged him with financial charges, but understand the post office has not a driver's license or a license plate. They do not charge travel charges for their employees. I assure you.
So what I saw in the change was Jack went from a humble man that realized he couldn't drink alcohol anymore to now being a life coach that was going to save the world. And people didn't want to be saved by Jack.
People didn't want to be
okay, but Jack, again, you can't deny that she literally has just echoed a sentiment I've given you before, that what must be, given must first be taken, essentially. And this is a behavior that I know in my life drove many people away, including my own friends and family, because I thought I stumbled upon something they had to know. So I made it my mission to save them from themselves. And 3/4 of the time, they're like, hey, bro, not only are we not interested, but you're not doing shit to actually make us believe that you have anything for us. So it put me in a way where I had to do something and be something different and or surrender that they didn't want to learn from me. Right?
Well, amen. I went through that lesson as well. I accepted these people didn't want to learn from me, so I've moved on. It doesn't, because I've moved on, doesn't negate the fact that I was wrongfully accused, misrepresented, and that I am
that's their perspective of you.
Others.
That's their perspective of you.
No, these are the facts. These are the facts.
I get that you have facts. I'm saying they're entitled to their perspective. And when they put their perspective on paper, it activates the system to do what it does.
Here, I interrupted. Margot was presenting what do you think then caused? So is it bad that all of a sudden after, overcoming my addictions and my habits, do you think it was bad for me to invest in developing myself, learning how others are helping coach others, and then trying to actually help others? Was that so wrong of me, Margot?
Well, I think you need to, for me, I didn't value the certificate that you'd earned. It didn't mean anything.
I didn't show you a certificate. I never asked your opinion of a certificate. I never offered. What is your see, you created standards of me that I didn't meet. And then you chose to run around imagining and just fucking destroying my reputation. Why? Because you felt jealous. You and I started at the same point, climbing out of the addiction, but you were stuck. I continued on. And when you saw me, you and others saw me growing, trying to help others, you felt ashamed. And because of your shame, your guilt, you lashed out at me. I know it.
Okay.
So, Margot, is there any truth to anything he just said? What do you do? What's your career path? What do you feel are your accomplishments and achievements? We're not like competing. It's just like, is there any truth to what he's saying that?
No, he did try to pay me money to come spend time with him. And I said, no.
Hey, Margot, you've been bragging, you've
Jack, will you please not interrupt me? I let you speak. Let me
establish your credibility, your education.
Jack did ask one of my sponsees in.
Hello? Margot, you're cutting out. Yeah, I don't know, Jack. I mean, right away I go, what you just did was project. How did you just come up with that she's jealous, that she's seeing you make all these movements? I mean, she tells you she's
what I do now.
Yeah, I mean, she's a school teacher, no? Like, why would she?
I am a school teacher. I left Spokane. I got sick of the snow. So I own a condo there, but I rent it to people. I'm buying a house down here in Arizona. And I just started a consulting business for people who have kids in Arizona because it's like the 48th in the state for their education. So I help parents that feel like their kids might be able to get a better education at home.
Right. So she's doing stuff day to day to work, with herself and others to make changes, even if they're small. So why would, where does the whole jealousy thing and shame and all that come from? Like, are you feeling any of that and saying she's feeling that?
You should have. I've got evidence of it, but if you can trust me, she and others spent hours and hours and days trying to ridicule me, to mock me. If it wasn't jealousy, what was the fucking point? You were quite entertained.
I think they're doing the same thing that I'm doing. And you could argue it's this that I have done. You could argue it's dysfunctional, but they're trying to use almost a shame and humiliation to make you aware of certain things that you don't seem to be aware of on your own or willing to be aware of.
No, what you're doing is you're totally...
I'm telling you what a perspective is. I'm not telling you that it's right even or that it's maybe the best way to go about it. I'm just trying to give clarity to why the shit might be happening.
Well, if you trusted me, it would be a hell of a lot easier. But since no one actually wants to trust me, that my testimony of my life might actually be true, there is something greater than just me going on. Now, I would love some answers of what others are really knowing, but Margot's up here leading you guys like a fucking fool because
come on, Jack. See, now you're doing it.
Well, Paul,
if we were at court, you know what the court administrator would have just done? They would have just marked you as personality disorder because now you're claiming to be the smartest guy in the room constantly and that I'm so easily led. She's playing me and everyone like a fiddle.
Here's the thing.
That's grandiose self-imagery.
Well, I understand my poor choice of words.
She's not that good, Jack.
Well, I understand that. You started asking some of the right questions and she's fucking deflecting.
No, she is deflecting. She is deflecting sometimes, but she's coming back she's circling the drain on the same experience I and others have had with you. And I don't see it as a coincidence.
Stop assuming that both of you are right. And just once allow the possibility that maybe I'm right. Okay. This lady Margot is
it's not about being right. It's about making it right.
Let's come back
it's not about being right. It's about making it right. Let's say you're right and everyone else is wrong. How are we going to make it right if we can't create a bonding of understanding and communication of what's happening in the room?
I want to add something. I want to add something.
Just as a case of observation, if I could just ask one question.
No, I want
I've been listening to this the whole
thing,
time.
I am now here because
Dick, go fuck that wife of yours, that horrible woman who never comes around.
I just got one perspective I want to throw in.
Please go fuck that woman. She's dying to get fucked by someone, and you're all she's got. So please get it done.
I'm not here because
Did
of
Jack
Talcott.
improve at all after he stopped drinking? That's really what I'd like to know because that's a huge accomplishment. I mean, did you see any improvement as a result of that monumental overcoming of that addiction?
Are you talking to me or Jack?
Yes, Margot.
I'm talking to you, Margot.
Now we have another cook in the kitchen,
yes,
Scott.
I'll go fuck my wife now. Thank you.
We got Dick and Scott and 2 more cooks in the kitchen. The broth's going to get better and better, I suspect.
I didn't know Jack until he'd made the decision to overcome his alcoholism. So I cannot speak to what type of a man he was before. When I met him, I would describe him as a humble, friendly man. And then I did not see him for a while. And then his sponsor at the time was a friend of mine. And he called me and started telling me that Jack had now got this certificate and was going to save the world, and fired him as his sponsor because Jack didn't want to do the 12 steps.
Misrepresented me as well. So Margot believed the lies of Scott. Ran with those.
I didn't say I believed anonymity earlier. I listened to him.
No, I think what's going on here is that there's a manic depressive kind of swing where you go from the depressive drugs, the drinking, the low self-esteem, the self-worth, self-respect. And then in order to cope, you have to swing back the other way. And then you start to generate a personality that's a little bit too far the other way, right? We have to rein it in a bit. So
What about the story that I've said, do you not accept? That I got sober in 16, the end of 17, I was blessed and graced by a very
I'm telling you, I have firsthand experiences with you.
So after that transformation, that spiritual experience,
I get that
happened, and then people like JR and Margot.
But Jack, I'm telling you, when you say I need to figure out, is this real and what is real? That's evidence to me of you had some experience, probably a spiritual experience, and then you interpreted that in some way that is throwing you and everyone off of the scent of where we need to be.
So I had the spiritual experience. I asked the question, why did this happen to me? Why can I explain this transformation and how can I use it to help others? That question led me down the road of studying self-development, studying philosophies of spirituality.
And you ended up here with me.
Well, praise God. Praise God. The past brought us to today. I'm still trying to overcome the confusions and the misinformation that's rampant about me, because my goal
Jack, you can't see at all why.
God.
Let's say you're right, and even I, the great Paul Unslaved, am incorrect and wrong. You can't see how anyone would perceive you as something being a little off when you tell them you're going to end wars and legal secrets.
Hey,
Are you
Paul,
able to perceive how that might have folks go,
right,
wow, this guy's got like a grandiose vision?
Yes. I get the same fucking results. When I say I'm trying to speak with my son again, oh, you should give up. Oh, I'm trying to achieve justice. Oh, you should walk away. Oh, you should just pretend it doesn't fucking exist. I don't give a shit
but what are
anyone
we?
thinks. This is my life.
But what are we doing?
How's it working for you, Jack?
This is my life. It's now or never.
I receive
what I'm asking is, what the fuck is being done for any of it? What's been done to get the wife and child back? What's been done to end the wars and legal secrets? What's been done for the rest of it?
What don't you know from? See, this is the problem.
The 100 mils are kicking in hardcore, and I'm telling you, the only thing separating from me being Talcott is I at least did something and showed something. If not, I'd be a complete insane person on the internet.
In your mind, you're living in your imagined fucking results. Get out of your
damn
head.
it, Jack Talcott. Get a hold of yourself.
We are one. We are the same. I receive in this moment what is available from you guys.
Mr.
You
Talcott,
receive what we offer together.
you need to listen to
Just
Paul.
a little encouragement. You're doing it. You are doing it. Regardless.
Oh no, Aaron wants the cupcake. He's six Miller Lights in, and he's ready to cupcake. Fuck.
Yeah, you're doing it, bro. Keep doing what you do. This is part of the process.
Hey, JR, seriously.
Hey, you know what? No, Talcott, let me handle this fucking guy. You might have been Talcott's president, but you ain't shit to me. And I already told you, pal, JR Weil, you get the fuck up here and speak like a man face to face and put your facts of the matter on record. If not, you keep it moving. We don't need Twitter fingers here. That's what secretaries do. Were you a vice president or a secretary? I'm pretty sure if you were vice president, you call a group meeting, you got to show up and fucking talk. So let's go, JR. I want to hear the facts of the matter. We don't need more typing. We got enough of that in the world. Because then I'm going to say, Talcott might be insane, but you're a punk-ass coward. There's separate statements, right? You can call Talcott insane. He wants to end wars and legal secrets. He mailed himself to Washington and had the government pay for it, right? We can even remix narratives and had fun with it. He put himself in a box. He taped it up. And he charged it to the U.S. Treasury and mailed himself to Washington. It was like Mr. What's that movie, Dick? The old movie, Mr. Gibbs Goes to Washington. He mailed himself to Washington and charged the Treasury. All right, whatever. But whether he's insane or not, you're a punk ass coward because you keep typing down there and won't come up and fucking talk.
He says he's at work. So.
Oh, he's at work.
He's a good obedient slave. That's a problem.
No.
He's a fucking leader. He's a little bitch boy.
Well, we got him now, Talcott. Am I right? Because he reported on you, and now we're going to file reports on him. This motherfucker's at work spending hours fucking off with insane people. You're fucked now, bro. Give me the number to that place, Talcott. We're going to give him a taste of his own medicine. Because, yeah, you're a crazy person, but he's derelict in his duty now. He's so fucked. See, wanted to come on here and fucking pimp and hoe and flex and stun on people? Well, now what's going to happen when they find out you're on Facebook on the clock during work hours? Playing with Talcott.
Paul?
Yes, Margo.
When Jack talks about this spiritual experience that he had,
right?
I believe that he had one. Why does he feel that spiritual experience changed him and made him the person to change people's lives? Why does he believe that?
Well, let's ask Jack. Jack, could you give a concise, succinct, and terse answer for why you perceive yourself to be a savior or the savior of humanity?
I consider myself to be just like all others. However, what made me feel like I was able was I felt love for some reason. For some reason, earlier in the day, I felt darkness and fucking despair and anger. And then at the end of the day, after this shift, I felt love and light and fucking tears of joy, crying just hours. So in my delusions, yeah.
Well, I call that an orgasm, but I don't go out and change the world.
Oh.
May I speak?
Margo's a squirter, apparently, from top and bottom. She cries during orgasm. Go ahead, sir, please.
Sounds like she's just walking, man.
Jack, as far as it goes for the motivation, the spiritual guidance, or the spiritual presence in my life, despite our relationship, I hope everybody fucking understands it right here and now. I'm the one with all the anger issues, right? It's this guy right here that's helping point that out. It's this guy right here that's being a big part of the lesson in my life. And that's why I said, Jack, if we ever come to that meeting of the minds, it'll be one of the most solid motherfucking relationships you'll ever experience.
I believe that. I'm waiting.
Life
I mean, I'm...
Can you smell what the wind is coming? Things are always happening.
No.
Well, I will say that I don't think anything miraculous.
Okay.
I think you're breaking up.
I feel that you were blessed with a spiritual experience. That's great, but I don't think it makes you more capable than other human beings.
Hey, Margo, okay, fair. I agree, but I've never asked for anyone to bow their knee to me or to do anything other than, can we have a conversation?
No,
well
said, Jack. Well said. You want to be leader, Jack.
Yeah, that's not entirely
conversation, but I think you want to be leader. You don't just want to be part of the conversation.
Tell you what, Joe.
I like that.
If that's what is decided, then yes. But until then, I lead myself. I encourage others. Please join. Let's find a way to create community that overcomes the divisions of wealth and authority. We just got to bring the right people, the right ideas together, and this new world is waiting for us. Now, whether
and if we say no, thank you, you don't like it.
What is your logic?
Hey, Margo, there's really not much choice in this new world that we're creating.
Yeah, I didn't like it when Jack said no thank you to me either.
Jack, here's where we go over. Here's where we go over. How do I work your shit? We need to go over to Jackstown now.
I'm gonna go get the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Right as she says, there's that, if we don't accept Jack's choice, that you don't like it.
We go into Jackstown enforcement. No, here's what I don't understand. Okay, the immediate reaction is, no, Jack, we don't agree that the economy should change. We don't agree that wars should end. But Margo, doesn't mean that I don't deserve a conversation with my son. Doesn't mean I don't deserve a conversation with my ex-wife or the union reps who supposedly represented me. I'm nothing special, but just fucking common sense, human decency. A conversation is not so much to ask for.
Well, I don't see that you have had any results. So today I am still going to say no, thank you.
Well, how's this for results, lady? Okay, me and Jack Talcott and Cotflix are like changing the fucking world right now. We got a media empire going.
Okay.
Right.
Is he in the bathtub? Is this the bathtub?
No. This is world life changing. We're all gonna bond. I don't care if you don't like Jack Talcott and you don't agree with him. This is what bonds us all together. Okay. Things like this. All right. And if you can't get with this, there's something really wrong with you.
Okay.
Get me on a compound and fill my compound with a bunch of people, and let's see what comes out of my mouth.
These were pictures that shocked the world. Views of one man's dream that he turned into a nightmare.
We'll convince them that their own termination is amazing.
A place of paradise that became a hell for hundreds of people who put their faith in him.
It's amazing.
Their cult leader, Jack Talcott, or as they called him, Father.
The Father.
Get into the now and brace yourself as we look into one of the most confusing yet sinister mass murders ever in history.
I am the truth. I am the light. I am the way. This is what you do.
This is the story of Jackstown.
I know there's a lot of darkness and a lot of chaos. People are facing a lot of confusion, real life confusion. If you think you know what's going on, man, keep learning.
Aren't those the guides? What are they doing with guns?
You don't know what's really going on here. This place is not what it seems.
What is it I'm offering here?
Hey, what's happening? These people want to leave. They have their suitcases packed. I have no idea what to do.
I'm trying to offer people hope.
Sam, do not get involved in this!
Please take my daughter.
What? How many more people can fit in this thing?
It's no wonder nobody wants to spend time with me.
Holy.
I did watch something on the Jim Jones thing the other day. It was inspiring.
Clipped.
Come on, that's a masterpiece, lady.
Bravo.
If we all can't bond with Jack Talcott over that, I don't know what's going to get it done.
Amen.
That nigga wasting his time fucking with us. He's talented. He needs to move on. Whoever making these fucking claims.
Nah, see, there goes another hater, bro. Shut this guy up. Get him out of here. I don't care if he's African American. Silence him. We silence the ones we love around here. He's got to move on.
He right when he first went right out.
Nah, me and Talflix are going to the top together, right out of the mud. We're like Kevin Gates over here, okay? It's like me and Drika out the mud, all right?
You're right. I'm wrong. You're right.
The arm of my empire. That's part of my media empire.
All right. I'm trying to take, fucking Steve Young away from the 49ers or something.
You don't buy me out. I buy you out.
Here. Hey, Margot, I kind of want to point this out to you, please. Recognize, like it or not, we've had experiences in the past that brought our paths together. And there's something pretty cool, pretty amazing that's happening here. You, JR, many others who were involved in the past that, helped me go to my knees and turn to God. You guys who helped that happen for me, you can join whenever you want. I think it's going to be pretty fun from here on, especially if Paul and I really do figure out how to work together, man.
Jack, are you crediting Margot and some more people with having you turn to God? And I asked that question because does that mean that they knew you before this internet shit?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
They were part of my experience with the separation of my career and my family.
Margot, I don't know.
Okay, so I have to.
Thank you.
Sorry,
no,
Mr.
Thank you, Margot.
Mr. Cool.
I like him calm and peaceful. If you played a part of that, thank you.
It's a gift.
Let's not even get into that discussion because there's many clips suggesting otherwise.
Evidence of contrary.
Jack, is there some thread of responsibility or accountability you can own in any of this? Is there something you can objectively say, I did too much of this, too little of this, and then please don't do like people do on the application when I say, do you have 3 bad qualities? They say, I'm really hardworking, I'm competitive, and I just show up too early. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that to me.
The biggest regret I have is I yelled at people, good people, who I care about. And when I showed anger, that became an excuse. It became their reason. I gave them a reason to distance themselves from me.
That was dope.
I believe the evidence they relied on, given the actual context of everything else that was going on, I think their focus on the evidence is an irrelevant and illogical excuse. So
I think I understand what you're saying. They focused on it, and the evidence led them somewhere else. I think to the wrong.
But we also have to be clear that nobody needs any excuse to distance themselves from you or to not maintain any contact or nurturing of the relationship. Everybody has that prerogative. As much as that's tough for us to reconcile,
I like it.
Everyone has that prerogative. And then we have to start to ask ourselves, what is it about us that keeps generating these results for us? That's what I found in my walk, right? I found myself constantly alienated and blaming other people. And I had to go, this can't be everyone but me. I may be right even. I may have a lot of facts and truths to share, but something about me and the way I'm applying this is not, it's not co-creative, right? Something's not, you know what I'm saying? It's out of whack.
Once again, Paul, you're spot on.
Well, here's the reality. Our walks of life, our experiences have been different. Okay. When you're speaking the truth about generalities in life, I agree with majority of what you say, Paul, but in my life, it doesn't matter what any of you fucking think. This is my life. I have to live my life every day from where I'm at. I've said this elsewhere. I'm out of ideas. I'm asking for, I have ideas that would work if I could get the attention of people, but
do you see the contrary? Like what's the contrary nature of the claim you just put forth? Right. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks and feels. And also I require the help of others.
Right. Well, here's the reality that I've had to fucking humble myself to. I found ways, and I've said this earlier in this stream.
Why didn't you address what he just said to you? You said you don't care, but then you say you need people. Will you please address that?
Hey, Margot, yes. Humans, we exist within a paradox. We need and don't need anything, right? So human connection is a big part of the normal human development. You asked the question, though, what Margot, I had an answer.
Wait, for one moment there, you said you needed ideas or answers, or you were open to it, but then you kind of caught yourself and corrected yourself and said more, I have ideas I'd like to present to you
I
all.
caught that. Yeah, he did.
And this is the loop that I've noticed with you, right? You go, hey, I'm really onto something. I'm going to give you all the truth. And also I have really bad results that I want to change.
So what?
It's
Get over it.
Life
brings paradoxes.
That's a huge disparity in claim, right?
I will say,
At least
Jack,
let me present it.
Jack, I have never heard an original thought come out of your mouth. I'm
Who
sorry, I
cares?
have
You're
not.
fucking crazy. You're so filled with judgment and just
I thought you fucked your
negativity.
old buddies, bro.
No, they're an arch nemesis, them two. They've been going at each other for the longest time on here. He says she's trying to have him terminated. that was his terminology. She's been in on his termination.
And now I'm asking for original thought. Jack, give me an original thought, please.
Margot, the truth is
Prove me
eternal.
wrong.
Shut your mouth and you'll hear tons of new ideas, but you keep regurgitating the same old false narratives, trying to define the world as this big, dangerous place that you know everything about, and you're so much better than that guy, Jack. You know what? Here's the deal. What I can and cannot do, what I had to humble myself to in this experience, I had to find ways to have joy with very little. Feeding myself with very, very little. Not going to the food bank, not going for fucking aid, living on my own, but within what I had. So
That's not original, Jack. Many
Margot,
people have
shut
done that.
the hell up.
Hey, you can stretch that philosophy. I'm sorry, you can stretch that philosophy. It would apply to what she's talking about. It seems different, but in line with what Paul's talking about, the way you had to humble yourself and understand you had to feed yourself, do for yourself in a humble manner. It's the same thing with these people changing the people around you and all of that shit. Paul started this off with something similar to I humbled myself. Everybody around me was telling me this shit, and I had to humble myself to take it in. Perhaps you could humble yourself over here as well.
Hey, Joe, I respect that, and even the comparison.
That's a no.
Hold on. I have humbled myself. I've humbled myself to the fact of, here's my biggest criticism for Christians for years has been this bullshit idea of we're helpless and hopeless. Well, guess what? God proved to me the context that I am hopeless and helpless. However, just like Jesus was, I am, and you are, we are all at the mercy of God and those on this world, those
That
who
is
we
not
experience.
original thought.
Who cares what you think?
I mean, one could argue, Margot, that there's no such thing as original thought, really, because, there's really just truth, and then we apprehend it and communicate what is. So, I could argue I've probably never had an original thought up here. It's all just been amalgamations of various experiences and ideas and teachings to communicate one truth, right? One love, one understanding that we can all work from.
And I agree with that, Paul. And I will say that I guess the difference is I'm interested in what you have to say, and I'm just not interested in what Jack has to say.
Well, I don't blame you for that, ma'am. I agree with that. I think many people do.
Ignorance? See the willful ignorance?
The woman's entitled to her opinion.
Right. Convicted to stay confused. Does not want to hear different perspectives.
Let me
already agreed.
No. She's saying
that's true. That is
Jack.
What I said.
She's saying she heard your perspective over and over and doesn't see value in it, and that offends you.
She's not. She's avoided conversations with me.
What did we just do for 2 hours, 3 hours?
Yeah,
Paul.
she is saying she's been listening to you talking and you're not really saying anything.
She's heard enough, she says, and you're offended by that.
She's judging what you're saying as empty and just rhetorical type stuff. I think that's what's going on.
I'm here to listen to Paul, and I've done that now for close to a year.
Oh man, he's about to throw me out with you. Fuck. You had to go and say that like a second and third time. He was just about to say, then go over to his fucking channel and take his gorilla ass with you.
I kind of like it.
Might be time for another 50 milligrams of THC, Talcott. Go grab it.
Just thinking that.
He's just about to do a hit on both of us out in the open. Spark Steakhouse. We're both left in front of the steering wheel.
I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine, Paul.
Jack, without the anger, you're right. If you like Paul, there's another channel, CBS, NBC. You could go over there and watch Paul. You're right, but do it without the anger. You ain't got to kick niggas out, throw over furniture on the.
But is he right? Like, I don't understand why just because you start a broadcast, if someone ascertains there's value in one square, not another, why we have to compete over that or diminish that or devalue that? Right? Why not just try to become whatever value is in that square or stick to your own value that you perceive as equal or superior, however you perceive it?
I think we're on the same page, right?
This might be very insightful for you to consider, Margot. You're judging me as whatever you said, not coming up with anything new. Well, just trying to share what is old and helpful. Maybe it is you, Margot. Are you yearning for originality? Are you trying to find a way to stand out?
You're getting all deep.
No, I think that Margot, because she did say she has a little bit of a crush on the white gorilla, as many middle-aged housewives do. This is known. She's searching for novelty. She wants something new, different, fresh, spontaneous, interesting, captivating,
I want
eloquent.
food for thought. I love food for thought.
Right.
She's trying to get laid.
Well, listen, sir, there's no need to point out the nuances. See, they're very unclassy, Margot. They're very unclassy.
Remember,
he wants many things. That's down the list, right? A good banging is way down the list. So please don't. Yeah, don't. Why does your brain have to go into the gutter, Joe Stool? This is your problem. She doesn't have a crush on the white gorilla. Strictly for that. It's like there's a criteria here, as I've outlined many times.
I'd give it a little more priority than you are. It's a little more on her priority things to do list. It's a little higher than you give it credit for.
This might be off topic, whatever I'm playing in my mind. What if you're right? What if it's true? What if I am the one? Okay, so what if? So if there was a way that my communication was not received through Margot or JR or others, nothing prevented them from coming together to try and help. I mean, if I lost my mind and I actually became dangerous to others and myself,
Jack, they don't necessarily believe they have the tools for that or the will to do that. These are folks who are trying to get their shit together or keep their shit together.
But Paul, this is the point. This is the American way. No one thinks they can help, so they fucking make excuses and blame each other and then go off like all the problems.
You're way off.
Well, clearly they're right? If they could have helped, they would have, because they would have had the presence and clarity and awareness and insight to approach it a different way, and they didn't. So why?
They think
they never tried. That's the point.
No, I disagree. They
told them
are trying
this
to help
is my life
by giving you what they
Jack,
think
you're
is
not
their
necessarily entitled to the time, energy, and attention and relief from others in that way.
Not making that claim. What I am saying, though, is people like Margot said they helped me, told others they helped me.
I did not.
And offered
She
me
says she hasn't helped you. She says she hasn't. Fuck you.
Do you want me to bring up the other messages where she claims how much she's helped her and everyone else has tried to help me? So
okay, well, maybe she's offered you opportunities like I feel I've had, and you weren't as receptive to that.
What she said is you can go call someone and they might help you.
What have you
Jack,
done to help
you've
Margot?
said many
I'm
times that I've
curious.
offered you nothing and done nothing for you in moments of anger. And then you've had to walk that back and go, okay, it's probably completely opposite to that.
Well, here's the reality. My life has not improved. Okay,
How is your life not improved? Do I have to run the taxi driver clip?
Hey, yeah,
Like-
others are having fun with my face, but I spend my days alone, or else I come on here and become content for
Well,
other
we're
people.
working. We're working. Why are we only met a year ago, right? We've been a little bit slow on the uptake. Why are we going into this whole, hey, my life's not improved, so where do I get my money back? Like, there's no other option. You're here, right? This is the best we got as a support group.
Right, Paul, I'm trying to improve my life. If in fact Margot has communication with my ex-wife, anyone could try and help facilitate.
I already said that.
Well,
I already asked her. Is she open to it? Let's ask her again. Margot, do you have communication with the wife? Question 1. 2, are you willing to facilitate an interaction, provided that there's a mediator and some form of relief out of the situation?
Requirements. She's
I don't
either willing
have
to help or not.
communication with anyone in Spokane, Washington anymore, except for my mother. And
Right now.
You cut out Margot. Jack, why?
Well, that answers that. She has no communication with him, so it's a moot point, as I say.
Kind of a waste of my attention.
and the reason why I would
honestly.
say not to have
And
communication
actually,
with Jack.
here, I'm going to be rude. If she has nothing and no value to offer, all she wants to do is come up and try and slander.
You were doing so well, Jack.
I know I was.
Came out
but-
of nowhere.
You were letting me be critical. You were letting me offer my observations and critique. You weren't getting agitated. You weren't being controlling. And we could have ended it on, hey, if you perceive her as goofy, she's gonna do what she's gonna do. You could still practice loving her, even if you perceive her as confusing or confused.
Wait. I can let you
From a distance, he's like very far away, as in backstage and out of my face.
I don't think you got saved because Margot is gone. I gotta ask, what have you done to help me? What have you done to help Paul? What have you done to help Margot? I hear you ask, what have we done to help you? What have you done to help me? What have you done to help Margot?
Motherfucker. Tell you what. Specifically, well, with Paul, I've attempted, but with you, Joe,
yeah,
I don't know in particular. I've offered opportunities for conversations. I would love to be able to be of help to anyone.
I think you're saying you haven't helped me. What about Margot? You help Margot?
Margot has done. She has not allowed
no. Who else we got on the
communication.
panel?
No,
it's got to be you help that cat. I don't even know who that is, or the guy on the bottom.
got to
Al
be
Pacino.
live. Hey,
Yeah,
Joe.
you help them.
Hey, Joe. Here's the difference
Scott? I didn't
between.
know that was you.
Okay, let's also bring into context if we're going to do the comparison.
It was just to make a point.
Trying to help others.
Hey, dumbass. Right.
Actually,
it was just
Jack
to make
did
a
help
point.
me one time. Jack helped me
He
one
helped
time.
me too, but I knew he was going to overlook it.
Yeah, Jack helped me, but I do suspect he might have been motivated, as you said, because like right as he got his dough, he gave me a few bucks. I also did too, kind of tell him I appreciated it, and that I really didn't necessarily want him to do it because I perceived that he was a little too free with giving out cash. So. Yeah, with that said, he's contributed and donated to me at one time. And I even told him, he gave me like $200-300 within a week. And I said, Jack, go easy. You just got this dough, reinvest in yourself, create security for yourself. I don't want to see you end up in the same position. So I want to believe that Jack has a good heart and good intentions.
I wouldn't be in the same position if anyone would be willing to try one of my ideas. Just one of them.
I've never heard of one of your ideas.
I've never heard of a nigga who put their faith in other people's hands. This is simp shit, man. I'm not gonna allow it.
Hey Joe, who gives a fuck what you think? Guess what?
Yeah.
This is my life. And I am telling you, God is a factor in this story. If you don't want to fucking accept God or the truth,
is that what I
that's your
said? Something
problem.
about God?
You're going to stay in denial. I don't give a shit what you think, Joe.
People's hands.
Whoa. Oh, you didn't do that.
Internet.
I didn't see a shoulder. I didn't see the shoulder go up on that one. That wasn't a hit.
So Jack,
That
we
was
only
technical.
get God if we have you.
Yeah,
No, Margot, you have God when you have love. When you have love, you seek the truth. You're free with the truth. You share the truth. You humble yourself to the truth when you're in love. And I'm filled with love. I've got love to offer. I got so much love.
You
and
called me every name in the book tonight. What are you talking about?
I don't love.
Hi, Jack.
Uh-oh.
Cynthia. That's good.
How are you,
I guess
Jack?
I'll go back to not having fun. I'll go back to
Yeah, shit just got worse, right?
I came up here to apologize, Jack.
Oh, wait. This is interesting.
I came up here to apologize to Jack because I feel like we just don't have good communication. And I want to work on that with you, Jack. Is that something you might be interested in?
Don't trust it, Jack. Don't trust it. Don't trust it.
He's trying.
Jack.
I'm just joking. Don't listen to me.
Right? Don't listen to Joe. I just wanted to come up here and extend my hand of apology.
Jack, look
I'm willing
happier.
to communicate with anyone who's willing to be respectful and care.
I feel that I'm being respectful, Jack. Would you agree?
I don't know your intentions. I know your behavior is showing it. You know, you're aware of the moment. You're being respectful to the panel, yes, but I don't trust your intentions, Cynthia.
Well, just all I'm asking for is a chance to just express my intentions. Just go with the flow, Jack. Just go with the flow. Freestyle. Let's just freestyle.
That's exactly what I'm already doing with this panel. And what you're asking for, that's exactly what I've been asking for. Just give me a chance to be myself and to be who I am.
Hey, Jack, we give you shit. Can I give you some good shit? I know we give you bad shit all the time. But here is an example. You boot motherfuckers all the time and you do that shit when you get mad and don't want to hear other opinions and you say we're wrong. I say you're working on it. I say this is an example of you getting better at it. You haven't booted, you haven't lost it, and you've been tested. I say you are listening, motherfucker. You're learning and you're making changes, and here's evidence of it.
And he threw the fucking hose out today. Well, he didn't throw him out. He came up, he gave the keys to Daddy, as I'm referred to in many arenas. The hose, fleed. The wicked flee when none pursue. And Jack and I were righteous and bold as lions today. And yes, he did show extreme self-control and at least an awareness of the audience's experience, which is a part of self-awareness, right? So, again, I've been encouraging that. He's been showing that. I think we had a great stream tonight, if nothing else.
Yeah, you're doing well, Jack.
How you been, Jack?
I've been good. I'm still in the same situation as, I've been kind of treading water for a while. This question of lose, it's been for a while ago, but ask Jack this question. If the best thing for his son's life and happiness was dependent on having no contact or relations with Jack, how and what would his reaction be? Hey, Lou. Why would you want to pursue that assumption rather than take a chance that Jack is actually an honorable man who might be a benefit to being
He's not saying that, Jack.
Right. This is my point. The negative fucking egos.
No, Jack.
Bad narrative.
Jack, you're getting defensive. You're getting defensive.
I'm being accurate.
He's asking a question. He's asking a question because it's a real question to get real
so how would we know?
An emotion from you. You know why, Jack? No. Let me finish. You know why? he's dealing with the same issues. So he's asking probably from a place of saying, if my daughter who just left that has limited or no contact with me, how would Jack deal with that and handle that? And what would be his honest response and reaction? And then want to see if you're genuine and genuinely look into himself and see what his response and reaction would or should be. So just be real about it. Just be real about how that would affect you so we could understand you and what you're going through without even appealing to people. You know, if you're that emotional and caring about it, then just answer the question. You know, one way or the other.
Well, the only way that could be true is if it is true. And so if it's true, there would be facts. And so if there's facts that would show my son it would be happier or better off without me in his life, if there was facts that I was shown,
yeah,
God bless. But
I
here's
think you
what I
answered
know.
this question. I think you answered it.
I know the facts of me. I know what I am, who I am, what I have to offer. I know for a fact that question is fucking irrelevant.
It's erroneous. Yes, I agree.
What do you mean it's erroneous?
The hypothetical
this guy's like,
has no relevance to what is real.
I saw
And
some.
It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. What's real to who? What's real to him?
To the
He's
facts,
dealing
to
with
the
that.
objective reality we live in. Okay,
The objective reality is it's been years.
Hey, Paul, take the fucking names out of it. Take the ego out of it. You got a 21-year-old kid who was.
It's a great question. You got a 21-year-old kid.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying, let's see it objectively, like you're saying. Obviously, they've chosen to not have communication with you. They continue.
Not based on facts.
I'm not saying it's based on facts. That's what is.
Choices based on imaginations, feelers.
It's perceptions. Yes. Perception.
Yes, Paul. Well, this is the point. Jack, my life, my micro, I believe my life is the macro. I solve the problems in my life. The same problems I'm dealing with in my personal life is the exact same problems in this fucking nation and throughout the world. It's egoic nonsense. People running around pretending to know what the fuck they're talking about, destroying the lives of other people.
I don't believe that anybody has. I don't believe
this, Paul.
That's the same thing you just projected out as what you're doing. I've experienced the same thing. I perceive it a different way. Nobody could destroy my life and what I do because they've tried and they can't. I'm doing better than ever.
Okay, so I can present that story too. I've become stronger. I've become better despite the bullshit. But you know what?
But the point is,
my family and every other thing that you want to fucking judge for results, everything like that, I had no choice and it was taken from me. I'm trying to stop losing. I'm still offering others. So if you guys want to ridicule me for trying to help others like Margot wants to,
What are you
I had
offering?
to sit through.
What are you offering?
This bullshit. What I'm offering, Margot, is my friendship.
No, thank you.
I'm offering the truth and the knowledge that I have learned through my clumsy explanations. I claim that I found my way through meditation and study.
What's wrong with this idiot?
Long story short.
I'm glad. That's great.
Jack-
That's good for you.
You're feeding back, man.
I'm glad that you
Please,
found
God.
something that works for you, Jack. I really am. But don't try to push it down my throat.
No one's pushing anything down your throat. Your false accusations show your fucking insecurities and your cowardice. You're afraid of what is true, blaming me because you don't want to hear what is truthful. You want to defend your anger, your judgment, your fucking whatever it is you're judging.
Don't.
I'm offering that love is the answer.
Jack, do you feel like you answered that question in a loving manner?
Fuck no, it's the answer.
Does that,
Jack, how
there a
can I
Because you're
listen to
frustrated.
Paul and feel one more?
You robot it out again, Margo.
I'll have to make a comment about that loving manner, though. Jesus flipped the tables, and he did so in a loving manner. Just clarifying.
I can understand, but
Right, but we ain't in the church, and nobody's trading in human souls right now. So it's not. It's false equivalency.
All right. Well, I'm going to go out. I'm going to go. I'm finished with you guys. Everybody have a great night. Thank you.
You as well. Be easy, Margo.
thanks for your visit, Margo. I look
Right, we
forward
can't sit. We can't sit at the community table and claim to be a most loving example, and then be screaming and yelling when people are giving their perspectives. You tell me, get a headset. You're feeding back when you're not muted.
Yeah, well, you know, consider those words for yourself too, Paul, because you.
I thought I've been very. I thought that I've been very loving and caring and patient.
You want to be critical of me? Let's remove the beam.
Right, but we've not seen much difference in the outcome either way. It seems that's the irony. We don't see much difference.
Really fucking be me, have you? You always want to interrogate and attack.
Again, you were okay when I was doing it with Margo. You were okay.
This, dude?
I don't understand, Jack. You were okay when I did it with Margo. You were like right there, shaking your head, thumbing up when I was interrogating her, holding her accountable, giving her what for, in a sense, correcting the record in your favor with her.
Enabling her bullshit, continuing her bullshit arguments, and playing all this, placating this false narrative that Jack deserves the past everything.
I didn't say it's you're in your feelers, like you just said.
Look at it from my situation.
I am.
Paul. No, you're not.
If I was in your situation, which I am in a way, because we're all oneself, I would choose to find the truth and the knowledge and the growth and the understanding in the situation if I was able to.
Yep.
I was willing and able to.
We still got Moose in the background, so I keep getting this alert. Someone's still trying to come up. I'm frankly, this has been fun and an experience, but I am wrap it up.
Well, let's take it around a little bit more, Jack. You're not able to take it around a little bit more and see if we can kind of maybe refocus the energy.
Well, this hasn't been fun for a while. I mean, no one's...
I get it. So we can end on a high note. We choose our experience. This is the point. Don't default to a victim disempowerment position. It went however it went.
I received.
We didn't achieve resolution.
Allow me to receive. I come and I offer me the way that I can offer me. If you don't fucking like it...
It's not about that, Jack. It's about we're doing a broadcast, and sometime in the broadcast, as you've seen with me, I get fucking shit on, I get torn down, they make false claims, they call me a pedo pogo, and I got to try to find a way to recenter, refocus, and lead, right? And steer the ship. That's your position. That's our position now, if I'm co-hosting with you, right?
Paul, you found a way to get compensated for this. I don't make anything. This is no fucking benefit.
But Jack,
without the money, what he said remains true. Without the money,
okay, but that's fine. But that's fine. If we're gonna be real with ourselves and others, and Jack's saying, "Hey, I'm putting a lot of time, energy, attention in this, and I want to see it validated back." Well, that's running a business, right? We're minding your busyness. You might have to go months and years not seeing a return and just staying true to what you know and what you put out. And trying to work on yourself to find value, right? Till you see value in the existential, right? In the outward realm.
The way it works, right? It takes months and years before you start seeing any.
Can I ask? Have you made any money while you're doing these streams?
Yeah, there's been a few.
Okay, so you are
financial contributions. Hey, LIG, someone has been annoying the hell trying to come up. LIG, I'm going to go ahead and remove you. Thanks for your question. Hey, the removal's unrelated. I was about to do that right before. So whoever's been pestering the StreamYard.
That was probably me.
No, it continued after your arrival.
Greetings, Patricia.
Hi. Hi, Jack.
No pressure, Patricia, but we got to end on a high note, and it's on you to take us there. What you got?
I have to wait for the right opportunity to speak in that case.
Okay.
What did she say?
I thought she said she picked the right opportunity. Maybe she.
No, I might. I might. If it's up to me to end it on a high note, I might have to just wait for the opportunity. I was trying to get in, during your reaction to my comment, and I had something to say in the moment, but I guess the moment might be past.
I don't know how much Jack can handle. I'd like to see her have the moment and her comment be heard.
In other words, it wasn't worth holding on to.
I don't want to push it. Yeah, it's not. My only thing that I guess I would say is I see what I saw in that question was my dad trying to relate to you, and you did mention about, nobody understands you or nobody can relate to you. I think that was him trying to relate to you because he is going through that. But that, Paul said it. So.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit
Yeah,
too.
the women got shit mics tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing is, like, especially it would seem to me from a woman's perspective, not to be like sound biased or mansplain, as they say, but if you're able to, when these men get reactive, try not to get reactive with them in a negative way. It didn't seem like you were doing that. You were almost, that's what didn't make sense. You said maybe it's not the right time, but then you said something positive. So I don't know if there was a negative kind of critique, but you see how your father is. You see how a lot of men are. They're egoic and they're reactive. And the more that women escalate that, the more that there's no place for growth and change. The more that they learn to kind of yield and de-escalate and maybe take a different energy and perspective, the more they become a source of support for a man rather than a source of escalation of maybe a problem that they're experiencing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. And I wasn't trying to come in here and say something negative. I was trying to say something positive. It just I didn't want it to be up to me to leave it on a high note. If you can,
But that's what you were saying was a positive thing, and I'm sure your father would like to hear you expressing a level of understanding for him that's kind of impartial to whatever you all are going through, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and
what are your credentials for like what you'd have to say about what a father wants to hear from his son? Because you're not an expert.
So you're asking me now, as a human being, what another human being might think or feel objectively, which is obviously.
No, I'm asking a son who does not honor
You're
his
trying to
father in
start an
public
argument
or-
and a controversy. You're trying to be right rather than help people make it right. I've been given I've been given the validation over and over again by fathers and daughters that I'm qualified in their eyes to give perspectives on these things because they find value and growth in it. What is your problem exactly?
How long have you been here that the newest guy on the panel can't get his thought out when he got here? Now stop.
We know who you are, and you have the
Stop,
same
little boy.
narrative every time you come in, which is hating and
Little, not
detracting and
Christian drummer
obfuscating.
boy.
You're
I
not
need
going
you
to
to
be here
hold-
long, I suspect, because I'm sure Jack's
No,
not in the
no,
mood for your
not if
nonsense either.
Not if I can get a thought out, I won't be here long.
Go ahead, sir. I suspect I won't have to do anything because, like I said, I'm pretty good at reading people, and I suspect Jack's not in the mood for your fucking controversy and detractions and
Jack's in the
obfuscations.
mood for this, trust me.
Okay.
Because this is your MO, Paul, and I'm talking about. for a
I
year.
see what you're going to do. You're going to try to get him in the mood to it by shitting on me, hoping that he identifies with hating on me. I don't think he's even in the mood to hate on me and my past with him right now. I think he's just kind of trying to move forward.
Maybe I should.
But you can try for it. Let's see how manipulatable he'll be.
Jack, we all have things we want to accomplish. We can say we want to do, and as we go to do it, we might be open to some criticism of what we can do differently. Having said that, the problem seems to be on a long form scale that people are constantly rotating through. Oh, wait, were we talking about criticizing Jack and how he can do better? Or are we, back on this other thing that is manipulation and gaslighting that is like a circus that is conducted by the daddy one?
So I did a circus here today. I didn't do what I thought was one of the better broadcasts that have been done over here. Rather than hating on me like you're trying to get us back to, we tried to resolve issues with Jack. We tried to get facts on the record. Okay.
Okay, yeah, you seem to be the only one that doesn't want me to finish talking, and everyone
It's
that
just
wants
the
me to
same
finish
old
knows
bullshit,
why.
man, day in and day out. Go for it.
This has my role in all of this, in all these panels for a year, has been subjecting myself to all of them and finding out
Your
how
problem.
I'm the canary.
Again, your problem.
Oh, the second in command of the circus is the one that speaks up.
Just a bunch of flying trapeze. Let's change the subject again.
No,
Yeah,
how about
exactly.
you sit down, you old
Jack.
goot?
This isn't at all what you were saying earlier today, Tommy.
Hey,
I don't know who you are,
It doesn't matter
alcohol
who I
abuser.
am.
Listen,
Doesn't matter. It's the
you
same
guys
thing
have
you're
all
saying.
filed in to this guy that just informs you that he is successful, informs you that many fathers and many sons have told me I'm an excellent son and I'm excellent to my father, because that's all you need, you plebs, you cult plebs. Like, he's just informed you for a year. He is God of all YouTube, God of media. You say, yes, he is. And you've fallen into literally a cult state of mind.
Somebody's on their man period and hating again, it sounds like. A lot of jealous and envy.
Tommy,
No, I don't hate you, Paul. But I'm tired of your grift. I'm tired of watching this.
Oh, you're
loop
tired of
day
me
in and day
living
out.
and working with other people and having real conversations and maybe getting resolution sometimes, like with Patricia and Lou and other situations that have come up authentically. You're tired of all that. You'd rather talk about you and Spurg News and your
I'm not talking
insanity
about-
and hating
haven't
on
said
everyone.
a word about
Go
it.
ahead, Tom.
Oh, I had gone ahead, and you keep interrupting. You're the joke, Paul. There's no Spurg News. That was just many layers of watch Paul give me shit for a thing I said.
Yeah, we know that you're never going to dedicate yourself to actually finishing anything and producing an actual product. We knew that. So it wasn't a joke. Your life's a joke. And here's the punchline.
My life was successful. You told me start a channel so you could bust on it. Paul, I'm not here to make a living. I made a couple videos making you look like a tranny terrorist. I made a couple videos making toilet bowl
Hey,
look like
Jack,
the
do you want to
Sophia.
throw him out or you want me to throw him out or how long do you want to?
Why? Why are you throwing me out?
Because it's the same thing day in and day out. You have nothing new.
Yes,
There's no
that's
new
what I'm
information. There's no
explaining,
new
how
conversation.
you
It's
are
just
the
hating on
same
me.
thing. You are the same thing day in and day out, Paul. This is all it is. Oh, you're not a responsible. You
We
do nothing
actually
with your
never
life.
had a
You just
conversation with Margot
install that.
Davey and Jack, and we
Your
actually
life
never.
snafu calling
Okay.
everyone a pedo. Everyone that makes you mad, you just
Cynthia, how
call
are
this
you?
cut and paste thing to.
Hey,
And
Cynthia,
it
how are
doesn't
you?
matter what Jack's personal
It's nice to
issues
see
are,
you,
his
Scott.
life
How are
drama.
you?
I was
You
wondering-
have latched on.
Hey, buddy.
Tommy, can
Cynthia.
I say something to Jack real quick?
Yeah, I was going to say Jack's a nice guy, Cynthia. I think that he just maybe
He is a nice guy.
he just
Jack.
probably go ahead,
Jack, are you
Jack.
still here?
Yeah, he's here. Jack.
He said, "Hold on a minute," so he probably went to do something. He held up his finger.
Okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter either way because
So,
anybody
there
on
he
the panel
goes.
give me
Hey,
like
Jack.
a turn to talk. Same show. And we've been over this many times. Over the
Tommy,
years.
when you get here, you are the only one the conversation has to be about you from the time you enter to the time you leave. We're not allowed to talk about anything else anymore. We could talk about
Cynthia had a
faith,
question for you.
truth, loyalty. We could talk about any
Jack, I would like
topic
to say
until you
something
come.
to
Then
you.
the entire topic must be about Tommy for the duration.
Can we hear what Cynthia's offering?
Yeah.
I would love to, yes.
Please.
Jack, I can only
directly to Paul, and you say it's about me. What do you got, Joe Fool?
Tommy, you're the most beautiful person on this panel. May I have a second with
Cynthia.
Jack, please?
You're new. You're stupid. This is a year beyond your experience.
That was me.
Jack, thank you. Jack, I just want to speak from experience in my life and the things I've been through. When I'm uncomfortable, like either it be a life situation or anything, I definitely tend to lean into it because
Very
I know
good.
it's going to make me a better person. And then the one thing I always
good.
try to remind myself of is maybe I'm going through these things so I can experience them. So maybe later down the road, I can help somebody else understand what they're going through because I myself have already experienced it. And
God
maybe
is in you today, girl. God is in you today,
Thank
bro.
you.
That's
And-
all
and
truth, bro.
I couldn't help the people if I didn't feel it myself. And sometimes it sucks. And I don't want to feel it. Like, trust me, I don't want to feel some of the things I go through. But I know that it's going to make me a better person. So
don't forget,
I tell
the road to
myself
hell is
that
paved
all
with
the
good
time,
intention.
Cynthia. I
Gotta
tell
be
myself
careful.
that.
yeah, so all I'm saying is when you have these moments and you feel challenged or uncomfortable or you don't like what you're going through, just push through it a little bit longer. I always tell myself,
lean into it, enjoy
yeah,
it.
lean into
Fucking
it. Like,
go for the ride. We go,
yeah,
baby.
just like being brave is nothing more than fear hanging on a second longer. Like, don't be fearful. Don't be like, it's part of the process. Like, you have to go through these things to grow as a man,
Manhandle that shit. Tell
as a
yourself that you're
father.
not gonna claw through it. No, you're gonna
Right.
manhandle. You're gonna dominate whatever fucking
Take the bull
situation
by the
is. I'm
horns.
not gonna let it define me.
All
I'm
of
not
these
gonna let.
things.
I don't give a fuck how dirty down you are, or where you find yourself. You still must maintain that fucking attitude.
Activism.
No, I'm gonna try. I ain't trying nothing. I'm doing.
So, and when you get mad, sometimes it brings on a different emotions from other people. And if you just stay calm and in the moment, I promise you it's going to pass.
Love
It
you,
will.
champ. Where you been all my life?
Okay.
And
So
two, man, there's always a blessing, right? Like if I've disconnected with my father over certain things, right? And we could do the broadcast together wherever it goes, and we could like end it and not have this back and forth, then we get what you say you want to with me, right, Jack? We bond almost as like father and son. So your son's disconnected from you. My father's kind of disconnected from me. We don't even have to agree and see the same overall vision of ourselves in the world to bond over the little things and the little moments, right? So we could get some of that with ourselves and each other through the interaction, just putting it all on the table, the good, the bad, the ugly, forging ahead, creating bonds like in the military, right? That's where a lot of bonds are built on the battlefield.
That's some true shit.
Jack, are you relating to that? Are you relating to what he just said?
I think he's sucking it in. I hope.
This was one of the first times I seen Jack take it all the way through, and he was very displeased. I could see it; it's written all over him. But he didn't resort to the fucking throwing me out, throwing people out. You know.
Hey.
So I feel good about it, right?
For everybody, I can't see how Jack could be upset. I tell myself that same time.
Joe, because you're here probably.
Character is built. So this is how character is built. Lean into it. Do the best you can in a shitty situation. I got to remind myself that shit every fucking day.
Paul uses a quote from Lenin: "Life is what happens when people are busy making plans." And Jack, that's what. Just lean into it. Just start making life happen for you. There's all these things you want to accomplish, and you can do it. You can do it. Yes, you can. You know what?
Wait, no, I'm not arguing. Yes. Oh my God, thank you. All of these things, I had no idea whatsoever.
Let me ask you something, Jack.
How did I go my whole life, and how did I think I could help others without? Oh my God, my life is fucking saved.
You're welcome.
Jack, I don't think anyone was being condescending. I wasn't being condescending to you, right? I was trying to say that
Like I was
inside of the perceived negative interaction, there might be some positivity, right? There might be a silver lining to this cloud.
If you let yourself have fun, this shit ain't so horrible what's happening right now, man. It's a small fucking thing.
Johnny Rotten. Do you see the back, Paul? Do you see the backstage?
I haven't looked down there. What's going on in the back?
Well,
insanity. Johnny Rotten. Okay, let's screen him, Talcott. Let's give him the old one too.
Joni, that's Joni. That is not Joni. Is that a
Joni Rotten? Joni Rotten. Oh, that seems to be an attractive woman. Let me view her again in full screen. Can I view you, ma'am?
You muted, baby. You muted, baby.
Hey, don't you call her baby? I know how you like to get smooth, Joe Cool.
That's
Joni. I'm looking for a candidate for inseminate. Look at her, Jack. Are you open? Are you open to possibly being inseminated by I or Jack Talcott at some point? Proliferate the kingdom.
Joe!
I love her.
I haven't seen Joe in fucking ever. I've been lurking here in your channel for a minute, and I just come around tonight, and I'm like, fuck, is that Joe Cool? Fuck, I gotta get up there. I've been chatting. Nobody even notices I'm in there. Fuck, I gotta get on there and say hi. Nice to meet everybody.
Jack, ask her the question again. I don't think she heard it.
Hello.
I saw you in the back and I didn't know, so I didn't mean to leave you back there.
No,
so
it's I
long.
knew. I know my name is not exactly the friendliest. I think most
I
people
just
think.
thought, Joni, I didn't think of this. It's logical that you would be here. You guys talk about the same shit she talks about. She analyzes and breaks shit down to no fucking end, to the smallest corpuscle. That's what she does daily at her show. Ahmad, please find her channel and post it. Yeah, that's what
Let me
she
tell you,
does.
Joe, I have been on some shit. I have been laying down some tracks, some real shit. I'm channeling
Listen.
boardrooms. It's been great.
Listen, I've been over there and I grabbed the video of what you're showing and I've been watching it with my chick. So I have been
Hey, not for nothing, but this isn't like the Joni Rotten Joe Cool show. You know what I'm saying? Pretty sure this is like Jack Talcott Central, all Jack all the time. So
Hey, Paul.
if we could just get back to Jack. I mean, if you're not going to answer the question about I or Jack inseminating this lovely woman, then it's only right that we get back to Jack Talcott himself. Because you guys are, again, kind of wasting a lot of time, energy, attention, and space on the internet. There's a lot of gigabytes being taken up.
You're right. You're right.
Right.
You're right.
Go ahead, Jack. I'm paving a way here for us.
Well, I was trying to find the channel. I don't know which one it is.
What's your page name, Joni?
It's Joni Rotten and the Meing of Life, MEING, Meing of Life. Yeah, I have another one, but I haven't figured out how to do it again. Like how to make. I can't. I don't know.
Well, I'm just thinking of you, Joe.
I've lost many
for the paternity test now.
I think I found it.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining. I don't know where you were at in the conversation or where we were.
Yeah, if you heard anything, that would be great. You could help us digest.
Well, I don't think we're that close to friends yet for me to say things like that, Joe. And for this group here, I do hear a lot of fighting. I think, in all honesty, I would have popped in a lot sooner, except every time I've come into one of the streams, all I hear are people yelling at each other, and that's just not my thing. But then when I listen to other stuff that people share, I think, man, I love how they think. I love their mind. And then we do these kinds of streams, and it gets very difficult for people to get their ideas shared. It seems like we argue more. But, some people enjoy doing that, and that's totally rad. And if you do, then, it won't bother you.
So I have a question for you, ma'am. Do you find on these panels for doing this after a while that there's just so many great ideas out there that you're taking in from others?
Actually, no. I find a lot of fan fiction regurgitations. I will say this. I do believe that I have quite an original idea. I've put together some things that I don't hear anyone else talking about. But that's for anybody to decide that comes and listens to me. But no, I'm not a big fan of fan fiction. I like thinking for myself.
Right, and I think that's where you see a lot of the controversy and conflict emanating, at least from my beingness with others, is that I'm not seeing a lot of great ideas and or emotional states and or action spaces from a lot of these panel dwellers. So I don't feel the need to listen to them and all their great ideas because I don't see all the results. Right. And since I'm generating a lot of my own in certain ways, it wouldn't make sense to listen to folks who aren't. Right. And then that sounds egoic and presumptuous and arrogant sometimes.
Of course. But if it's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the individual.
I would disagree with that totally.
Okay.
I'm of the Confucius. Not a day I walk with man, woman, a child that they are not my teacher. You can learn from an idiot. I can watch anything and learn. Anybody, I can
All right,
watch
Joe
people
Cool, do you
totally.
imagine Confucius up on a mountaintop surrounding himself with idiots to learn? I don't see it.
He had a bunch of students. I used to read everything I could find about his. He was a teacher. He
Right,
had one
that's
student who was
students. That's not panel goers. Panel goers know it all and get no results and tell everyone how to save themselves.
The point still holds. I can watch fucking Fox News and learn something. And I'm allergic to Fox and CNBC and shit. But
Well, like how to bullshit yourself and others?
You can learn the plan of the enemy. Yes, you can learn how to.
Education requires great discernment, and that is only done through patience, through multiple observances. Too many people think they can see something or hear something once, and all of a sudden they know.
I like it.
The Dunning-Kruger effect. People learn a little bit of information, they feel empowered, and they...
Man, they know everything, suddenly.
Admittedly, I started out that way. When I started learning this, a little bit of information, I thought I knew a lot.
Yeah.
The more I've studied, the more I know how little I know.
Yes,
And
that's wise. What's the wise? I'm an idiot, and I know that, and I learn a lot. I can't tell you how much I learned from being in here in this one room, and not counting all the other times in this one room.
That's learning from life, Joe. That's not learning from someone as if they're a teacher.
I get the distinction. All right.
Do we need
I'm a student of life, so I can learn in any experience, if nothing else about myself. That's just being a student of life and learning from life. That's not learning from someone.
Are you saying teachers?
Right? There's a handful of people that I might be able to learn from that I've come across on these panels.
Yeah, we agree.
That may be true, depending on what it is you want to learn. I mean,
Right.
if you open your mind to want to learn different things, there's going to be a lot of people out there you can
But
learn.
Jack Talcott, how many things are you going to find with people on these panels that you couldn't go straight to YouTube and get a condensed version and learn it that way? It makes no sense. Why would I get on a panel and learn how to garden? Why would I get on a panel and learn how to fucking, you know what I'm saying? Pick something. It's a car. It don't make no fucking sense. You get on a panel to learn about one thing pretty much, consciousness and awareness. And that's what I try to specialize in, if you could call it specialization.
Oh
right?
God,
And there's no degree for that. You don't get a degree for that, oddly enough.
Well, I think in our panels, we refer to it more like a study group. So there isn't necessarily, everybody can take a turn, and there isn't a teacher. Right. There isn't anybody. We can't learn from each other. In that way, we're all learning new things. So I like when people learn something, they share it. So now, my dad used to tell me,
Joni, at the top here is Wizard. This guy knows the Bible. He knows the language. Well, the 14 languages put together and twisted upside down. Paul here knows the Tao. He knows the Bible. He's actually pretty good with policy and code enforcers going up against him. Jack, well, he's, been in a lot of studies about human growth and, personal fucking growth and stuff like that.
And none of that shit matters as much as knowing yourself and then therefore knowing your others in the universe.
Wait. That's brilliant what you're saying. And that's probably how I found you, Jack, because my specialty is human behaviors. And so, in linking it. And I've took the individual, a human being, as we grow through our stages, and I superimpose it on top of a historical timeline. And guess what you find? They match. They match. So if you say, history and time, that is beautiful. I just heard a psychiatrist in all my years doing this. I've had this written. I've published some papers. I've got some things. But it's just me. I'm not an expert. That's just me. I'm a normal person like everyone else that just finds this interesting and shares it with whoever is interested. Because when we're doing our research, so like if you really like history and you're trying to find a way to break down this whatever crazy code, whatever matrix, whatever your Kool-Aid flavor is, when you're doing that, the thing that everyone doesn't take into account is their own behaviors, our own know thyself. Nobody knows themselves. They have no idea why they do anything. They think they do, and they have no fucking idea. None whatsoever. They have no idea how the brain works, why they see symbols, the Illuminati. I can
Ain't
throw
that
them
how we
all
learn,
down.
They lack
But I
perspective.
learn by watching and you cats. I don't see it in
They're
myself
full of
because I don't
perception.
see myself throughout the
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
But if I see something in y'all, I know to address it in myself now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting because one of the things, what I was saying is my dad told me I didn't need a swing set if my friend had a swing set, which means that if you're really good at history and I'm trying to get some answers in my own research, I got somebody to go to now. I don't need to fucking look it up. I can have a panel and say, look, I'm trying to find out what happened in the 18th century. Who wants to join me that knows what they're talking about? And you can get a discussion of people. So I think it's how we structure our panels.
That's how we learn.
And what we allow in them.
That's dope,
you know,
too, yeah.
so
Joni,
nobody argues in my room. Nobody argues, and we haven't argued for years.
That holds true in here
And
too.
so-
Sometimes these panels are all about just fucking looking into ourselves and shit like that. And sometimes they turn into some really crazy shit, as no one saw today.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. Yeah.
Structuring his panel. He's getting good at it. I was just complimenting him on it before you came here. He was able to maintain a long conversation about so and so. Then it turned to a bit of a
right. Whoops.
So as these panels pop up and drop down, and some are successful, some aren't, and they grow and they change and they convert and they merge. This is the same thing as the Stanford Project, the Stanford Prison Project. It's just now that it's known as the Heroic Imagination Project, and they've they've kind of inverted the intent, but it's still dependent upon your input, and that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, as we see, is up here trying to be some kind of egoic hero of some sort.
I love it.
Yeah. I'll tell you something. One of the best tips I got when I had my, we'll say, awakening. A gentleman that I got his book. I talked to him. He says, "Here's what's going to happen." He says, "You're going to think you're God for a minute. You're going to think that you know the answers to everything. Just hang on, because that will disappear." And some people get stuck in it. And I'm so glad that he came along, because what he did was he gave me permission to sit back and do my own research, sit back and find out what I was interested in understanding, where my what my own education or interest throughout my life, those types of things, how they're going to get me to the know thyself answer, right? And so I took a few years to do that as I was slowly working on my research. And it's going on 6 years now, I think 8. I don't freaking know anymore how many years. But on YouTube, I've been streaming for 4 years now on YouTube. This is my 5th channel. So, and I don't know. I'm probably taking that way. I know you guys don't know me, and I'm really sorry. I'll stay quiet.
You brought a
I
cool,
just get
calming,
excited.
hippie energy. I like it. I think it was.
Joni, you did answer my question, which was.
That's awesome. That's priceless. Love it. Love it.
Joe, cool. You did a
Yes, he did. Joe did a cool thing.
Get my statement out.
Well, this was
Turn him up, Jack. You want to turn him up? You feel bad for the little boy?
I can't hear him. I can't.
Oh yeah, no, he got to it. I just watched him turn it up.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, he's turning it up more. No, put it back down a bit. I'm watching you move it. Don't do that.
So, Joni,
it might have been me moving it.
Thank you for answering my question. That was, where the fuck has Lisa Loeb been for the past 15 years? I know you say we only see what we want to.
Is that the girl from Clarissa Explains It All?
No, that's Lisa Loeb. Get on your proper culture, slave. Pipe down, you filthy slave. Need to get
Don't be rude.
Stow it like a man. Now listen, Paul, if you speak truth day in and day out, truth, why do you have the fear of letting me finish a sentence? And why does Jack have that fear?
It's not.
Dude, you're doing reverse psychology to get more time, energy, attention on a panel.
That's exactly I'm telling you exactly what you do.
I watch people do reverse psychology all day, every day in subliminals, and it's just they're not great at it, right?
Bit non-bit, bit non-bit, reverse non-reverse psychology. That's what you're talking about.
So just go ahead and take whatever limited time you have and get your rap out instead of trying to set this up as if you're so
Imagine,
powerful and I'm
your ears
disempowered.
having herpes, and that's what it's like. Is
Got
that
it.
laugh?
This is a verbal porn bomb, Jody.
I'll have you know,
Oh.
the Joe Cool laugh has become a staple of the Unslavia community. It's a soundbite of
It's
complex.
contagious.
Yeah,
How
as
dare
long as
you
it
insult
fits your
the
liking,
African American
like your alliance
contributor?
with Jack is
You have to
only
love
as
You're a
strong as how it
disgusting man. You're a disgusting Caucasian beast. How dare you insult that
That's
man?
all you got. You can copy paste that to anyone that's standing against
Go
you.
ahead,
That's what
copy
you do.
paste.
Yes, it's like
I wish you would go
Snafu
get a
calling
channel
me
and copy
pedo.
paste it and
He's
get some
calling me
damn
a
viewers and a platform and get off our
self-confirmed pedo,
nuts.
right? So you're calling me crazy?
No.
Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
No,
Oh,
are you-
Simple
no,
Jack's
you
going to
call
be
me
upset
crazy
that
day
he
in and
has
day out.
like no power here
Lisa Loeb,
anymore and that I have the keys.
you
He's
know
going to be
how
really
gaslighting
pissed.
works in
Because we know
truest
he's
sense?
a broken hoe. Jack, Jack, just to be clear, anything I say is not the view of Jack Talcott. It is expressly my view and my view only. So he may or may
Except
not
for when it's
support
not,
that.
right?
Oh my god.
Again, Tom, this isn't always about you. Just sit back and let
How is
Daddy
it about?
drive sometimes.
How is it about me?
Go ahead, Tom. Take
You're
over.
just doing another gaslighting attempt
Take
where
over,
I say something and you say, hey, it's not all about you. I know you're talking directly to me about me, but it's not about you, Tom. That's what you're doing, Paul. You're weak, bro. You got no conviction. I'm reading you, bro. You got no conviction. You're weak, bro.
A little bit. Tommy, do you think that that we need to find teachers out here? Instructors?
Joe, I'm not addressing you. I don't respect you. You're a joke. Please refrain.
All right,
I'm here to talk to Jack, and if Paul wants to step up, I'll talk to Paul.
Yeah,
Joe, all you got is like slow jam swaying to people saying nothing.
Hey, Aaron, feel free at any time to just break into Paul's "Your Daddy," a hit song that he wrote and performed.
See, you usually get
Because
disrespected, Aaron, but he needs
this is what
your
it
help
is.
right now. So you should say that if you excel at saying Paul's your daddy, never do that shit for free, Aaron. That's your job. Don't do it for free.
That's the thing. But do you ever think that maybe like Aaron's successful in his life and doesn't need to like go around begging and like, you know, kibitzing
begging,
and
like putting a cash app at the bottom scroll of your 12-hour
See, this is what I don't understand.
Maybe he just enjoys singing, right? Like life is good. He likes that. He likes Paul's your daddy. He likes to sing. He's got a song in his heart. Why are you reducing everything down to cat coin and your worldly ways?
Why are you putting a target on your boy right now when we're not here to talk about Aaron? See, this is all you got, Paul. You either got mod
I just wanted him to sing for us because he wrote and performs the song "Paul's Your Daddy" and he does it very well, and I always enjoy it. So I was asking him to I asked him to regale I and the audience. The audience loves it too. You're so selfish. You really are. You're a selfish
when you
beast.
try and deflect selfishness and all about me onto me,
Johnny, what do you have to
that's
say? Excuse me, Tommy. Johnny, what do you have to say?
I'm just gonna say I'm out. I can't sit here.
Yeah, Tommy's scared another one off.
I don't know.
No, it's not Tommy. It's y'all's shit is catching up with you while a friend
open your room.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you, Joni.
You too.
And I subscribe.
All right, I think it's time for everyone to go because it's just something kind of happened. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, because you're not in
like
charge.
Maybe maybe
I
we all
like
just leave.
conversation, but I don't. I like conversation, but this isn't that. Well,
now that he's
thanks for
gone,
letting
will
me
you
come
stick
out.
around?
It was good to see you, Joe.
Joni,
yes,
please.
yes.
Please, this is not what I'm the norm or what I'm trying to do either. So, hey, I loved what you were saying. I'm curious to learn more. I dropped my information in the private. If you have,
hey, Jack, I'll text you. And
he loves dropping that private information.
I'm on here trying to build connections to build community to bring a movement forward. I want this world
Exactly. I'm here to find answers to the questions that I'm still asking. That's what I'm looking for. People that are still asking questions.
Me too.
Yeah.
Well, it was nice meeting you, Joni. I subscribed to your page and turned off the notifications. turned them on.
Sweet. You might not
Thank
get
you
him.
for
I'm
that.
massively shadow banned on here, but thank you.
Hey, so are we all doing the thing where we pretend to leave and then go around back and meet so that Tommy doesn't join us?
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
I came up here to help
Thank you,
out
Jody. It's
despite
nice
my
to meet you.
disgust with
Hey, do you hear something, Jack?
Unfortunately, I hear like voices.
I hear some chirping. There's some chirping noises.
It must be about him when he shows up. It is
What the fuck has
fucking
been about
weird.
you? You're a fucking stoned out 60-year-old man that never did. Why isn't Paul up your ass about what you never
Okay.
did with your life, Joe Cool?
Because Paul's not upset with Joe Cool.
Yeah,
Tommy, you are the best looking individual on
life.
this panel. Nobody's cooler than you. You don't need to react like this to get our attention.
Cynthia,
Okay, Tommy?
You have no relevance right now.
Tommy doesn't play well with others in the sandbox.
Oh, and also Scott.
Tom, we can barely hear you, Tom. We can barely hear you, Tom.
With no knowledge of
Tom,
What?
you're being talked over, Tom.
Tom, you got to speak up, Tom. We can barely hear you.
Tom, get closer to the microphone.
Yeah.
No, I'm
turning. You gotta listen to the microphone.
You're gonna have to put that little microphone in your mouth.
Scott, I've never taken a weight.
Swallow the microphone, Tommy.
Oh, you want to tell me to swallow an inanimate object?
Praise God.
Jack, I'm talking
Praise
to you.
God.
Praise God.
This
Yep.
is when I become a bad kid, and we got to make it about Tommy. I
Hey,
want it
Jack,
to be a
how
painful
does it work out to have
experience.
like 9 people on a panel that all are like low key against you in the long run?
We love you, Tommy.
I don't
Life
like you
is
at all,
good.
Scott. I don't like.
I feel
You don't
good.
have to like me.
Good
Like Lig.
things are always
Hey,
happening
Tommy,
to me.
do you think one night we could have dinner? Like you'll have a dinner on your
told you, Cynthia,
end, and
I
I'll
will
have one on my
acknowledge you.
end, and then we
I
could
will
just have a
acknowledge
dinner.
you on like a funny video about how you
He's
are.
gonna call you so many names.
No, I think it'd be interesting. I think people want to see us connect. Tommy, are you down?
I have
Candlelit dinner for 2. There
I
you
don't know
go.
where you're getting your dumbass ideas, Cynthia, but I'm gonna expose you for the grifter.
Do it over
conniving
dinner, dipshit.
and Joe Cool.
Is that a
Yours
yes
will
or
be
no?
worse than Cynthia's.
He said he's going to expose you over dinner or expose himself. One of the two. I'm not sure what I heard.
I didn't say shit about dinner, but everything you hear, Scott, involves some kind of meal.
Woof, woof, woof.
I want to get to know
I
you better,
never made
Tommy.
fat jabs at you,
You
Scott,
won't make
but
it through
you
the hors
refuse
d'oeuvres
to
before
see
he's
the
talking about
reality
your
in front of your
heritage.
fat ass stomach.
Yes, now he's going to use the
So you don't
fucking
see
low fruit.
reality,
Go
you
on,
don't see
go
your
on,
penis,
go
and you don't
on.
utilize either.
Tommy, you know what?
Can you
Jack, I
guys
hope we had a
back
better
the
day
fuck up and
together.
let me
I hope
talk to
you
Jack?
did. We
Can everybody shut
Jack,
up and
she's
let me
been
talk to Jack?
nice.
Well,
thank you, Scott.
She did. She did.
I feel so, but honestly, it all is your choice, your determination. It's up to
No,
Like
you
it's
it,
if
your
you
choice as
succeed
the
or
host
fail
of
in
your
your
show,
mind.
Jack. It's
I
your
think
choice if
Jack
you're
is
gonna
saying
sit
he's
here
going
and
to be
talk to me for a
courteous at
minute or
all
not.
times.
Thank you, Jack. Thank
Dude,
you,
you can just
Joe.
backstage me again. I
Hey,
can
Tom.
leave and whatever.
Hey, Tom, how
Do you
does
want
it
to talk
feel
me,
to
Jack?
know, Tom, how does it feel
I'm
to know
not
that
on Paul's channel. I'm
yeah, no.
not talking to Paulie voice.
I have the keys now, Tom.
Tell
But
him,
you
Tom.
say you don't take keys, remember? You don't want
I
people's
take keys all the time. I'm like fucking Ricky Ross.
He didn't ask
Except
for
for,
him.
You know,
I'm
except for when you're
I'm getting
bitching out
keys from
Yurt
the
for
Atlantic.
taking the keys back. Why did you have a problem with Yurt for taking his keys back? They're his keys.
I
and you
didn't
got
have a problem with it. He told me 2 weeks after acting like a bitch and a hoe, and I said, "What was
No,
that
you
about?"
were
Oh, I
acting
got
like a
fearful
manipulative
that you were going to
cult
destroy
leader
my broadcast.
when
I
you
said
were
that would
telling him,
demean me and my
"Hey, I don't
character. I'll
need
give
the
you back
keys.
the keys and walk
Hey,
away.
I don't need your keys. That's why you got to give them to me, bro. Don't you
Hey,
get
I'm
it? I don't
turning you
need them
down
because
now,
I'm better
pal.
than
How
these people.
dare
So
you
just give
insult
them
me?
back since
Turn
I
them
don't
right
need them.
down.
You will
Right
also
there.
get exposed
Hey,
to work.
15,
just
down to 15. Everyone else at 100, 15 for him. Go ahead, sir.
Finally tired of it. I was
About equal that way.
making.
I have an observation. There's a small group of people and some pretty smart people in this room right here, and Cynthia takes notes. Okay, so what I think is there is not many people in this circus. There's a few busloads at this point, but there's a world full of fucking people out there. Joe has a bunch of followers, I know that, but right now, Paul, this little circle right here, it'd be easy to grow it if that's what you wanted to do. Jack does. I know he does for financial purposes, and Cynthia can take notes. But if everybody worked together rather than having the Deluma Tommy fucking pull it all apart.
It's Delumatard. You can see he took on a new character today. His name is Delumatard.
Oh, that's right, Delumatard.
See that? If I bring it up there, see?
There you go. There you go. But look, nobody could come in and penetrate as it grows bigger and people work together. Protect Jack, protect Cynthia. Joe is, Joe is Joe. He can protect himself. Paul's going to protect everybody. I mean, I think it's a better idea to work towards, protecting this than it is to work towards working it apart.
A triple braided cord is not easily broken. I would agree with
There you go. And now, what you're doing, Paul, taking some keys around, you might be able to use Cynthia to, again, she takes notes, start scheduling shit a little bit. And, I think the shows are getting better and the content's getting better. And what Joni just said is not a bad idea. Some of the day should be put aside for fucking Wizard and you to talk about things. And then Delumatard should obviously tell us about the South.
Yeah, hey, Tommy, see how uncomfortable it makes you when you're not the center of attention, man?
That's some really interesting stuff there, Tommy.
Oh, he uncammed. That's a start. What's up, Jack? How are you doing? Jack, I know you love these people bullying you and surrounding you and kicking you.
Here we go. Tommy's deluded manipulation tactics, right? It's so easy. When you get to a space of like presence and clarity, it's so easy to immediately discern what they're doing. Like it's like I started to go, I could bill myself as a guru because I believe that I've attained a space of consciousness where I just see right through people. I just see right into what you're doing within 4 to 5 words. You don't even have to continue. He gives a fuck about Jack being bullied, right? He's desperate for power right now.
Do you think
it's all it is every time?
Why do you keep talking?
How does he not see that? It's so obvious to me. How does he not know? And does he know? I'll be thinking like that, bro. He knows. We see that.
Oh, I know what I know, Joe Cool. I know that you watched OTW Boot Me, and you said, well, it's not cool to talk about Tom while he's not here because he can't defend himself. But let me tell you why that nigga racist. And then you just carried on for like 45 minutes because you're a nobody. You're a 60-year-old nobody that needs to be told by Paul you haven't done shit with your life but play those rap lyric games. You failed at that.
Oh, hey, I'm older than 60. And what's that make you when you're desperate for my attention? I'm a fucking old nobody, man, and you're desperate for my fucking attention. What's that make
No, I'm
you?
not. Oh,
Yep.
panel game. Oh, look, it's Paul. It's Paul's
No,
birthday.
it's just Friday.
I don't want to make the comparison, but because I know.
So, Tommy,
some people,
about that dinner, when can I pencil that in? I think it'd be nice.
I couldn't go to dinner with you because when I go to dinner, I like to eat too, and you don't look like someone that's leaving my food on my plate.
I knew we were going to get a whole, he doesn't have enough in the bank account.
I do not desire your attention. I wish you'd STFU so I could talk to Jack. If I could talk to Jack, I'd get out of your fucking nappy ass hair. And I'm not in your hair. You're just swaying like a jackass on a channel that you're grifting. Smoke another blunt like your daddy, fool.
What should we discuss, Tommy?
He's just a man. I got some.
Let's discuss mental and emotional illness.
I'm waiting for them to shut up, Jack. Give me a second.
Seems prevalent on these panels.
I want to discuss
Jack, go get another 50 mils. It's going to be a long night.
Actually,
so you're going to yuck it up with them, Jack? Did you think that was funny when they did?
Yeah, I'm going to hit another few too, Jack. I got some cookies. We'll hit them together real quick.
Me in
celebration of Tommy's insanity.
Would you shut the fuck up, you fucking traumatized child? Now, Jack, were you laughing at the fucking panel circus effects because it reminded you of Paul's birthday when your producer gave up the keys and made a fucking mockery of this show we're sitting on? Is that why you were laughing?
I saw the connection, the similarities, and I saw what you were pointing out. My laughter was just, praise God,
that you don't care that they've already set you up for failure. Like you could get an audience, with whoever you want. JP, the fucking United Nations, any pastor you could name, and they have solidified you telling your pay for time with women's stories. They've solidified everything you'd want to ignore and get out of your fucking life to move forward with success. And they're going to use that to entrap you to make sure you don't go anywhere without them or you don't go anywhere at all. Because he already convinced you that he was somewhere, which he isn't. You can plainly look at panel life. This isn't where you make big bucks. There is no career in public Zoom calls.
Tommy,
is he talking about you?
Tommy, there's one thing.
Yeah, I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your worthless boomer ass.
Tommy, there's something you got to remember.
Yeah.
Praise God.
There's something you got to remember. Everything that you choose or don't choose to forget. What were we talking about, man? What were we just talking about, man? I'm sorry, man. I wasn't paying attention, man.
Jesus
but let me
Christ.
tell you how I'm going to lead the world and save it, man. Wait, what were we talking about?
See, Jack got another few edibles, and whoever let the retard in isn't as much of a concern for us, right?
Or just
We're kind of good. We're good to go, you know?
I don't know what that fat boy was rambling. He's a joke. And he's going to find out all too quick. He's just a fat Trump parallel. He hates Donald Trump. He embodies very much a lot of Trump things. Took a loan from his daddy and failed with it. He tells everybody he's the greatest. He's the greatest whatever. Everybody knows I'm the greatest whatever. And I'm
amazing. I'm an amazing father, non-father. I'm an amazing man. I'm an amazing presenter. I'm an amazing marketer and promoter. I'm an amazing contributor. I'm an amazing co-host.
Well, you're not. Because you're host. You're like Peter Pan. You're king of the Lost Boys, which is equal to nothing.
Right.
Oh, man, you got all the Joe Cools in your service. Oh, man.
Hey, Jennifer's here now. Would you like to insult her, too, like you usually do? Because that's like usually what credible and honorable men do is
no,
insult
you mean
women.
You're going to hide behind your old lady and fucking gaslight that I say things I don't say?
No, we actually like laugh and joke about it, you know?
Yeah,
we like go, hey, this guy said this guy said that.
No, here's one of your major grifts, Paul. You always follow up. I tell truth. I speak truth as I discern it, as I perceive it. That's what makes it not truth, you fat fuck. Your discernment, your perception is not truth.
That's why he adds on the
he adds the grift on out the corner of his mouth, like you hang blunts out the corner.
Right, that's not accountability, right? Fuck not for me to say that it would be
accountability. You have no accountability.
Okay. So for me to say that it's my perception of objectivity, which may be subjective, in which case you'd have to decide.
See, it's already too convoluted. It's not.
It's already too convoluted in order to take accountability and say the exact right statement of how
not true.
Knowing how it'll be perceived if I come on here and go, I'm the arbiter. Everything I'm saying has to be true. If you disagree with it, you go, no, I perceive this as absolute truth. Could you rebut it if you see it as not? And I haven't got one yet. So I'm waiting. Like Marcus Aurelius, the God King in his day, he said, I will continue to do whatever I perceive to be true. If you could rebut my truth, I will immediately embody the truth that you put forth. I'm still waiting.
I always have, and you're still not. That's why you're a grifter. You're a liar,
I'm going to be like you and do what you do. Yeah, no, I don't accept that.
What do I do, Paul? That's what I've been asking you for the year. You've said I'm a 17-year-old plural, chasing, broke, nobody, living out of my car by a river. That's not true. Tell me what I am.
Thank you for having me on.
Oh, the pleasure
Tommy's
was all
not gonna
ours,
let
Cynthia.
anybody speak. I do appreciate it, Jack. I hope
you're
have
scared of this.
Better interactions in the future. Goodbye, panel.
Check it out later.
God, insufferable women. Once they don't
You
have
say
a mate at a certain age, God.
So
you're not gonna
back
believe
to-
the hit.
Tommy, where are you coming up with these narratives? All you're doing is deflecting on your own reality.
Oh, here comes the
Why
goblin
would you
fail.
want to push negative energy into your own space amongst others?
What are you talking about, Goblin?
You
No,
suck,
don't
dude.
answer
He
that.
thrives on
You're-
hate
you're
and
what's
division.
Goblin.
He thrives
Goblin,
on hate, division,
stand
and
down, buddy.
chaos.
I don't need you, Goblin. They don't need you. I need you to just STFU. You're adding nothing. You're helping nothing.
I'm
And you'll
asking
just
you,
be back.
what are you adding other than negative energy in the personal space and amongst others? How
Get
are
that
you
holistic
creating
shit.
and
Oh,
or
so
co-creating in
you
this
can't step to
so-called reality
Paul
that we find ourselves
about his
in?
negative energy he brings to spaces.
Like
But when I'm doing it,
that
I'm
was
up here doing what you should be doing, Goblin. Oh, because the nobody 60-year-old aging black man in a car howled and cheered, that somehow makes it factual or truth. Shut the fuck up, Joe.
still
Cool.
Yeah,
deflecting
Joe, what's your
energy.
fucking deal, bro?
He's still deflecting in his own energy.
Goblin, you've gone to the unslaved side, so just fuck off, man. This is what you.
Oh,
wish
I
you
didn't
could've
know
stood
there
and
was
did.
sides. Tommy revealing himself again. There's sides now. There's
Oh,
a
you're
slave
just
side, and then there's
Vietnam.
another
Paul,
side. I wonder what
it's
that
been a
side is
year,
and who they
Paul.
work for. Could you tell us more about that side and who they work for, please? I'd love to
that's
know.
Real easy, Paul.
As
You
if
think you
I
can
don't
go
know
without
already,
talking through it?
Prometheus there. They always tell you who and what they are. Illuminatomy, fake light, illumination, false light.
Oh,
and then
so you're
he's
ready
got
to
the
explain things.
I'm
You're
a
ready to explain
Prometheus
things.
who egoically stole fire from the
you still
gods
love
to
deflecting
misuse
and
it.
hanging, Paul. Are you
Right?
ready to answer
Another
it?
misuse of a little bit of knowledge and power, as always. They always tell you and show you who and what they are archetypally.
Avoid, gaslight, avoid, deflect. What am I,
here's
Paul?
the
Tell
best
me what I
one.
do with my life.
It's also
No, the
a
thing you turned
combination
your
of
camera
either a
off
fallen
and
angel
shut the fuck
imagery
up about, answer
or
it
an
now.
Icarus imagery, which is hubris, flying to the sun with wax wings and burning your ass
all
up,
this
which you do
year
every
and it
day.
failed,
You
Paul.
fly
How's it
towards
working
the
out
Son
right
of
now?
God and you burn
How's
your
it
ass
working
up
out,
every
Paul?
day with your wax wings you built and your hubris. It's laughable. So just keep ranting like a dummy. No, why? Don't put him out. Bring him back. That was getting good, Talcott.
Wax Wings
Yeah.
is a dope title.
It's not getting good,
video,
Talcott.
bro.
Paul,
Wax
answer
Wings.
the first question already. It's why you
Icarus.
started to run.
Yeah, Icarus.
What the? How do
But
we
Wax
change
Wings,
this
that sounds
pattern?
so good.
Jack,
That's
we are
dope.
all up here
Life
for
is
you,
good.
and you're just distraught about it.
Hey, Jack, am I wrong, Jack, if I
always
say,
happening to
because I almost said,
me.
you know that
That's how you break the
all of
pattern.
this is because of Tommy. Am I wrong? Because perhaps we all play a part.
Hey, Joe,
But my
because you're not
response when you
saying anything
said,
of
how do we
value,
change
where
this?
do you
I
find
was gonna
strength
say,
in
you know
taking,
it's
what is it,
Tommy
4,
that's
5,
doing
6, 7?
this.
There's 7
I don't
people
know
on
if
the
I'm right or
panel.
not.
I think I heard what you were saying, but I'm not sure. I asked the question, how do we change this pattern? You think there is no change with Tom? You just got to cut
Oh,
the...
you were talking
I was
about me?
wondering, do you think
What
that
pattern is
Tommy
that, Jack?
the one who needs addressing?
Shut
or do
up,
we
Joe.
all
You're
play a
I
role somehow? Or do we all play a role?
You still haven't answered. Are you going to talk to me, Jack, or are you going to avoid to the guy I'm not talking to?
What? Am I ever... I haven't been involved in your conversation for a long time.
From the beginning.
How's that? Did you memory hole it? I talked
Well,
to
here,
you.
what can we accomplish, Tom? I mean,
Jack, you're doing your talk show thing. Okay, do you see how the progress we're making is that Fat Boy shut up and turn his camera off? That's progress.
Hold on, Tommy. I got to thank somebody for contribution. Thank you, Grifta, for your contribution.
Thank you
donation.
for donating fiat to the man with
1
his hands
second,
out.
you hating,
It's
jealous,
like on a
envious
street
slave.
corner,
I know
but
you can't
meta,
wait.
right? It's
I
like
gotta
you're
turn him down. I gotta turn him down for his own good. He's just waiting for the next
rebuke you,
pocket watching
Tommy.
hating comment. So
Too bad you couldn't just
thank you for all the folks who contribute and donate and trigger the hating slaves who see no way out of their horrible life and lifestyle, even though we give them away constantly.
Is that me? 'Cause I was waiting
Thank
for
you.
to
Yes,
describe
that's
that
you.
horrible
Absolutely.
lifestyle.
You can't stand that I come here and make a living speaking, and other folks would love to do that. And I'd like to show them the way. I'd love to show them the way of making a living, just being who and what they are, and applying who and what they are and what they know, and getting results in different arenas and venues. I love that process, right? It's a blessing. It's an honor. It's a great process.
I'm gonna show you the chicken
Yeah,
coops.
how's that filibuster going?
Nice.
Paul,
That's
the
one
people
of them.
outside
That's
of
the other one. The
YouTube
chickens
that you
put up
hope
cause
to
the storm
somehow
now,
one
yeah.
day reach and grift to,
Them
they
yours,
see
Joe?
right through this shit. Like
Yes, in
normal
Colorado
people that
when I'm
aren't
here
broke and
about 7
stupid,
months
they
after,
go, why isn't this fat
Nice.
See both of
triangle-shaped
them,
guy
yeah.
letting the other guy
It's
finish?
20 in
Why
each
won't
one.
they just let him say his piece?
And
He's
it's
not even there to
storming out
talk
here.
to that
That's
guy.
why
He's
they
there to
put
talk
up.
to Jack. Why does this fat nobody keep interrupting him? He looks
Where's
like
the
a
grow
ginger
house?
child. He looks like he had
We turned
parental
it into
issues
something
growing
else.
up.
That was the grow
Looks like he
house.
didn't
We
have a
turned it
mama.
into a
Because you're
Chicken
so
coop.
proud about not having a
Damn it.
mama, and a mama is a big
No,
influence
the grow
on
house is
men.
in the back of the crib.
As
There's
a
the grow house
father is
right
a
there.
big influence on
Oh, there you go.
daughters.
You can turn that
had
back
no
on.
proper motherly influence.
Plenty of light.
That's why you're back and forth with like your monogamy
Put some
versus
plastic around that during the
chicks versus
do
you
it during the
don't
winter.
Tommy, do you regularly hold entire conversations with yourself, or is this just something
Yes, he
new to the
does. He's a
occasion?
specialist at that.
Goblin, do you
In the
know where
mirror.
you are? How much have
Panel
you
to
had to
panel.
drink tonight?
Takes over and talks to himself. It's
Are you
fucking
talking about me,
fascinating.
Jack?
It's indicative
Yes,
of something.
he
reminds
reminds me of
for
Jack
Paul to
Harlow.
say something brilliant, man. I'm just waiting
No,
on
Jack,
Paul to be
we
like,
could
all it is
fucking
just
talk if
blah,
you
blah,
Paul
had
will
any
chime in
kind of
soon
control
enough.
of your show. Like, what part of I'm here to talk to you, Jack, did you not comprehend
What
that
can we
you allow
talk
this
about,
shit to go
Tom?
on with these
Other
grifters
than
you've known for a
Tom,
year?
nothing. That's what I've
Tom,
come to believe at
Why are you
sometimes it must be
impatiently
about
getting
him.
loud with my name, Jack?
It's interesting.
well, Tom, what can we discuss? There's a panel of people here, and surprisingly, an audience still too.
Surprisingly.
Right, because I mean, they've
Getting
probably
better
seen
all
you
the
day after
time.
day. They've probably seen how the usual reasons you get loud and boot me is over the simplest, calmless stating of like Bible or pointing out hypocrisy, and you lose your shit. And yet this panel here you got, they've been using you for so long, they got you on such puppet strings that they're using you now and you don't even see it. You're wired
So what
to
do
get
I
the
do,
system.
Tom?
You
Do
kill
you
us
remember any
all.
of the stuff? Do you remember when you were so distraught about the unslaved fat boy that you'd meet with me one-on-one nightly to talk about? Well, you wanted to talk about how to change him and help reach him. And I knew that's impossible. This is the type of guy you got to just like end what he's doing because he's not going to hear anything out. He's the type of, he's
Are
the
you
reason
sure
we
that's
have
not
wars,
you?
Jack.
Are
Hey,
you sure you're not the one?
Tommy, do you hate Paul?
Hey, you see how Joe Cool quit addressing me, fat boy?
Do
Take
you
note.
hate
I'm
Paul?
not going to reply to you.
Listen,
Give
dumb
him the
fuck.
button,
Just
Scott.
answer the
I'm
question
still
to him.
seeing a lot
I'm
of
not answering your
self-deflection.
I'm not addressing Goblin. I'm not addressing you. I'm not here for any of you. You're here for
Delumitard.
your daddy.
Nah, every
Daddy,
couple
shut
weeks
up.
he
You can
shows
shut
that he
up,
doesn't
too.
hate me. He hates what I do, which is do better than him.
No, I hate what you do, which is hypocrisy, lies, grifting, and then asking for money on top of
Right,
it. How
you,
about that?
Mitchell, and everyone else, every other one of the haters, right, with the same personality disorder, manic depressive, have no regular source of power and
Gaslighting.
value, have
Gaslighting.
shitty relationships
You
with women
have
and children,
no
have a
You have
dysfunctional
no
personality
clinical
disorder
standing
in
to
all
make those
arenas, right?
calls.
And you
And
do
if
nothing
Snafu
online. You
can get
create no
sued for
content.
calling people
You have
pedos,
no.
and you're sitting
Yeah.
here
Okay.
claiming legit mental disorders on citizens because you're kind of just like you're inconvenienced by them, so you're publicly making statements about them. Yeah, how's that legalese work out, jackass?
Tommy, are you trying to stand for rights, freedom, and principle? At this place, at this point, at this time, I recommend you could fucking just go get the $35 license. You're too stupid to do it.
I didn't hear anything. Did you guys hear
Hold on,
something?
Tom. I got to thank Ian Clark. Thank you for your contribution donation.
Thank you for giving money
One
to
second,
the
Tom. I know
the
you're
meta
desperate to hate
panhandler.
on me
Yes.
and devalue
Yes,
my
you gotta thank him.
experience.
It's polite.
I know
You
you're
didn't even have a
desperate to
mama,
hate
and you
on
know
me
it's
and
polite to
devalue my
thank the
experience,
people.
but you can't do it, at least not this moment. I mean,
don't
I could
need
just
to do it, Paul.
I could just kick you
Even
out, but I
your
choose not
fucking
to because
cult
I think you're a
knows I'm
fascinating
squared
display of
away
mental
on
and
money,
emotional
and it's
illness.
not the issue. I'm not up here
Thank you,
talking
Ian
about
Clark,
your
for your
money.
contribution donation. You're a blessing, sir, along with many others who allow me to do
Yes,
what I
you're a
do
blessing,
and
'cause
make
how
a
would this
living
man get money
with
without
my
a
beingness and
contribution?
knowingness and application of it. And that's a beautiful thing, and it's an honor and a blessing.
So if Jack gets
If Tommy
a
could
legit
do that, he
government
would, but he
contribution
can't, so he
from
won't, and he's not
damages,
going to try
that's
to because
bad.
he's
But
afraid
if
to fail
go and succeed.
Beg for
It's pretty
money
sad.
on a panel every day. That's stand up legit. Gotcha. This is why you're never going anywhere. It's why you're not the thing you try and tell people you are. It's why you're not going further than this.
And that's the type of encouragement that's going to lift up anyone into a positive atmosphere to
I'm
push,
not
you
here
know,
for that goblin.
for the
You're
greater good
fucking
of
late
your
to the party.
species as well as the next,
He
right?
said, I'm not here for that.
You're doing an excellent job at your division.
Thank you. I'm here to divide people of chaos and grifting. I don't see a sin in that. Do you?
How about you divide
Are you sober
these?
enough to make that call, Dread Boy?
So everybody who's not you, so here's where your ego and arrogance. I gotta turn you down. I gotta turn you down. I gotta turn you down. Here's where your ego and arrogance comes out to play again. You presume you're the only one intelligent enough to see through the grift, and that everyone else who contributes and supports is just a dummy who's being manipulated. So you insulted the audience, you insulted the contributors and supporters, you put yourself above everyone because you think you're so fucking clever and right, and or you want to detract from what it is that I do and the value that's created between me and these viewers and the contributors and supporters. And it just shows your character and how hateful you are. Really?
Shut the fuck up, Paul. You're the most hateful motherfucker I've seen on these panels. Because you are a lie. When you're nice, it's a lie. You're just trying to get an angle on somebody that has something you want.
Yeah,
like
that's what they told me. That's what they told me when I was crying. I was up here crying, going, "Yeah, I have to face my death every day and possible imprisonment." And, you know, at times it gets frustrating. They go, "Oh, he's like doing Stella Adler method, pretending to cry tears in front of everybody." And I've done that half a dozen times. They said, I just put that on. You know, everything I do is a put on. I'm the best actor ever. They should give me my Academy Award now. And I'm lying and grifting at the same time.
Hey,
So
honestly,
I'm pretty damn
Paul,
good, huh?
I think Joe Cool could take Tommy in a fucking fight with his arms tied behind his back.
Hey, fat boy, do you not remember that you're a bigger joke to them than Jack is?
If I'm fighting Tommy, I
Like,
need to
hey, Scott, if you want to make it about you and keep chiming in when I said I'm not acknowledging you, why don't you explain how these people have done nothing but rip you apart at the seams, and you just keep coming back? You just keep coming back for more.
Nobody cares, Tommy. It's just that simple.
Oh, about you, I know,
Well,
but
don't
I care
if
about
they
people.
care about me.
No,
You're just
see,
so
this is how you're
vocal.
wrong, Boomer Boy. I'm the only one that has to care. I do have better things I could be doing if I cared about other things, but I chose to come on your panel right now, tonight, and be done with this bullshit I've seen for a year. I'm making a stand. It's not going to stop
I thought
tonight.
Spurred
And I'm
News
going
was
to
your
keep
stand. What
exposing
happened
this
to that?
fucking grift. My
So
videos will
basically,
stay as
you're
long as
done
anybody
being
else's.
AI.
And
Out of your own news.
all people need to do is see it once, and they won't give any of you the
Wizard,
time of
could
day
you
because
just
I'll
reach
have it
out the
so
window and punch
decisively
him in the
explained.
eye? Just
Oh, were you talking while I was talking? Did you see how that worked out on the funny side of videos?
You couldn't be any dumber if they cut off your head, Tommy.
Yeah, you say that, but you don't express any intelligence. Like, if I wasn't here to help Jack and be defending against all these grifters,
Dead
you
from the
wouldn't
neck
have a goddamn problem with me. You're just mad. You're just mad because I get you for the same things everybody gets
I'm
you
an
for. That's
idiot.
why
I
we
went
see you
out
so
there to
easy.
get the
Oh,
blunts.
you mean you're not
fucking
unique?
blunts.
You're not original? You're just a dummy?
No, we all see the same boomer bullshit in you,
Lumitard.
and you're trying to
The
fucking
Lumitard.
desperately deflect from us admitting that and you acknowledging
What-
that.
what- what
Because if
should
you
I
acknowledge
admit?
it, if you
Hey.
acknowledge it, now you're just a fat, sad guy sitting on a panel talking to somebody that wasn't trying to
Oh,
listen to
should
him.
we release some unreleased songs of
Oh,
mine
you're
just
gonna
for the
ask
fuck
your
of it?
daddy for what you should do next because
I
you
might
know
have
this
some
is
How do you
failing
feel
you.
about
He
all
has some
this
platform.
No,
deflection
no,
you're
no, no,
seeing?
no, 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 Scott. You kept chiming in. You kept speaking up,
Let's
and I don't
hear it.
hear
Let's hear
Scott.
it. Go.
I don't hear Paul or anybody trying to jump in my way when.
What are you stomping on? What are you stomping on, dummy?
That was me. I wanted a break. Okay. Holy crap. How long did that continue?
All right, let's talk about a solution with that shit, Jack. Is there a way? I'm curious. Is it that Tommy needs to be addressed? I don't know. I don't know. What is it? How do we stop that? Because you can't talk about anything else but Tommy.
Is
when he's
there a
up
cure for that diagnosis?
Something we can do.
Well, Joe, there is. It's everyone has those tendencies to seek attention and to go off at the mouth.
I agree.
The solution is the choice. When Tommy chooses to increase his self-awareness, when he chooses to look at his own behavior, when he decides that the patterns aren't working, he'll look at himself and make some changes. We all have to go through that.
I agree. Okay, I'm all right with that shit. And that's probably how it's going to end up playing out. Anyway, we seem to be ineffective. Any changes will have to be made from himself. Yeah, you're probably right.
Realistically, what is possibly is happening is he's confronting this within self, and he's just expressing that audible within.
That's definitely what it is, right? It's something to do with him. It's something to do with him within. Yeah.
Well, somewhat. I mean,
Okay.
he's calling Paul out on what he's seeing as far as
Right on. Thank you,
contradiction,
Jack.
and
Thank you. Right. He has a valid. He does have an argument. Thank you, Jack.
in the chaos, he brings up some valid points. But
what are the valid points again?
Which ones are those?
Only if you want to receive them. Otherwise,
I don't understand. Why would I ask if I didn't want to listen to what you perceive as valid points from an insane person who's obviously hating?
It's gorgeous. The lightning over there.
Here, where I was going with that is, regardless if there's valid points or not, there's something within him that feels the need to address it. And that's something, again, with each of us. While we find
jealousy and envy, right? There's 7 deadly sins. You want to go over them? Go down the list. Pull it up. See how many of these folks fit like 6 or 7 out of 7, and then ask yourself why they have
and your idea of what is truth, which is
energy and projection toward me for just showing up and being me and
speaking.
speaking.
The 7 deadly sins,
a lot
Paul,
like a Christed being,
still
huh,
waiting
Jack?
for you
Just
to
showing up and
describe
being
the
you
scale of a
gets
life.
this all day,
You've
every
yet-
day from the
you
same kind
said-
of people, right?
You said, Paul, that you want challenged on what you say. You want held accountable. I'm not feeling that. I'm not seeing it.
Well,
I think it's
Tom,
a lie. I think it's a grip.
Hey, Tom, take into account your method. Don't put all the blame on Paul that he doesn't want to receive it when it's coming from an energy of attack and aggression.
Meth and method are two different things.
Yeah, Jack, because your approach is just nailing it as he plays you like a fiddle.
Hey, I'm not claiming that what I'm doing is right. All I'm suggesting is what is factual. I'm not claiming any superiority of anyone.
No, Jack.
The weirdest thing, Jack, is everybody claims to want me to change, and then by stopping the need and desire, by stopping the desire and need for wanting me to change, they get the result they were looking for by looking for me to change. So it's one of those
That's
paradoxical
not what's happening. This is more your
problems
grip.
that solves itself.
You're just
If you would
spelling
just
out a
stop
bullshit
looking
narrative.
for reasons to disagree with me and find out where I'm wrong, so you could be right.
Oh,
when
I know
you're
where
wrong,
you're wrong.
We
I
wouldn't
have
have
for a
these
year.
problems. We wouldn't have this resistance.
No,
you
you're
have
always
no
gonna
proof
have
of
this
your claim.
resistance as
You've been
long as-
saying the
as
same
long
things
as
over
my
and over.
brain-
There's a pack of you, like a dozen of you, who go everywhere and say the same thing, and then 2 weeks later you say how great I am. I'm the king of
You were
Unslavia,
supposed to
and I'm
shut the
amazing.
fuck up
You
unless
guys are
you
the
wanna tell me
biggest
about my
hating ass,
failure
broken
life.
hose,
We
manic
still haven't
depressives
gotten to
I've
my
ever seen
failure
on here.
life,
It's
you
pathetic.
claim.
You need to get a life.
Your arrogance detracts from what you're doing, brother.
Again,
Jack,
you
we
have the
had
nerve
him
to turn to me and talk
way
about my
grabbed out
arrogance
better
when
than
this
this,
is the
that
most
you're
arrogant
swinging
motherfucker
a
we've ever
miss on
seen.
Grand
Invades
Slam
every
chances.
panel, takes over,
Right.
acts like he's got something to say, hijacks
No.
the conversation, makes
Nope.
it about him,
Nope.
and then claims
Nope.
it's God's walk to try
Narrative.
to stop me
Narrative.
from harming the
Narrative
people.
alert.
Because he's a hating,
Narrative alert.
jealous, envious,
Narrative alert.
slothful,
Narrative
gluttonous
alert.
scum.
Not true.
Let's
Not
be
true.
honest about it.
Not true. You're not being honest. You're being a liar and a grifter. And the reason you
Just
keep
like he
talking
sits
over
around
me,
bragging about
interrupting
how
me,
he got so much from
backstaging me.
Catcoin. That's his claim to fame. I'm rich
No,
off
it's not.
fee
That's
system
your
Catcoin
lie.
digital
That's
currency.
how I can tell
That's
who
his big
listens
claim
to you
to
and
fame.
takes it as truth because you're lying.
Right? But he's
You're
gonna like
lying.
equalize with
I'm
me. He's
calling
never
you a
done
liar to
anything,
your
did
face,
anything, changed anything. He's never helped
guys are
anyone we
both-
can perceive
you guys-
of.
Oh,
He can't shut his
so-
mouth for long enough
Jack,
to like.
Jack, do you remember when I bawled my eyes out telling you about people I helped? And now he's sitting here saying I never help anyone because
Hey.
he sits on his ass and doesn't help
Right.
help anyone?
You guys
Who do you
have
help
so
online
many
day to day? You do nothing but
I
this.
don't help people online.
You
I help
are
people
Exactly. You spend all your time
IRL.
online
You
hating
don't
and
know
detracting and
IRL.
dividing if you're able. You don't
You
help anyone
don't
online.
know
Exactly. You
IRL.
just
You're
said it.
attached to that seat, Paul. I'm surprised you got the trailer pried off of you. Like you are a fucking sludge, Paul.
Tom, you guys are like calling
No,
out.
you're doing the you guys thing, Jack. Not a year ago, you were coming to me every night with a phone number or a Snapchat trying to work out what to do about him, and you just joined him. That's all you did is you gave in, you joined him, you got a shit price on your house and thought you were good to go.
Tom.
That's when it all changed, Jack. That was you. When it all changed. Here it comes. Here it comes, Tom.
Do you
Tom. I don't like truth being told to my face.
Tom, I just love how, like, between the both of us, right? Like, I may be overweight. You look like you just came out of a concentration camp. So, which is preferable? That I'm kingly and well fed, right? And that I'm a bit rotund and powerful,
and
or that I look
overfed.
like Nosferatu right out of a concentration camp with gray skin? Are you kidding?
Well, I don't like to share. I don't like to share my gym rat picture all the time. I don't. It's not me.
So
I don't
now
like
you're going to pull up pictures to substantiate being here right now?
Yes,
That's a
because
great
if I
tactic.
was you,
Hey,
because if I was you,
hold
I'd
on
say
a second.
Paulie's a fat
Let me
ass. He's
show you
never
a
going to be
picture
what
of
I've been.
used
He's
to
never
look
done
like.
in the gym
Now
what
I
I've
look
done in the
like I'm
gym.
half
He's
fucking
never going to
dead.
be what I achieved
Hold
without
on, I look half
hormones.
dead, but I got a
steroids.
picture in my
You're
wallet
a
of when I
fucking
was
hypocrite.
healthy, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Great job.
You just talked while I was talking. You got nothing, Paul. This is what I said when I got here. If you don't have a panel of fake ass support, if you don't have your mod god powers, if you don't have your bullshit that people see through, you got nothing. Because just like everybody else, I've been you are.
Tommy, stop flexing for the gram, bro.
I do have that, Tom.
This is.
Yeah, it belittles him and the whole situation. It devalues us all. As Trump.
Tom, if you stop fighting, we can have conversations, dude. But conversations are impossible when you're always arguing.
It's me like
Got a point, Tommy. You do argue a lot.
You know, praise God. Praise God, man.
Did
Thank
take
you.
any medications today, or did you forget?
Thank you, guys.
Right on. Paul sounded like a genius. He was like, hanging there, don't end on a bad note. And you're back to your kingly former self.
Well, that's the thing. I'm constantly able to help people if they
Is that
let
what
me.
truth does?
And
Is
I'm
that what the
constantly able
leader
to
of the
break
new free
people,
world
as you
does? Is
see,
just
if they let
petty
me.
mod god bullshit?
I break these
Does
hoes
that look
day
like
in
we
and
can
day
have a
out.
conversation,
The same
Jack?
energy and power and inspiration that helps to make and reform people breaks these hoes
You
day
don't
after
do
day.
that shit.
See how they act out and cling for
You
power?
made fun of me
and
for
control
taking
where they have
whores off the
none?
street and doing
Still
that. And you
clinging
think
for
you
power
do
and
that?
control where you have none. Still
Oh, are
trying
you
to
on the? Are
devalue,
you
demean,
playing
and
the
divide.
power card?
It was necessary. We had a great stream today, so it's only right that we have an agent of chaos, an accuser, an opposer, a detractor.
Narrative. Do not be
Always the
fooled.
same
False
pattern.
prophet. False prophet. We can't have a conversation like this, Jack. You're gonna let him jump me in and out of the backstage on
There's
your
no
show and your
conversation. I'm
house and
co-hosting.
tell me
How
I'm the
dare you
reason that
insult
you and I.
Jack's sensibilities again, trying to manipulate him.
And this was me. I made the choice to put you in the back there, Tom. Because, you know, I guess I'm overriding Paul at this point. I brought him back. You suggested it was a decent idea, Paul, but I'm done with it.
He's spurging.
Well, we could have conversations if he'd just chill out. Fuck, oh dear.
I've seen
give him one more chance, Jack. Give him one more chance
I've
to just
seen
fucking
him do that, bro. I've seen him be chill and add to the conversation.
just calm down,
not
Tom.
crazy.
I think
apologize, maybe even for all the disruption you caused here today.
He's got so much emotion for you guys in particular. He can go to other places and be civil, but he can't control his emotions. He's so invested in you guys in some weird fucking fashion.
You know,
Yeah, he needs a
Joe,
daddy.
I think he's upset because he threw away his whole Spurg News because he really probably never got started on it.
I honestly think there is something divine that's bringing us together. There's people that came into Paul's experience so they could learn from him, and you know, we're all learning together. We're all trying to find our path, but we've got a lot of examples.
That's 100% correct.
Can I expand on what Joe was saying about Spurg?
Go ahead.
Maybe he didn't go through with that because he might have been seeking organic, and he might reason with people that might not reason with him. You know. He didn't go through with that.
I don't know, and I wasn't the one to talk about Spurging, by the way.
Oh, I thought that was
have.
my bad.
Okay, so if
No,
Paul's the
no,
one
sorry.
that's saying give him another chance, and Paul's the only reason we can't have a conversation, then here's the deal, Jack. Throw them all backstage. Let's one-on-one, real short, and then I'll be out.
He thinks he can manipulate you,
Yeah,
Jack.
no,
He's
because
afraid of
this
us.
is the
No,
thing.
there's no manipulation. The
Yeah, that's the
manipulation
thing,
is
like,
you
with
motherfuckers
your-
not letting me get a
No,
sentence
you're doing
out.
it again. You're doing it again.
Oh, he's doing
You're
it
trying to
again.
make
Look, he's
conditions.
doing it right now.
You're
I don't
trying
know
to
how
make
I'm looking
no,
at you,
you're
Paul.
doing
I don't know
it.
how
You're
I'm looking
trying
at you,
to.
Joe Cole. How am
Okay.
He's doing it. He's doing it right
Let's
now.
bring it back. Let's bring it back. So you could just go ahead and do what you're going to do and stop making conditions and trying to have power and control everywhere you go.
But you said yesterday, you know I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and you don't get in my way until you're trying to manipulate. Quit telling me what I'm here to do, because I state that openly. I don't need any speaker, Paul, because I am me, and I do know who I am. I do know what you can't answer about my life, and that's when you shut up, is tell me why my life's a failure. Describe my life.
Tommy,
Is that it, Tom?
Shut up, Scott! I'm not talking to you. Paul, you said give me another chance. Tell me about that life that's a failure. Let's hear it. If you're Mr. Rule, like save the world, truth man, tell me about my life.
Hold on just a moment. We got another.
No, you hold on. You
else
just
here in the
sent
back.
me away,
Oh.
Jack. I'm done.
Okay.
You have made your
Invited
karmatic
fucking
choice.
Paul in the house. You
Yeah.
show up and say you should throw him out. You're a dumb fuck.
Well, hold on. We got a Dwayne August in the back. Anyone familiar with that?
Don't ring
He's
a bell.
Robert September's brother.
Who?
No, I'm kidding.
There.
Did Tommy just run?
No, I put Tom to the back. Dwayne, I think that's your echo we're doing.
How's it going? What's going on, guys?
It's
I'm
good.
hearing reverb.
You got another tab
Turn
open?
off your YouTube. Dwayne, turn off your
Is that
YouTube
the-
stream.
Here. Dwayne, I muted
Just
you.
the StreamYard. There you go.
You got another tab open, probably a YouTube tab open, and it's coming through on the StreamYard.
He's frozen now.
No,
There he
you're
is.
frozen.
Dwayne, are you the man who contributed to me? There's a man named Dwayne. You got to get a headset, bro, or you're gonna have to change your settings.
You can leave this tab open and go back and close the YouTube tab.
Dwayne, you're an angel.
Mute him.
There. I got you muted, Dwayne. I'm confident what's going on is you've got a YouTube tab that's open in addition to your StreamYard.
Yeah, you got to close the YouTube when you're on your StreamYard.
Or if you can grab a headset, you're welcome to
That's probably
join.
what it was, Jack. I think you were right. I think it's that tab effect.
Yeah, you're welcome to Jackstown.
Well, welcome to join, particularly if, you know, a contributor of Paul. Absolutely.
As long as he doesn't see my treatment and suspect that on him, then yeah, he'll feel nice and welcome to join.
Well, that was the amazing thing. He showed up despite what was being.
So,
what
Joe
was
Cole,
being
what are you
happened.
gonna do?
That's
What are you
made
gonna
me a
do,
little
Joe
weary.
Cole, when I sit here NPR style and y'all still can't let me finish because you know what your problem is the words I will say.
Am I you or y'all? I'm just curious.
So basically, Tommy's got what you
want to
need.
say you are.
He's got what you need.
Tommy, you're doing what Mitchell has done over and over again. You're doing what Snafu.
Paul, you're doing what Paul does over and over again.
Off.
You
I'm going to let
what
you
you
speak.
demand your followers
Don't
be the
cut
truth.
me off.
They
I'm
believe
gonna let
you.
speak.
They file in.
You're now projecting. What you just said is what you're doing to me. You're not letting me talk. I just said I'm going to let you speak. But you're doing what Mitchell and Snafu and all them always do, which is repeat the same.
It's already been
set
too
of
long
talking
on this
points
stream of your
over and over again. You repeat the same talking points, and you act like we haven't heard them before because you're on a mission from God, you believe, to overthrow me. You're a tool of the devil.
You're
now
projecting.
Go ahead and say your piece.
Saying the same things over and over again about everybody that stands against you. You belittle them. You try to make up the worst shit about them, like you did against Jack, like you've done against everyone that remotely says, Paul, I disagree. And as soon as they say, Paul, I disagree, oh, they're trying to end your broadcasting career. They're a tool of the devil. They're a crazy person.
Why are you targeting him, though? You see this a lot. That's why it is okay to agree to disagree to some extent.
Shut up, Goblin. You're lost.
Man, fuck you. I'm just telling you.
Fuck
it
you,
doesn't
Goblin.
mean
You're
that
the
you
one
have to reason with
Can you just let him go through his fucking
I'll
rap
let him
and see if we can wrap it
Yeah.
up within 45
The thing
minutes because
about
he's known to go
Goblin
on
is,
for hours on the
I
same
expect
nonsense
this
looping.
bullshit from the panel,
Go
but
ahead
Goblin's
and
the
tell
only
everyone
one
how I'm bad
that
and they
was
shouldn't
fucking
contribute and
saying
support
he's
to me. Go
my
ahead.
friend and my ally.
I said earlier, you and Paul show some of the same behaviors. What
And
you're
you're wrong.
criticizing is
I
what you're
said earlier,
finding within you
backstage
as well.
your panel and let's have a one-on-one, or I'm wasting my time.
Well, I feel like you're wasting our time, Tom.
No, you're wasting my time because you're weak. You can't acknowledge.
Tell me what makes you think that your attention and time is more valuable than the next man? First off,
this is the egoic nonsense. It's fascinating. Fascinating.
I love it, Jack.
Constantly wastes his own time, energy, attention, blames everyone else for him wasting his time, energy, attention. Stellar logic. Because he's not in control of himself, apparently.
I don't think that he recognizes this wasting time. He thinks this is his moment in the spotlight. He is a celebrity and he's killing right now, which scares me because we'll never get him to stop if he has that mentality.
Joe, that's true.
I second that. Third.
Oh, your mic just got really shitty. I think that was Scott.
Hold on. I think that was some classic moon landing clips.
whose reverb Hollywood is coming in?
All right, we retrieved the loading.
Houston, we have a problem.
Wow. Yeah, that's yeah, Scott, your audio went. Something happened there.
Yeah, leave and come back or something, Scott.
With here's where my frustration is, admittedly. Even though we've got these difficulties and challenges in communicating, some of these characters like Snafu, Tommy, Paul, me, we're all sharing this time and this experience together. So whether we like it or not,
I like it. Just for the record, I love this shit.
Test 1, 2. I love it.
We got you, Scott. We got you.
Much better. So, Tom, is there any way to communicate? I'm not going to throw everyone off and allow you a long diatribe so you feel better.
Nice.
We can have conversations, though, man.
Get out of your triggered feelers, Tom. It's going to be okay.
There it is. Your daddy won't STF you. I'm not telling you to disrespect your panel of so-called friends. You're saying, can we communicate? I'm saying, yeah, get these grifters out for a second, and you can't even do it because this is your house. This is your house, and you're cucking. And I think you need to put me backstage.
You're insulting Jack again and his sensibilities and saying his choice of colleagues that he's working with should be thrown out at your whim so
no
you
one
can
else-
feel important and in
but
control.
In order
it
to
You're
was
insulting
today.
everyone
I don't have to
here.
come in
It
here
was
and throw
this
everybody
very
out.
day
No
that
one
no,
else
you
Jack
were not
chooses to
colleagues
work
at
with
all.
me, calling his coworkers grifters, and that would make him and I upset if you called
Narrative,
either of us
narrative,
that.
narrative,
So how
narrative.
do you
Not
call
only
me
that,
a
you're gonna
grifter
get
when
all
he
the
chose to work
coworkers
with me
fired
today and
with
not
that type of
insult him
attitude,
indirectly?
Tommy.
Well, guess you didn't think of that when you tried to manipulate him, right?
I'm not manipulating, Paul. You're gaslighting.
He's
I've
not
been
choosing
very
to work
open.
with you.
I've
He's
always
choosing to work with
been
me. So why are you
straightforward
insulting
about my
someone he's
intentions
choosing to
and
work
what
with?
you're still talking. And this is how far gone you are, Jack, that you and these plebs in chat, it's happening right before your eyes. And it's like the
Yeah,
Lord
you're
will
losing
make
the
you
little
more
bit of influence and power you thought you had. Isn't it sad?
I'm not
how
seeking
pathetic you
power.
are?
I need no power. My power is
Slipping
supplied
through
by
your
the
fingers,
power.
Gollum. It's slipping through your fingers, Gollum creature. You
Are
were
you
quite
still-
sure
are you
that you were
still
going to
opposing the
influence
narrative?
people.
I sit in the
So listen,
background
Jack,
and I observe a
I
lot
want
of
to
the
help
time.
Joe Cool out. I
Nothing
don't think
slipping
he
through
was
my
done
fingers. I work
talking
where I
about
want to
me
work.
while I can't defend
Real
myself. You
recognize
should
real, and
backstage
that's
me.
as simple as day.
Hey,
I'll leave
Joe
it at
Cool
that.
didn't get around to saying I'm racist. You should backstage me till he's done.
Hey, what? What
You
the
know,
hell?
don't worry about that shit. I'm not paying that shit.
No, no,
attention.
Joe Cool. I just told you he did it. You sat on OTW. He booted me. You said I don't like to talk about Tom when he can't
Yeah,
defend
you
himself.
have
But let
nowhere
me
to
tell you how
spew your
racist
nonsense
What
where
are
I
you
don't have
really
control. You
presenting?
don't.
What are you really
Talking
It
presenting?
upsets
Paul.
you. If
Like,
I have
Jack,
any level of
if you
control and you
don't
folks
boot
don't have
them,
it, you get all
what makes
twisted
you
up. You
think
can't
we would have
handle
had
it.
a conversation like this? What makes you think that fat pink monkey boy would have shut up for 2 seconds?
Tom,
I'm your
I don't
daddy,
think
though.
I think if we'd
You
have
ain't
had a
shit,
conversation,
motherfucker.
I'm your
you
I
daddy.
had a dad. It's obvious I had a dad compared to your
You're
worthless ass.
obsessed with me.
Sitting there
Why are
begging.
you
My
so
father never
obsessed
would have let
with
me sit on the
me?
corner and beg for money.
Whoa.
Metaversal corner or street corner. And he never would have, he would have laughed his
You
ass off
got
if I was
nowhere to
staying in a
go.
tent.
You got
over
nowhere
fucking
left to go
substances.
where I don't have some say so now, and you just can't handle it.
No, I go where you don't have mod god powers, and you
Scott,
said it
is that a
yourself.
sister
And I
you
don't
You
go to
said
those
it yourself.
places, and I
I've
don't
got the
watch you,
footage.
and I don't care, and that's what upsets you. Daddy doesn't
Tom,
watch you when you
I'm
play
gonna
on
go
your
to
team.
every channel you
Daddy
go to. I'm
wasn't
gonna get the keys,
there.
and no one will ever see
Take
you
me to
again.
the fair.
Famous one, Joe.
hey guys, I'm ready to
Jack.
wrap up.
Yeah,
I'm
you
with
wrapped up a
you.
long
I
time
just
ago.
muted up to tell my
Just free footage.
wife
Hey, Jack,
that
on the record, bro. On the record. I don't know how many times that cock fucking crowed, but I gave you every chance in the world. Now you can just be
Fair enough. Thanks for the opportunity. I guess I failed. Next.
Jack, you don't look like a failure tonight.
Today's been interesting. It's been enjoyable. I've appreciated it.
I think I saw you actually grow. I saw shit that used to irritate you. You're like, that's fascinating, which means you separated yourself, which is a beautiful fucking adult thing to do.
Thank you, Joe. I'm working on improving.
Well, Bill, I'll let you say goodbye to your guys. Paul, you be easy, man. The rest
All
of
right,
you
Joe,
guys
see you
too, I
later.
guess. Be easy.
God bless, brother.
I'm going to step back. I'll talk to you if you go in the back in a few. So, good evening, Jack.
Fair enough. Thanks for joining, brother. I think Goose has been gone a long time. Goblin, anything final?
No, I'm out of here. I appreciate the broadcast. A lot of good perspectives, aspects, looking into others' minds, reflecting, deflecting as time he does, and growing, learning, understanding. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work, y'all.
I respect. Thanks for joining. Paul, what is your opinion? How do you feel it went?
I think it went great. You know, again, I use this idea of content to stay objective and out of my thoughts and feelers. I go, if it's good content, then I can prioritize that and leave my thoughts and feelers out of it. If we can then observe ourselves and each other objectively and criticize and critique, and then also maybe find resolution or not and move forward, then I think that's a success. And we did that. right? So it's in a sense a milestone. Well, there was no grasping and clutching for control. There was really no need to divide and conquer, so to speak. We didn't really compete. You know, if it did get hot, we kind of recentered and refocused, and we tried to stick to the facts, at least as we perceive them. So that's all that we could do, right?
Amen. I want to thank you. I mean, woke up today, I didn't know where the day was going to bring. Then the idea of collaborating, throwing some twists out there that came up, and thank you. The co-creation today, I think it was fun.
Maybe we also learned that Talcott, you know, when he's on at least 100 milligram of edibles, kind of is able to quell the dark cot a little bit more. You know, it has a little bit more of a rein in on it, right? He can focus and direct it a bit more.
Paul, the blessings, though, the synchronicity, the fact that JR, I haven't heard that name or seen that face in so long, yet he came across the stream today, and Margot was kind enough to show up as well. And while I don't feel like we made resolve, I don't feel like damages were done, and hopefully some things, I don't know, hopefully there was things to consider after that.
The bottom line is they're watching, they're waiting, they might be hating. Maybe at some point they'll be part of the celebrating, right? So that may be up to us. The more that we create the man that we admire and give that away, the more that they may respond to us differently, right? So I think that that's the blessing in disguise, you know?
Amen. I'm going to give some final words on this, okay? And,
absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you going to still run? You've already put in like 8-10 hours today, haven't you?
Well, technically I was on OTW early, but I'm on 5
right?
But, you know,
Well,
I got to put in my full time for the people and myself, you know.
Tell you what, if you're still backstage or running, we'll connect. God bless.
All right.
Thank you, brother. Peace. Brothers and sisters, all who joined on the panel and in the chat, I want to genuinely thank you for your time, attention, your support, the encouragement, and hopefully you received some thoughts. I think we had some, golly geez, we had a broadcast today, brothers and sisters. We had the offer and talent of Paul Unslaved, although as a man who's spent time with him, he was keeping himself moderated. He didn't take off the show too crazy like he could have. Anyway, tonight I had fun. The idea I did want to offer is this: renew with truth, renew, rebirth, reborn, restart, recreate, redirect, right? It's all starting within. The renewal, the renewal is available for us each day to renew our commitment to ourselves, to greater purposes, to that greater version of us and this world. There's a greater version of us waiting within, in the world, waiting to be discovered. And today we just got to see a little bit of it. And so once again, I want to thank all of those who joined here and in the future. Till next time, brothers and sisters, choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. God bless.